Thank you so much. You can have a seat. Board Member Bowman has requested a moment of silence. Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to have a moment of silence for a student from South Broward, Annabelle Souza. Annabelle Souza was a ninth grader at South Broward High School. She had a passion for music, art, and spending time with her friends and family. She was also a devoted animal lover. Her absence will be deeply felt by everyone at school and within the Bulldog community.
Thank you. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May the chair have a motion and a second to close the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Thompson. All in favor of closing the agenda say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. The agenda is now closed. May the chair have a motion and a second to approve the meetings for the minutes for the following meetings. July 29th, 2025, special school board meeting. July 29th, 2025, first public hearing budget. August 19th, 2025, special meeting expulsions. August 19th, 2025, regular school board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as listed, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. The minutes are approved. As we prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all our students. As an A-rated school district, our vital task is to sustain this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. The Chief of Staff and Communications Officer polled the board of any agenda items they wish to address in advance of the meeting. The following consent items have been identified for discussion: H1, H2, H3, A1, B1, B2 with a memo to vote down, C2, J5, O1, O2, and O3. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion, which include A2, C1, C3, F1, J1, J2, J3, J4, and L1.
So second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Are there any registered speakers on the items that have not been pulled for discussion?
Yes, for C1, Lisette Machado. Lisette, C1.
No one's coming up, so, okay, thank you. All in favor of approving the consent agenda items that have not been pulled for discussion, say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Motion carries. Passed. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second on agenda item H1.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Are there any registered speakers for H1?
No, ma'am.
Is there any board discussion? There is. To find my paper. Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I just had a quick question. May we please have the separation of employment items reflect what particular reason, like we used to do, which was going back to school. These are examples, moving, pay. It makes it easier to see patterns for us as board members. So I would request that we go back to that particular process that we would do, and I wait to hear from my colleagues because I prefer to get them so we can see if we have to alter anything moving forward with their strategic plan.
Anybody have any, on which?
H1?
I know, but for which set of?
For why they're resigning. Remember how we used to get resignation, and then it would say why, moving to my mother's, childcare,
So for
going to college.
instructional.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I'd find that very useful. Maybe even more useful, though, would be to get simple charts about trends in those things. You know, what was the same reasons for leaving last year, maybe 2 years back? I know that the folks running the people system have that data already, so it's not a heavy lift to like put it out there. But I think the community would like to know that too. Like, is there a spike because people are choosing after having children not to come back because we don't have good options for them in our schools for daycare and other related things? I'm not asking for 20 different reasons why people leave, but like a band of 4 or 5 of the big reasons, and just seeing them going back a couple years, Chair. I think that would really serve the community and make them aware of kind of some of the critical issues that our people face and why they choose to leave.
Thank you. Any other board discussion? I agree. So, Superintendent, you good with that?
Ernie, or sorry, Dr. Lozano.
We will absolutely look into that request and take care of that. When you're listing individual employees' information, collective bargaining might talk to us about it, but we absolutely see the value in your ask, and we'll move forward with that request.
Thank you. It's not something that we haven't done before, so I don't think there should be a bargaining issue with it, but I understand. And thank you to the board to reinstate what we used to do. So thank you.
Thank you. And I would just say it's probably like a compromise is if we don't know it for each individual. I don't think we need to know it for each individual person like Dr. Zeman requested. Just a chart in general. I think that's really what Mrs. Rupert is asking for, right? You don't need to know Johnny left because his mom is ill. You just need to know someone left. It doesn't need to be.
Yes, I agree, but there are certain categories that people could do. So the categories, I mean, I don't want to know their personal business, but we'd like to know why they're resigning, and it could be as simple as moving away, can't afford to live here in South Florida.
So a chart, like we get when we have a little chart that says how many people left per month or per year. So we could just have another chart that has a list of the main reasons people leave and how many are going.
So not to what we used to do before. This would be different.
Right, because I think we had it next to the name, and the concern, which may be why we don't have it anymore, is that there was a concern that people were getting into privacy.
Oh, I never heard, but thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Alida.
Yes, I would just like to confirm the reason why we are not doing it anymore.
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm not aware of when that practice ended. I know, Dr. Lozano, if you're aware, that was probably before my time because I've never seen it on the agenda since I've been here.
I'm not aware either, so we could do a follow-up.
Yep.
I'll look for Mr. Azarito.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All in favor of approving item H1, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. The chair would like to take a moment to recognize new staff appointments. We would like to congratulate each of you for your career advancement with Broward County Public Schools. We value you and your family. If we could please give the appointees a round of applause. Okay, Dr. Hepper, can you please share a few remarks and introduce any new leaders?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations to those who recently got promoted. You've been in the BCPS family, so you know how our values and how we support our students. And for those who are new to the BCPS family, welcome. We're definitely excited to have you on the team, and our team will be out there supporting you just to make sure you're successful, because at the end of the day, it's all about our students. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. At this time, we will now recess this regular school board meeting for a board photo with new staff appointments. Thank you, and welcome back to the regular school board meeting. Before we move on to the items for discussion, do any of my colleagues have remarks on the items that were not pulled for discussion? I have one. I'd just like to take a point of privilege. We have a teacher who's been a teacher for a very long time that is retiring, Lisa Cook from Hollywood Hills High School, and I just wanted to congratulate her along with the other 32 instructional retirees. We have one admit retiree and one non-instructional. So just wanted to congratulate all of them and wish them the best of luck in their future endeavors.
Chair, just a quick comment.
Yes, sir.
Thanks so much. We didn't pull A1, but had there been a discussion, I would have pointed out that the professional learning catalog does not include AI. And that's just going to be an oversight for our district until we correct it. AI is real.
A1
is pulled by Ms. Rupert.
Pulled it.
I'll save my comments after Ms. Rupert, and I'll try
guess
not
we'll
to
add you
blush
to the list.
at this particular moment.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. L1, I wanted to share just brief comments about that. The consortium, I've had the pleasure of being president of the consortium as well as going back years, Patty Good as well. So Broward has had really good leadership. It is very nice to be in a group of like-minded people where we're actually just voting for how well that we help our students in the entire state. So I appreciate that it went through, and looking forward to working with them some more and introducing you all to them as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next, can I have a motion and a second on item H2?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on H2?
No, ma'am. No register comment.
Board discussion, Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. In regards to the corrective action spreadsheet that was put together, specifically on page 2 of 4, there is a gentleman, Michael Thompson, who works at Pioneer Middle School, who is a campus monitor. It would appear that Mr. Thompson has had 3 prior incidences, basically 1 a year he's averaging, for, quote, inappropriate behavior with a conduct with a student, one of which includes inappropriate contact towards a student. He's now facing a 3-day suspension. The rationale given is, quote, related to ongoing attendance and behavioral concerns. I'd like to know what the behavioral concerns are that are warranting this 3-day suspension at this juncture.
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Lozano.
Mr. Azzarito.
Good morning. Roll it down. Good morning, David Azzarito, Executive Director, Professional Practices. So yes, with the attendance concerns, you want to know behavior. So with the behavior, there was a TikTok with one of our wearing our district uniform shirt that he was dancing around on. He was also back in January grabbing the student's neck, and this is how we play around, and the behavior was normal interaction. It was a version of horseplay. So he was reprimanded before for that same action. So again, he had a written reprimand back in 24 for inappropriate contact. So the next level up would be a 3-day suspension.
Let me make sure I understand this correctly. This gentleman with 3 priors, all having to do with either inappropriate behavior towards a student or inappropriate contact with a student, has now engaged in, I think you described it as horseplay earlier in the year, in which he's grabbed a student by the neck. So this would be, what, the 4th time that there's been some type of inappropriate contact or touching with a student?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Azzarito.
So according to this, so there in January 23 of 24, that was the only inappropriate contact. Back in April of 23, inappropriate behavior towards a student. It doesn't talk about contact with a student, just as inappropriate behavior. That could have been a conversation. That could have been non-contact. And then in December of 24, insubordination related to directives. So based on this would be his 2nd time with contact. with a student.
Okay, so we have inappropriate behavior, inappropriate contact in the past, correct?
Correct.
And then this new incident involves a TikTok video and him grabbing somebody by the neck earlier in the year.
Correct.
Okay. And that warrants a 3-day suspension.
At this time, yes.
Madam Chair, I think this is entirely too lenient. I feel like we go through these forms at every meeting, and there's always one individual who has done something that I find to be egregious towards our students, and the punishment that is recommended is way too lenient. Madam Chair, remind me, do I have the ability, I know there's a CBA that's involved in this, do I have the ability to make a motion to reject this suspension and request for a longer suspension and or possible termination?
You do, but let me just, Dr. Hepburn, is, since this is a FOPI, is there like a matrix and
I would,
have very specific?
No, not, that's for transportation.
Okay.
I would defer to Ms. Jock Adams.
Thank you. I'm going to reach out to the attorney that actually handles this to be able to answer this question. I don't have an answer at this time, but I'm going to go ahead and look that answer up and provide that to you.
Okay. Well, the question is he able to make a motion? And I'm going to say if there's no matrix for it, yes, you can make a motion.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to have Mr. Michael Thompson suspended for 10 days based on this latest action of the TikTok and the grabbing of the student by the neck, which would be the third time on my tally in which he's either engaged in inappropriate behavior and or inappropriate contact with one of our students.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any public comment on the motion? Board member discussion on the motion? I would agree with you. We say this over and over. We have zero tolerance for our students. We keep saying that, but yet we continue to see people pop up on this that have done something to our students, and we have to send an appropriate message, a consistent message, and so I would agree with that change. Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much. I'd like the superintendent and or our executive director for human resources, our chief human resource officer, to share some information on two things. One, kind of more background information about the timing and sequence of events, which would be useful. And second, how have we reprimanded or punished people with similar offenses in the past?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Lozano.
Mr. Azzarito.
So I'm sorry, we have a clarification, so let me apologize for that. So the grabbing of the neck was the January 24 incident, inappropriate contact towards a student. The current 3-day suspension is just for the attendance, having 61 days late, and the behavior is the TikTok with a district shirt. So there was no contact for this incident, so I apologize for that. That was the previous January 23-24 incident.
Okay. Can you answer? Did you get Dr. Zeman's question?
No, I didn't, because we were looking at
Can you
clarifying.
repeat it, Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, it's really a two-parter. One is I need more context than 5 seconds about the dancing and the TikTok and the wearing of Broward County Public Schools shirt. And the second is for other people who have been brought before the board who have a similar series of infractions, how have we disciplined them?
So we would need to bring that information back. We wouldn't, or bring it back at later on in the meeting to do research on that, because it's an analysis that we'll have to complete to look through all our records to find similar offenses, and also find the documentation for the build context around the TikTok video.
To me, these questions are important. It's critical that we send messages with what we do, but it's also critical that we find, as you know, somewhat of a judicial body here, you know, playing the role of a judge, you know, are we sending a message by picking one of these out and treating them harsher than was recommended? Or are we sending a message by going back through our collective bargaining agreement and renegotiating for everybody what they get, and then having a communications campaign about that? It's nice for the school board to say what I believe too, which is no employee of Broward County Schools should harm our children. But that's rather a broad statement. You know, you can harm students with an insult, you can harm students physically, you can harm them in a lot of other ways. Where it gets into being effective is when you break down the offenses, collectively bargain those things, and make all of the punishments appropriate to what Broward County values are consistent with. So for today, I would like to know more about the context of the video, and which is the offense that they're up for now, right? Am I right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then second, how have we treated these offenses? So in light of those two things, I'll make a motion to table this until our first item after the lunch break, or after our chair. Is there a normal break today in terms of?
Yeah, we have closed door and attorney-client session.
And when would that end, roughly?
Good question.
I think we slated for probably 30 minutes.
It's time, attorney-client is
We're scheduled to end that at 1:30.
probably around 1:30.
So I move that we table this until right after we're done with that attorney-client to get the rest of this information and come back. I'm very sympathetic to School Board Member Cervera's points, but I want to know more so that we understand, you know, kind of where we go from the recommendation possibly to something else.
Thank you. Is there a second on tabling? Second. All those in favor of tabling the item, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. No. You want to take roll call?
Roll call on the motion to table the item. School board members Al-Hadef. Bowman.
Yes.
Severa.
No.
Hickson.
Yes.
Holness.
Yes.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert.
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
Zeman. Passes 7-2.
Thank you. Moving on to item H3. Can I have a motion and a second on item H3?
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on H3?
All right. No registered speakers.
Board discussion, Mr. Severe.
Madam Chair, may I request that Dr. Zeman go first so I can gather my notes?
Sure, Dr. Zeman.
School Board Member Cervera wanted to go first, but I'm ready, so let me dive in. I have three questions, Chair. One, what is the cost of these supplementals? It's fascinating to me, and maybe I'm the geek, but how a whole set of payments can be listed in a table that's 9,000 pages long, and there's no total to the bottom of this. So I'll start out with the first question. The Broward County school budget says $7.2 million for these kinds of supplement. What's the total supplements for this year?
Dr. Hepburn.
Great question, Dr. Zeman. The total is $8.6 million for all the supplements added up on these pages.
Thank you very much. Could you also talk, if you don't mind, about the financial impact? You know, $8.6 million is not an insignificant amount of money. I understand how these are, as many of my colleagues have pointed out, rather symbolic. You know, you coach a sports team, which takes 9,742 hours if you do it right, and you get $1,500 or $2,500 at the high school level. It's not compensation per hour, because if anyone calculated what they got paid for an hour to do this stuff, it would be below minimum wage. So I understand that there's some symbolic value in this, but there's got to be a financial impact of spending $8.6 million. So could I just get a couple sentences about what the financial impact of this $8.6 million is?
Dr. Hepburn.
So let me see if I'm asking the question correctly. The financial impact is $8.6 million to the general fund. And also just a reminder from last week's hearing, we are reviewing, we've already set up a work group to review all supplements and bring that back to the board, which we were in motions of doing anyway, so we can consolidate what we need to, sunset supplements that we don't need anymore, because I'm pretty sure over time, probably the past couple of decades, we've been adding some things and not getting rid of what we don't use anymore.
Terrific, thank you. And the last question and third is, these funds are not dispositive funds in the sense that we turn to a principal and say, Principal Fulton, here's your 40 supplementals, go find 40 people and you give them this money. These are options for Principal Fulton to go out and say, if you want to have, if your students and your parents and you have a faculty member usually that wants to sponsor a debate club, they get $850, right? So just for the community's perspective, while we think it's $8.6 million that we're going to spend, it's really up to principals' discretion. Again, principals being, in our system, the real CEOs. We call Dr. Hepburn the CEO, but he's really like the chairman of the board. Principals make thousands of decisions a year about who to hire, who to retain, how many supplements to pay, how to deal with the community and the like, and they are people who carry a profit and loss statement because they get graded on how they do. So they're really the CEOs in our system. What I'm curious about, though, is if they don't use this money, Mr. Superintendent, can they use it for other things at their school?
No, that's incorrect. They can't use it for other things at their schools. Most of these supplements are specific for the tasks that they correlate with.
Terrific. Are there any districts in the United States that allow, again, if Principal Fulton has 40 options as a high school principal to spend it, are there any districts in the United States that say, you can either use this on these things, or you can take that money and use it on those critical things that we need at a local school?
Not that I'm aware of. All the school districts I've worked in, similar here, where the supplement is specific to the task or responsibility that you're providing the supplement for.
Terrific. So now we're all aware, if there's a group that wants to start thinking about this. I love principal discretion. I love the fact that they're the ones in the fence line. They're the ones dealing with the community and the parents and the teachers and the faculty and the problems. I like giving them more discretion instead of less. But we'll cross that bridge another day. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Sever.
I'm satisfied.
Okay, great. All those in favor of item H3 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is item A1. Can I have a motion and a second on item A1? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Bowman. Any public comment on A1?
Yes, Kathleen Morales.
Okay. Come on down. I don't see anyone. Okay, board member discussion, Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. Referring to page, I don't know what the exact page is, but it's in the bottom right corner is 225. If you're looking, it's probably really page 3. It's the executive summary, and I have a question, and I'll be quoting. Approval of this item provides teachers with a targeted learning that awards in-service credit for recertification purposes. Also, approval of this item allows the district to plan, design, deliver, and monitor in-house teacher development opportunities and comply with guiding legislation. So my question is, regarding the item from the last meeting about the professional development department, how will the passing of last week's professional development reorganization affect this important item?
Dr. Cohn.
Dr. Cohn, Chief Academic Officer. It should have minimal impact because several departments, not just teacher professional learning and growth, provide PD. The majority of the PD is provided by several departments that provide in-service credits. This particular item is the actual platform which all TD teachers actually used to register for courses and receive in-service points.
Yes, I knew that, but I need to take a puddle jump
to
be able to hit back one more time. But I do also understand. I actually graduated the ACE program and became a teacher after being a substitute teacher. Had my degree, so I had an alternate degree to actually enter the school board as a teacher. And I know that the particular part of professional development team, that was their big bailiwick. So, and it was reaching out to all sorts of people across the aisle: business, journalism, mass communication, science, thermonuclear, everything, and of course AI. So I just wanted to say once more that this is a very important organization, part of our whole team, because they wholly support that ACE program, but they also wholly support our new teachers. And I know how all of our coaches and development spend an enormous amount of time helping each other as well as helping all our teachers. And I'll still be speaking about this moving forward. So thank you for today.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman, did you want to make comments?
I do, just briefly, but it's, kind of a interesting note that out of 467 pages in our professional learning catalog, we have 4 mentions of AI and 0 classes dedicated to learning how to do prompt engineering, take advantage of the tools that are available. There's one tool I know of that's available free that was designed for students, teachers, teacher assistants, principals, assistant principals, regional superintendents, and directors to use. It has over 90 apps available to it. I don't want to get into what the name of the product is, but people know we have this. We have 2,000 of our 13,000 teachers are using this product, and there's no one class dedicated to teach them how to do it the right way. So AI is not a joke. AI is not a passing fad. AI also is not going to revolutionize the world in 5 days. It's a real technology. It can have a great impact on this district. And I hope that we think about this when we go out to our critical assets, our educators out there, and make sure they're aware to use it. I'm surprised that there aren't 13,000 teachers using this free AI tool that's out there. It has just amazing capabilities to get rid of largely tedious and administrative things. And don't we want teachers to be free 3 or 4 hours a night of doing those administrative and tedious things so that they can put more time into their lesson plans, more time into their lectures, and things like that? I continue to hear about teachers who come into Broward County classrooms and don't teach on the hour or 90 minutes that they're allocated to teach. I'm embarrassed by that. We only have kids for 180 days. I'm thinking that they're exhausted from doing all of the things teachers have to do, and AI will free up so much of their time if we can dive into it. So I'm just going to keep pounding this, that Broward County Public Schools need to be powered by AI if we really, really want to be the greatest school district in the country. Thanks.
If I can add to the conversation, Dr. Zeman, just to make sure the public and the board understands the journey that we're on and the things that we've already done and the things that we're planning on doing. But this catalog does have more than 4 instances or courses addressing AI in digital curriculum. If you go to page 27 of the document, you'll see the actual course numbers that correspond to that. And then just, I know Dr. Cohn can add some detail about this is actually courses where teachers get in-service credits, and those are definitely monitored and approved by the state of what we can and can't do. But besides that, we offer a lot of professional development and training to our teachers as of late last spring and throughout the summer to really prop up our AI initiative to ensure that as we move forward, we are definitely powered by AI. We are a large organization, 15,000 plus teachers, and a whole lot of other clerical administrative staff that are learning these tools. The collaboration between Mr. Davis's department and also Dr. Cohn's department has been key in training the trainer model, so we can spread that knowledge out as quick as possible. In addition to, I also want to thank Broward Education Foundation. And I don't know if Mr. Knapp will probably give a report, but I would definitely encourage him to talk about the Idea Expo that'll be coming on, I think, early spring, where we have some amazing projects that are developed by teachers and showcasing those projects. I encourage the board to definitely check that out. Last year's topic and theme was AI. And it is great to see the spectrum of tenure of teachers, from novice teachers to veteran teachers, displaying projects that they're embedding AI and being able to share that knowledge with their peers. So we're doing a lot to make sure that we're powered by AI. It's a methodical step, day after day, week after week, but strong collaboration between our IT and curriculum departments to make sure we get that work done to scale it out as best as possible and most appropriate for our student learning. So I don't want the public to not think that we're not on that journey. We are powered by AI, we're the largest adopter of Copilot in the world, and many of our staffs are already using it, and many of our teachers are embracing that through PD at their campuses.
Mrs. Alhida.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say that I also support what Dr. Zeman is saying with the AI, as I expressed in the last meeting. I do have a question in regards to the AI classes. Are these optional for the teachers, or is one of these mandatory?
Dr. Hepburn.
So as far as on the catalog, I'll let Dr. Cohn speak to that. But as far as what we're doing outside of this catalog, though the trainings for the trainer model is not optional. It's getting people in the building to have, I forgot what we call it, if it's an AI champion for each school to spread that knowledge on those campuses for our teachers. Go ahead, Dr. Cohn.
Yeah, so there are some courses that are optional, and there are some that are required. And so the way we wanted to make sure that we infuse AI across the system is that every school had an AI liaison. There were 2 for each school. They got paid a stipend, and so their goal was to go back and infuse, disseminate that AI, and then we have a list of options for teachers who want to expand their knowledge and go beyond. And so also, Dr. Zeman, to your point, we wanted to create the foundation for this master plan. We're developing more AI content as we grow, and so this allows us to grow because, as you know, AI is constantly evolving. So one course that was developed today may be obsolete 2 weeks later. So our goal is to make sure we at least infuse it and then start to build on to it. So we're really excited about that, about powered by AI, but also, to use the superintendent's term, we're looking at developing the 22nd century classroom that will be infused with AI, XR, VR to start with. And so we were excited to launch that as part of the board workshop, but part 2 is coming up, and we want to talk about what's new coming forward.
That's wonderful. And I would just, say, Dr. Hepburn, possibly since it is optional, maybe these classes can be highlighted so that it's pushed out there. This is a 467-page document. So I think that would help to spotlight these amazing courses for our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item A1 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is...
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Oh, staff is ready to go back to H2 if the board desires at this time.
Well, we had said we were tabling it till...
We said to 1:30.
To 1:30. So...
We're ready if the board wants, or we're waiting until the 1:30?
It's not possible.
Yeah, we are. I mean, we tabled it to 1. That was the motion. So...
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, though. Next item up is item B1. Can I have a motion in a second?
So move. Second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on B1?
Natalie Lynch-Walsh and Mary Furdick.
Thank
you. I was. Okay. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. So I believe I sent you an email the second I saw this item, and I counted. This is the 4th time in 3 months that a board member is using, I would say misusing, their ability to place an item on the agenda to attack your chief auditor. And a certain person can roll his eyes all he wants, but that is what this is. And people are watching. Within seconds of me sending the email, I had a response from probably not someone you would think I'd have a response from. So you already evaluated the chief auditor. This climate survey is a misuse of public funds to go after your chief auditor. Unless you're going to go after all 3 direct reports, then this should be a hard no. Don't be fooled. This is an attack on your one direct report that has integrity, and there is ample evidence of the other 2 lacking it, which I'll get into when I speak during public speaking. And you're going off of an anonymous letter. An anonymous letter. What is the motivation for this anonymous letter? How many times are we fabricating things just because we don't like having a chief auditor that actually audits? Is this where you are as a district? You failed on June 10th with his evaluation and employment agreement added to the workshop agenda, but not his self-evaluation. Then, within 5 days of removing me from advisories where I was the audit committee chair, Dr. Zeman brings an item to try to terminate him. Then we had to go through the action plan, which the one person that did put an item on that was trying to do good, I believe, was Ms. Thompson. But even that was thwarted because it was based on comments from one or two, not everybody. If HR can add for all 3 direct reports something of a climate survey. And if it's not there, you guys already evaluated him. The person bringing this item said he was effective at managing his employees. So I suggested something else because you've been waiting for several months for a follow-up on the Council of Great City Schools, and your superintendent has failed to bring that to you. That would be an appropriate use of the Council of Great City Schools membership fees, which are paid for by taxpayer dollars. This is not. This is a thinly veiled attempt to target your superintendent, not your superintendent, I wish, to target your chief auditor under false pretenses for the 4th time in 3 months. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
We have Mary Furtick and Nakia G.
I don't see Mary.
Good morning. My name is Nakia Goldborn. I am part of the internal audit group. The internal auditors sent a letter to the board, and they asked me to read some excerpts from it, just to put it on public record. Basically, the letter says, we are writing in response to the letter submitted regarding concerns within the audit department. We want to clarify that we were neither consulted nor asked to contribute to the anonymous letter and do not share the views expressed within it. We believe that it is essential for the board to know that not all staff share the concerns outlined in the matter. In our opinion, the department has maintained its ability to fulfill responsibilities effectively. Even during this period of change, we remain committed to supporting the mission of the auditing department and to continue the work providing reliable, independent reporting to the district. We have no objection to the climate survey. However, the concerns presented in the item B1 at today's school board meeting are not representative of the entire audit staff, and it was signed by about 20 members of the audit department, a few of which are here today just to support this letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speakers?
No registered speakers.
Oh, Mary Furtick is here.
Sorry, I just raced in. You guys are doing great on the parking lot. It's totally full. So I just wanted to come, Mary Furtick. I'm a longtime audit committee member, and I'm the current chair. And I read this letter, and I'm wondering why this item is here. A 4-paragraph letter that's anonymous that could have been written by anybody. And you all are moving ahead or considering moving ahead to do a study of this department. If you do that on a rotating basis of all departments, fine. But if you respond to every anonymous letter, you have no idea who wrote that letter. It could have been somebody who was disgruntled because of the results of an audit. It could have been anybody. And the complaint that Mr. Rhodes follows the rules, he's an auditor. So I would encourage you to take whatever funds you're going to spend on this and apply those funds to programs that you're losing, such as programs from the Title II grant. And I think this is the 3rd or 4th time in recent months that I have been here because of the same issue with the audit department. I would really respectfully request that you all move ahead, let the audit department move ahead and do what they do. I believe that their work is critically important to the success of this organization because they do point things out that can be done better. And sometimes people don't like that. And I don't know who wrote this letter. And I just hope that you all will, maybe what you need to do is have a policy that if someone wants to make a complaint, they put their name to it, or they go to HR, or they do something else before you take an extraordinary step of taking an anonymous letter and raising it to this level. So I don't know what else I can say. I ask you to not support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member discussion, Mrs. Bowman. It's Dr. Holness's item. Sorry, you can go first. I was just going in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want, for the record, and this was, there were some questions presented to legal counsel to ensure that this item is an item that a board member could bring forth. And I'll just, for the record, briefly summarize my questions to legal counsel. Are there any legal concerns with the B1 item scheduled for September 16, 2025? Response from legal counsel. The question is answered in the negative. There are no legal concerns with agenda item B1 as it presently appears on the agenda for the September 16 regular school board meeting. Second question. As a school board member, do I have the right to bring forward a B item to address concerns related to the school district or its departments? Legal counsel, department answer. This question is answered in the affirmative, but with some constraints under section 1001.49 and 1001.51 Florida statutes. Third question. Does any part of the B item conflict with existing school board policy or state statute? Legal answer. This question is answered in the negative. There are no legal concerns with agenda item B1 as it presently appears on the agenda. With that in mind, this item is asking for an independent climate survey of the audit department, and this is based on a concern, which is an anonymous letter that we receive that expressed concerns about the current state of the audit department, that also cited the resignation of two key staff members, property and inventory manager Gabriel Carver-Jal and assistant director Ali Arcis. It also expressed concerns about absence of interim leadership appointments. It also expressed concerns about the chief auditor's decision-making process and the overall stability of the department. Now, I believe these concerns are serious enough that it warrants further examination. The issues suggest potential challenges as it relates to leadership, staff morale, and the department's ability to fulfill its responsibilities effectively. Now, I believe it would be irresponsible of this board if we don't respond to a concern that I consider substantive in scope. And yes, we do get a lot of concerns. We do get a lot of anonymous emails and so on and so forth. And we respond accordingly. In this particular case, if it is of a significant scope, to which I believe this is from my own opinion, then I believe that we need to take action to determine if there is any legitimacy to the concerns. I've heard individuals mention that we could resolve this without having it publicly discussed. In my opinion, we couldn't, because I can't call each board member to say, what do you think? Because that's a sunshine violation. Secondly, I believe full transparency is important for the public. That's why we are elected. So this is not an attack on the chief auditor. It's not targeting the chief auditor. Everything that I've done on this board, I try to do with integrity and to provide full transparency to the public that elected me to serve them. So regarding, there was a mention of the termination item for the chief auditor in the past. I was one of the board members who did not support that. I voted no. So this is not anything pertaining to the chief auditor. This is about our responsibility to ensure that if there is a concern of substantive scope, then we should investigate, or we should take action rather. So please note that this is not about the chief auditor specifically. Any public inquiry that any of us consider substantive in scope of concern should be discussed as a board. In addition to that, each board member, in addition to that, this may not be comfortable, but the integrity of our system is important. Full transparency is important, and acting responsibly as a board is also essential. I don't want us to end up in a situation we talk about, and I've heard it over and over, grand jury, that we have a concern of a significant scope and we did nothing. So those who believe Mr. Rhodes or the chief auditor is being targeted, you are absolutely wrong. And I would have taken the same action if it was Dr. Hepburn or if it was Ms. Batista, if I considered the concern to be significant in scope. So my role is a public servant, and I'm elected to carry out the business of the school district as it relates to my scope of responsibility, which includes evaluating the chief auditor, the superintendent, and legal counsel, in addition to approving the budget and setting policies. I am just carrying out the role that I'm elected to serve by the public, and I think it's responsible for this board to proceed to take some kind of action to the significant scope of this concern that we receive. Now, at the end of the day, I brought it to the board. If the board says no, then we collectively own that decision. If the board votes yes, then it simply implies that we conduct a climate survey to see if there's any credibility to this. There could be no credibility to it. We don't know. But if we do it, then we'll find the answer to it, possibly. And that's what this is about. It's not about Mr. Rhodes or anyone specifically. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. So I have concerns about relying on an anonymous letter. I think that opens up the door for anybody to have a similar issue that's facing the audit department right now. And I appreciate that the auditors wrote this letter in support so that we have some different perspectives of what's happening in the department. One of the questions that I have is, what is the cost to do this climate study? Do you know what the cost would be to the district?
Dr. Fulton.
My question would be to Dr. Holness, what is the scope that you're looking at?
Well, it's a climate survey of the entire audit department in terms of the concerns that are addressed. And the concerns addressed here has to do with the stability of the department, the morale of the staff, and so on and so forth. So conducting a climate survey would involve the employees within the audit department.
So I would, just to kind of understand it, you want to send a survey to the employees in the auditing department, collect those results.
Okay, so the intent is to determine if there's any credibility to the concerns. How the survey is developed, I believe that would more be based on the entities to which we enlist to conduct the survey. But the goal of the survey is to ascertain if there's any credibility to what is being, to the concerns that are expressed in here. As far as how the survey is designed and what's included in the survey, that would be on the entity that does the survey. But the goal is that it addresses the concerns that were raised by this anonymous letter. And like I said before, we don't respond like this to any anonymous letter. I just believe this one is of the significant scope that it warrants some kind of a response or action to determine if there's any credibility to it. And if there isn't, great. And if there is, let's just say it comes back and say there were some issues with employee morale. Then this is not about saying the chief auditor should stay or leave. This is about saying, well, chief auditor, there's some concerns with morale. How can we create an action plan to fix that? So this is about making our system better. And that's what we should all do.
Mr. Rhodes.
I can wait until Ms. Bowman has completed her comments because my response was to something she said.
Okay, so I think the question is,
so
what
we know,
is the
so do we know the
cost?
cost? I mean, I think that that's a significant factor in how we're deciding this. You know, I'm a little torn because I don't agree with relying on anonymous letters because anyone can write anything in that regard. I do think that, and I've talked to Mr. Rhodes about this. I think, you know, I talked to him after we received this letter and the item was posted. There seems to be very reasonable explanations of why some people left, as they do. It's a huge organization. People find other jobs or have personal issues that lead them to have to leave an organization. Because of what has happened over the past few months, where I feel that the auditor has been the target of some of these complaints, I'd like to know what the cost is, but I don't necessarily disagree with potentially doing this just so that we can put this issue to rest. I actually think it might be better for Mr. Rhodes if we do it, and then, you know, the finding is positive, and then he's done with it, and we can stop talking about it. So that's my opinion. I'd like to know what the cost would be, though, because I think that is a major factor.
So, a quick question on that, because we've had a variety of discussions. So, the Council of Greater City Schools, did I say it right this time? I always say it wrong. Yeah, I always mess it up. What I understand is that they could possibly do this survey at no cost. Is that correct?
You have to reach out to them.
So that there is a possibility that that's at no cost, but I think we'd have to agree whether we wanted to do it, and then as a board, request it from them. Oh, Mr. Rhodes.
Yeah. I apologize if I misunderstood what Ms. Bowman said, but I think what she had said was that she was glad that I brought forward the letter that was presented to you today. I want this board to know that I didn't instruct, direct, influence any of the activity that led to this letter being written and signed by the staff. That was done by staff alone. Today is the first time that I've seen this letter. In my opinion,
It was in our agenda packet.
the survey's been done. I didn't believe that this letter had value when I saw it the first time. I don't believe that it does today, and I believe that my staff has spoken without any influence or instruction or direction by me. I just wanted to make sure that that was understood, because this was an organic matter that happened within my office, and I have to say, I'm very happy and I'm very proud of my staff for being courageous enough to do this. And that's all I have to say about that.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Severe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to start off with a question. Mr. Rhodes, do you want this initial evaluation to be done or investigation?
It's not that I don't want it to be done. I think it's unnecessary, and I don't believe in the value of an anonymous letter. I do believe that there have been times where anonymous letters have led to information that has revealed information that was important. But from the perspective of what I read in this letter, and knowing and agreeing with my staff that there is not anywhere near a consensus within my office that the information contained in it is true, I wouldn't. I serve at the pleasure of this board. So if the board decides that they want to have this survey, my doors are open, and I'm glad to participate and cooperate in any way. But to answer your question, no.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm looking at this letter, specifically the third paragraph beginning with staff has observed. And I'll actually read the quote. It says, and I quote, staff have observed that the chief auditor appears unable and unwilling to make critical operational decisions without deferring to HR or referencing the Yellow Book. This has heightened concerns about the lack of leadership and direction, particularly in light of the assistant director's impending departure. I've got a couple thoughts and comments on that. First and foremost, I see nothing wrong with consulting with HR in certain decisions that any business makes to make sure it's by the book. Just like most of us sitting up here on the dais will consult with general counsel when we have questions and concerns about things that we need to know the legal ramifications for. In addition, referencing the Yellow Book. The Yellow Book, on my understanding, is the generally accepted government auditing standards, also known as the Yellow Book, which provides the preeminent standards for government auditing. Wouldn't we encourage our chief auditor to constantly reference the Yellow Book and make sure that he's complying with all the standards within the Yellow Book? I certainly, listen, I'm not an auditing guy, I'm not a finance guy, I don't pretend to be one. But if there is some type of governmental regulation standards booklet, okay, that the federal government puts out that is generally accepted, understood, practice, and principles, I would want my auditing and my financing department to be referring and make sure they're having compliance with the quote unquote Yellow Book. So I'm looking at sort of the meat of this, and I'm wondering what the specific issue is. Now, I know that there's these sort of blanket allegations that, you know, we question his leadership and we question his direction. How does the proposed investigation or the proposed review by this council that we're talking about, how is that really going to be able to find, based on these allegations, whether or not they agree with Rhodes' leadership? I mean, everybody has different leadership styles. Everybody has different directional styles. Some people are more laid back. Some people have a team approach. Some people like to be, you know, take more of a dictator role. This is how it's going to be. I'm the boss. This is what I say, right? And I'm not suggesting that's what Rhodes does. But we're asking an independent company to come out and look at, quote unquote, his leadership and direction. How do you find that? How do you judge that? How do you determine that? When I first saw that, I was a little struck. I would feel a lot more comfortable making a recommendation like this if this anonymous complaint, which I mirror Ms. Bowman's views and stances on anonymous complaints. I think this opens the floodgates. I think if there's going to be an issue, put your name on it and file it. There's various whistleblowers acts and protections in the state and federally that will protect you in the workplace if you want to lodge a legitimate complaint. But be that as it may, I don't know what we're expecting this third-party company to do. I mean, are they going to come in and say that Rhodes stinks as a leader? Is that really what they're going to say? If I had line items say, he didn't do A, B, C, D, and F correctly, that we can do a substantive review on to make sure A, B, C, D, and F were done properly, I would get it. But just saying somebody sucks as a leader, I mean, to me, I don't know how any outside independent evaluation is going to come back and say, yes, we agree, this guy's not a good leader. That being said, Madam Chair, is there any other additional financial downside to doing this than what we've already discussed?
I don't believe so.
I yield my remaining 32 seconds.
Thanks so much, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much. For better or for worse, I come out of a field that does climate surveys a lot. To Mr. Severa's points, the questions are well tested, and they're designed to allow the organization, the recipient of these climate surveys, to take action when it's done. How satisfied are you with your current role and responsibility? How safe and comfortable do you feel in your current work environment? Are you proud of your organization? I could read you the list, but a simple Google search will show you some really penetrating questions about organizations. And in my industry, where I've worked for a while, these are not punitive. They're insights. They're ways to find out. Like, I would like to know if people who work at Broward County Public Schools are proud of the work that they do. Are they proud of the work that the board does and the way that we do it? I would use that information to potentially prepare better, potentially bring more or fewer items, maybe have meetings that are less than 27 hours, right? I mean, these are all feedback we get, but these instruments allow us to get it in an unbiased way. Why is that important? Well, there's two things we've talked about today that are not unbiased sources of information. One is an anonymous letter. And by the way, there are no whistleblower protections for an employee of a government agency to say that their boss is incompetent. And what do you think happens when you have no whistleblower protection and you've gone public and said, hey, I have some problems with my boss? It's not a good outcome, right? The second source of biased information is to ask people to sign a letter in front of other people. So I appreciate the staff letter. I want to take it at face value, but nobody in their right mind would take that as unbiased information. Here, Ms. Leonardi, would you sign this letter while I watch you sign it? Dr. Hepburn, would you sign this letter while I watch you sign it? That's not the way you find out how people feel about things. You let them vote, as we do in elections, privately. And you can shake your head all you want, ma'am, but that is a fact. When you do something publicly, you are preparing information that you know other people are going to see. And if you want to know how people feel about it, you give them privacy so that they can report how they feel. That is a fact. That is how science works. That's how surveys work. So we're in a funny place. We have an anonymous letter and then we have a publicly signed document, both biased as hell. So what do? I like climate surveys, not because of my opinion of the work being done by the audit staff, but because I think it's a way to gain insights to find out whether it's a school board or a senior staff or a group of teachers that are doing something, to find out what people think about what they're doing together. And it asks penetrating questions which are designed to allow the team to take actions when they're done. I'm your rep to the Council of Great City Schools. I've watched them talk about how they do climate surveys. It does follow best practices. They do it for member districts. Remember, we pay to be a member of that. They do it for free. To me, I just think that's some of the critical information that we have to think about as we're deciding whether to go forward with this or not. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go next to Mrs. Al-Hadaf for the order. I just want to give some context to this. So I walked into the office one day, and there was a letter on the floor when I walked in. It was the anonymous letter. It wasn't sent to all board members. It was just sitting on the floor. Someone slid it under the door. And being the chair, I asked my assistant, or my partner, not really assistant, but anyway, to make a copy because I thought it was fair for everyone to see it. I did then reach out to Mr. Rhodes and ask him to explain some of the things that were in the letter. So I think it was important to read it, to understand that there were concerns from someone who didn't feel comfortable giving their name. And I thought it was important as a board member to ask Mr. Rhodes to let him know that there were some concerns, and if I wasn't satisfied with the answer that he gave or it sounded fishy, then there would be further conversations. But he was able to explain how some of these things worked, and to be fair, some people in the department are very nervous about staying in the department because of the board and the action that the board is doing, and that they feel that their job is not safe, not so much because of Mr. Rhodes, but the fact that their department feels he's the leader of their department, and they feel like their department is being ambushed all the time, and it's very hard to work in those conditions. So I appreciate the letter for everyone supporting him with your name on it, because that is important as well. We do get lots of anonymous letters. We get them often, and again, when something comes anonymous, I try to reach out to whoever is the letter is about to say what's going on, and what can we do? Is this true? What do you feel? Why are they writing this? So I think communication is really important here. I don't know that happened with everyone when they read the letter and reached out to Mr. Rhodes. So I wish that we had better communication for our direct reports, because if something came along those lines about Ms. Batista or Dr. Hepburn, I feel like we wouldn't think twice about reaching out and saying, hey, what the heck? What's going on with this department? So I appreciate the sentiment of the item, but I also feel like the second letter gave us the answer to what's happening in that department. And I think that just as board members, we can also reach out to some of the employees and see how they feel. I just don't want the department to continue feeling like they're being ambushed. And for that reason, I won't support this item. Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So, just because you can bring an item, it doesn't mean you should bring an item. To me, I see this as a direct attack to Mr. Rhodes, our chief auditor. And we evaluate Mr. Rhodes. If you had an issue or something, you put it in the evaluation. And then as a board, we can talk about all the evaluations. So it's upsetting to me that we're wasting our time on this. I believe that this item, with saying that there's no financial impact to the district, but the Council of Greater City Schools could possibly have done this survey. This is incomplete. And I apologize to you, Mr. Rhodes, that this is even being brought up and discussed today. You don't deserve this. And the people in the department don't deserve this. How many people are in the audit department, Mr. Rhodes?
Approximately 30 when all positions are filled.
So 20 out of the 30 people in this department signed this letter that, in response to the anonymous letter. We cannot keep focusing on one person that communicates a message of some sort. We have so many important issues to focus on, and this is not one of them. And I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you, Ms. Alhadeff, for that. I think sometimes we get caught up in forgetting that we're humans, and being humane to each other is really important. From somebody who's been on the receiving end of malicious or unkind things while you're trying to do your job, let me tell you, it's not pretty. It's not something that you want to go through. And the people that did that to me held a press conference right outside KCW when I was chair during 2018 year, during Douglas, when I had my job was to keep things steady and moving forward, but yet I had to go and crash, true story, up on the podium outside, which was our podium from this school board, for people to say malicious things that were not true. Granted, those people came in person, so I knew exactly who that was, and that's their right. I mean, that is why we live in America, not for the good or the bad, it's for the freedom of being an American. And I think once we stop that, once we stop believing that people are innocent until proven guilty, we all lose. I will not be supporting this item because of the fact we have a process in place and we've gone through the evaluations, and I wholeheartedly am sorry, Mr. Rhodes. You're a stand-up person, you're doing your job. I also commend those people who did sign their names, and I don't believe you were standing over them to say, sign this for me, at all. And I just want to say that's, you know, it's hard to undo what was said or what was written, and it makes its way out into that world. It's hard to fight back. So I wholeheartedly appreciate you, and I hope that you're with us many, many years to come. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make my comments quick. I think to my colleague, you have every right to bring up an item. I think it's an interesting idea, and I don't think you did it with any malicious intent. With that being said, I I don't think at this time it's needed. I talked to Mr. Rhodes after the letter was going about and the item got placed and kind of understood some background. I also commend the staff for coming and writing the letter and also coming before us. I know we can be an intimidating bunch, so I really appreciate that time. And at this point, I would like to call the question.
All those in favor of calling the question say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Motion carries 7-2. All those in favor of the items say aye. All those opposed to the items say no.
No.
Aye.
You want to do roll call?
It's not needed. One vote.
Roll call on the item. School board members: Bowman,
No.
Severo, Hickson,
No.
Holness,
Yes.
Leonardi,
No.
Rupert,
No.
Thompson, Zeman,
No.
Alhadeff.
No.
Failed 1-8.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to public speaking, but real quick, because we called the item. Dr. Lozano, can you tell us, in the upcoming evaluation for Mr. Rhodes, in the conversation that we had in the workshop, wasn't there a survey put in for the evaluation for the next evaluation? Can you?
Let me follow up with Heather Parente.
Okay.
And I'll get you that answer.
Oh, Heather's right. Miss Parente's right there.
Heather Parente, Director of Professional Practices. Right now, Mr. Rhodes is drafting his annual objectives for your review. So if that's something you'd like included, certainly he will take note of that, and the draft should be sent to you sometime next week for your feedback.
Okay, thank you, because I thought that was brought up in the workshop that we had, so thank you. Yes. Okay, so we will move on. This is the time of the agenda where we have split the general public speakers and speakers to incorporate a morning session. Each registered speaker is reminded to present their agenda comments in accordance with policy 1020. Our first public speaker is Bernadette Hughes.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good morning, Superintendent Hepburn and members of the school board. On behalf of the City of Coconut Creek, I would like to express our deep appreciation to the board for the partnership that made the Lions Creek Middle School traffic flip a reality in time for the new school year. Traffic at Lions Creek has been a pressing concern for more than a decade. It has impacted not only the school, but also the safety of students and staff, emergency access, and the daily lives of those in the surrounding neighborhoods. In April, this board took the bold step and approved a circulation plan, a turning point towards a permanent solution. However, over the summer, it became clear that the construction would not be ready by the first day of school. So the city proposed an outside-of-the-box solution to Superintendent Hepburn, and he and his staff were very amenable to it. With the superintendent's support, a temporary flip was approved. I have to tell you, the work was completed in approximately 3 weeks. It was remarkable, and it included the city's demolition, asphalt, and sidewalk work, the district's parking and fencing modifications, the school's preparation and outreach to all the parents and teachers, and the city's police traffic unit managing the area. Together, these efforts showed what true partnership can achieve. There are still challenges ahead. We're working with the county to get a traffic signal right turn lane at Lyons and Johnson Roads, but overall the results were immediate, the benefits clear, and this temporary solution will serve until permanent construction is completed next year. Now, I would like to thank Superintendent Hepburn for his leadership and also School Board Member Nora Rupert, whose advocacy and commitment were instrumental in moving this project forward. We're also grateful to many of your staff members who helped with this project. Again, 3 weeks. It was incredible. So I'd like to really quick run down a couple of names, Mark, in no particular order. Mark Dorset, Allison Witashinsky, I think I pronounced that right, John
Nice.
Sullivan, Wanda Paul, Dr. Jermaine Fleming, Todd LaPace, Principal Iddy, of course, Simone Clowers, Perla Taru Ayala, Brandon Pittman, Harvey Jacques, Richard Newell, Nathan Sade, Michael Gregory, and Daniel Batan, who's going to be overseeing the permanent construction over the next year. Their dedication made it possible to deliver on a promise to our community and to our students to provide safer, more efficient traffic circulation at Lions Creek Middle School. So we thank you for your collaboration and your commitment. This was a monumental achievement in an incredibly short period of time and a powerful example of what we can achieve together. And if I may, really quick, on the very first day of school, one of our police officers who's been overseeing the traffic there for years sent me this text message that morning. "You're not going to believe this!" exclamation point. "The traffic on Lyons Road is completely done. We're done with waving them through. I promise you, in my 7 years as a school resource officer supervisor, the first day of school always took until 10:15 to 10:30 every single time. It's 9:30. So that's incredible, and we really just want to say thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for sharing the great news. Next is Sandy Welch.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hepburn, Chair, and the board. So I had prepared notes, but after who wants to follow Bernadette Hughes? I mean, she has an attention to detail and a style of getting it done. And through the partnership, I cannot stress that enough. And that's why I wanted to come publicly and thank each and every one of you. If you weren't involved, you were, because you're a body that promotes this kind of collaboration and assistance to make our city and the students and the staff and the principal their job even better, to do what they need to do for the safety of those children so they can get them in the schools and educate them. And we just really, really thank you. So it does work in partnership, and we're here to be one of those partners as well. So thank you again.
Thank you, and thank you for coming out to say great things. Next is Colleen LaPlante.
Good morning. Good morning, Superintendent, Madam Chair, and school board members. Thank you very much for having me. Again, Bernadette pretty much covered everything, but I am a resident right there at the school. And on behalf of my neighbors, the people I see in the gym, the people I see walking, I just wanted to say thank you much for your dedication, compassion, and commitment to moving forward with the Lions Creek switch. Superintendent Hepburn, you mentioned in April meeting that this can happen, and it sure did. We really appreciate it. Because of your leadership, our amazing school board member, Nora Rupert, staff, Principal Edie, and her staff in the city of Coconut Creek to complete this challenging project has been nothing more than rewarding, safer for our children, our families, and the Coconut Creek Police Department included. Additionally, I'd like to note again, too, that it's been brought to my attention that this process, which usually took an hour, now is 30 minutes. I do go by there every day, I must tell you, on my bike. No problem riding my bike. It's a pleasure. So even the people that I know that drop off, they said it's a breeze. So on behalf, again, of my neighbors in Sunrise Estates and the surrounding neighborhoods, we truly thank you very, very much.
Thank you. And again, thank you for coming down today to say good things. We really appreciate that. Belinda Leon.
Uh-oh. You jinxed it, guys.
Good morning, Madam Chair, school board members, and Superintendent Dr. Hepburn. I'm here today as the new Executive Director for Women of Tomorrow Mentor and Scholarship Program. I also want to start the school year off by thanking everyone up there for your continued support of our program, which helps young women at risk to graduate high school and continue their education or figure out what career they want to follow. I also want to give a special thanks to Mr. Tom Albano, District Coordinator for School Culture and Student Support. He's always there to answer our questions about policy, procedure, or just lend a hand to help us out. He and his team joined us at our graduation luncheon a few months ago. It was quite a treat to have him there. Women of Tomorrow has been providing mentorship and scholarships to students since 1997. And last year, we served about 2,700 mentees in 119 schools with over 200 mentors. But specifically for Broward, it was 739 mentees in 65 schools. I'm sorry, 34 schools, 65 mentors, and we're working very hard to increase those numbers for this year. For the young ladies who go through our program, we have been able to achieve a 99% high school graduation rate. I want to get it to 100. But 94% of our mentees also had firm plans to enroll in higher education. And at this last graduation luncheon, Broward alone, $111,000 worth of scholarship went to Broward students, which beat Miami-Dade, just in case you're wondering. 97% of our mentees reported that Women of Tomorrow inspired, motivated, and empowered them, and 98% reported that they were proud to be considered Women of Tomorrow. So this year, we're going to continue to recruit top quality mentors. We have all types of activities planned. We're going to visit every single college and university in South Florida, and we have different activities planned so that they can explore careers in law enforcement, in STEM, in finance, just to name a few. There's so many more that are going on. I thank you all again, and I truly hope that some of you can join us at our graduation luncheon on April 30th, where we will continue to celebrate the great achievements of these young women in Broward County. And I hope we all have a wonderful school year. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your partnership as well.
Hey, Mr. Chair, before you go on, just as a quick point, would it be useful for this board to think about recommending mentors to this program? Like as we're out talking to people and people walk up after events and things like that and say, how can I help? Is this the kind of program that we might be vectoring people to?
Dr. Hepburn, I'm not sure if there's a process they have to go through.
Yeah, we'll have to follow up with you on that one. I'm not sure for the speakers program, but we have several programs out there, so we can provide a follow-up about all of our mentor programs and then how they acquire mentors or seek out mentors to support students.
I'd love that list, but those results are amazing.
Yep, absolutely.
Those are not randomly drawn kids. Those are kids that needed help and got into that program, and huge scholarship, huge graduation rates.
Thank you. Next is Mayor Tim Longerin from the City of Oakland Park.
Good morning, Board Chair Hickson, board members, Superintendent Hepburn, and team. My name is Tim Lonergan, serving as mayor of the City of Oakland Park. Thank you for all you do for the kids and our communities every day and for the opportunity to speak today. There are a lot of reasons we appreciate you and your leadership, and we know your job is not easy. I sent you all an email last night regarding the subject of the mitigation school agreements. As you know, Oakland Park, there are parts of Oakland Park that are subject to a mitigation school agreement signed several decades ago. These fees often inhibit, if not obstruct, development. The largest of these areas is also a QCT, a federal designation for qualified census tract, where 50% of the households earn less than 60% of the AMI, which is under $60,000. These areas urgently need economic support. There was also a newly enacted Florida statute related to the impact fees effective October 1st. That's 163.31.80 concurrency. There appears to be a disagreement between the cities and Mr. Gabriel, the school board counsel, regarding the applicability of the new statute to the mitigation agreements. Time will be needed to determine whether a meeting of the minds can be reached. In the meantime, projects in Oakland Park are ready to move forward. One example is Orange Grove, a property in Oakland Park whose owner has appealed directly to you for relief to proceed with his project. This is only one of several pending developments in Oakland Park alone. Obstructing development serves no one's interests, the school boards, the cities, the property owners, or the county. It results in lost ad valorem tax revenue and prevents the needed growth. Respectfully, I ask you to direct staff to suspend the application of the mitigation agreement provisions while the task force discussions continue or until the attorneys resolve the legal questions. Eliminating the mitigation school agreements will help move development forward. It increases it'll increase the ad valorem taxes, which will help the school board. In addition, it'll help create housing, which will help bring more students to the Broward County schools. I thank you very much for the time today and appreciate everything you do.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good morning again, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I'm a lefty. I really don't like being crowded on my left side, so I'll be over here. So let's see. Last time we were here, Ms. Bullman asked why the Volunteer Protection Act was relevant to the discussion, and I'll get to that in a second. My first thing is, can BTU please send Dr. Zeman some flip-flops, because I think we need them again. It's old joke. Granicus, there's a funny story behind why I'm not on your list. Just really briefly. Apparently, you can sign up to speak electronically, but then staff has to manually make a list in a Word document, which is how I got left off the list. So not being a normal person, I said, well, how can that happen? I'm signing up electronically. Don't we have everything we need for Granicus? So it's all automated? The answer is no. And I went and pulled the contract, and it looks like we're doing Granicus on the cheap, much like we do Maximo on the cheap. Let's see, what else is there? Oh, Focus, Ariba, you name it, we're doing it on the cheap. Which is why I asked in the previous item, and thank you all for not going along with B1, but I would still like to see the Council of Great City Schools, because they did the first review of PPO and had recommendations, and the district had a 3-year plan that we don't know the status of, to have them review it again. But also, this meeting would be the first meeting where your superintendent would be responsible for that follow-up log, Madam Chair. So I'll be doing a public records request about 25 hours after this meeting to ensure that there is such a log. Using AI, because AI shouldn't just be for kids. So why is the Volunteer Protection Act significant? Because basically, the district, because nobody's brought a B item, Debbie Espinosa did not do an anonymous letter. She sent 100 very non-anonymous pages to the entire school board, and nobody brought a B item. What she got was a memo from your general counsel that addressed only one thing in her complaint, which is that the 180 days had passed. And then because I was the person selected to speak on it, I got targeted. But the district allowed staff to target a volunteer, yours truly, for something prohibited by law, meaning a defamation claim, when the statements were not only done within the scope of responsibility, but were true. And so the same district that would have to mount a defense on my behalf allowed staff to do something prohibited by law. And that is on your own general counsel's letterhead, which makes her incompetent at best. Thank you.
Next, we will have the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a busy few weeks as usual, and at this time I'm going to actually ask Beacon to go straight to the video. Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes the report.
Thank you. And if you could just give us the follow-up about the attendance that we had at the workshop last week.
Yes, absolutely. Dr. Fulton.
Thank you. We had a follow-up regarding where does Broward rank in terms of the other 67 districts in attendance. We were able to pull that information from the Florida Department of Education. They do have a public-facing website that gives information in 2 reporting categories. One of them was chronic absenteeism, and just as a reminder, that is students absent 10% or more days, and that is equal to 18 days, and that includes excused and unexcused absences. Broward ranks 29 out of the 67 school districts, with students being absent 10 or more school days, and also an average daily attendance, and that is the average number of students who are attending school each day. Broward ranks 45 out of the 67 school district with an average of 90.7% daily attendance rate. So while not good, we definitely have a lot of room for improvement. We received a lot of feedback from our workshop last week, and we have already started to turnkey some of the suggestions to ensure our students are in school every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have updates from, first is from Broward Education Foundation.
Good morning, everybody. James Knapp, President and CEO, Broward Education Foundation. Always a pleasure to be here. Just a few things to share. One of them being I can now publicly acknowledge our hard work and effort that went in with BCPS grants team to secure the $1.1 million for post-secondary success with the Helios Foundation. So that'll be a $1.1 million grant that the school district will be able to utilize over 37 months. So that'll be an amazing opportunity for us here at the school district to continue that piece and process going forward. So also another thing that we're able to do in alignment with the school district is recently we just received a little bit more over $8,000 to go towards STEM education initiatives for BCPS. I was working with our grants team here at the school district, and then I wanted to say thank you to everybody who came out and supported the Golf Classic that we just recently had, that was able to raise some dollars to go back into supporting our students and just letting everybody know. I know, it's not as important, but I know that it's a very visible piece, and it's extremely important to us because it allows us to honor some of the most amazing individuals who've ever come through Broward County Public Schools. But our Hall of Fame event is going to be held December 10th, and just would love to make sure that everybody knows that, and we welcome any opportunity to have any partners who want to join in that effort to continue to give back to some of the most amazing people who have done stuff here for Broward County Public Schools. So just wanted to say thank you to everybody. Oh, and we are working as well with some of the beautification pieces, and we're doing a few different things with some of our partners to assist in the beautification efforts. So if there's ever any thought, ideas, and plans that you guys might have, or anybody else within the community, please reach out. We'd love to partner up. Thank you.
Wouldn't you like to also give a plug for your run?
Yes, so I would, but I haven't. Let me find do you know the exact date, Debbie?
I think it's October 24th.
October 20, that's how many things. So we have our 5K run that we are now doing annually. That's an amazing event. It's right there on Hollywood Beach. It's if you haven't ever been to it, it's an amazing morning. You get to show up and you get to be around a little bit more than 300 of your closest friends to go run. I say run a 5K. Everybody who knows me, I'm not running it, so that's not happening. I'm going to walk. I bought a car for a reason, so I don't have to run anywhere. But it is a really, really good time, and it's an opportunity to kind of spend some time outside of the office and with the community and a lot of our different partners. But thank you for that reminder.
Thank you. Thank you for
guys.
the report.
Thank you, everybody.
Next is the Broward County Council PTAS, and they sent a report to us. I just wanted to let everyone know there is an annual training for the PTAs by Broward County Council PTA, which is scheduled for September 20th at 9 a.m. at Seminole Middle School, and they invite everyone to stop by and meet the local PTAs. Next is employee union groups, BTU.
Morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Superintendent, and board members. This is Dan Reynolds. I'm the president of the Federation of Public Employees. We represent all of your non-instructional employees who keep the machine running on a daily basis. I just wanted to say we entered negotiations this year early with a joint agreement that we would try to get a contract out in a timely fashion, unlike years in the past where we have unfortunately started negotiations for the year behind us. We were waylaid by a wall of incompetence from the state legislature. They couldn't get the one job they're required to do by law is present a budget. And that should have been done the end of April. Instead, it didn't get done until the beginning of July. And then we got hit with a report from the Federal Department of Education that they were going to withdraw $300 billion in funding that was already approved for schools across the country. In a rare bipartisan effort, Congress was able to get those funds restored, thank goodness, because that would have meant a $30 million hit in money that was already appropriated before we even got to the bargaining table. So that has been restored. So now we're back on track. We're going back to the table on the 25th to restart negotiations, and even though it's too late to get it done before July 1 of this year, obviously, we do hope to come to an agreement in the face of some really hard challenges with the declining enrollment, with insurance costs, with the legislature seemingly hostile toward public schools these days. I look forward to working with your team to come up with a decent agreement for the year going forward. So thank you for that. And who's next?
Thank you. BTU.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President, with team from Broward Teachers Union, standing here to make a stance and a position, and basically to let you guys all know, disappointed. You passed the budget. 2 people stood strong to not have it done. You don't listen to your employees. You put nothing in there to give raises. You got all this excessive work pounding on our teachers and the support staff, which is also pounding on the principals and the APs that are pounding on them. You got this group sitting here. They can sit here, but when you need them to take care of something, like a student threatening to shoot up a school, and I get ignored. You don't like the way I message it, because I didn't come in and say, oh my gosh, can you guys help, please? There's a kid threatening to shoot up the school. Because you don't like that I come in strong. Because the school's been asking for help. And then you get your people telling you, we didn't know. Well, how don't they know? When kids got threat assessments done on them, and they've been Baker Acted, and there's been a revolving consistency of a severe behavior problem, why do your upper management not know? I like to know why they don't know. And why do you think it's okay and professional to hang up on people or ignore people or yell at people? I yell when you yell. It's the way it goes. There's people up there that have yelled at me. There's people up there that have said choice words to me. People sitting here. I don't go boo-hoo-hoo. Oh, my God, I don't like the message. I stand strong, and I push back, and I say, let's get it done. You got schools that are still not cleaned right because you don't have people coming in that are pro-public schools. You want to outsource everything. Getting ready to outsource our warehouse stuff. You think that's the answer. What part of public education do you not understand? You got a bunch of educators that made this school district an A, and you treat them like they're garbage. You're like this, on the bottom of my shoes. You're beating them up. I keep telling you, you're beating them up. But that's not what we're doing. Who says we're doing that? That's not what I'm about. But it's happening. And then you're worried about my messaging. Don't worry about how I give you the message. Listen to the message. Because every single day when I've got somebody crying or hurt or sick or needs help, and I cry with them, I never once say, figure out your messaging and get back to me. Hello? Read between the lines. I'm not yelling at you. I'm yelling about situations. And I'm sitting here watching you want to take down everything in our school system instead of rising it up. But you want to stand behind a white picket fence. We're an A district, and you forget how you got here. Let's not even talk about the excessive testing. That's all they're doing is testing. That's educating. Alan Zeman, you're worried about 4 early release days because it might take away from their education. Why don't you scream about stop all the excessive testing and let our teachers teach? Why don't you stop worrying about that we have to write objectives on the board like our kids are reading it? Well, then you give me another excuse. Well, the people visiting the classroom have to know what they're teaching. You know how you're going to know what we're teaching? Watch us teach. And we don't need 4 or 5 visits a week in our classrooms. Want to talk about interrupting of instruction time? 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 people walking in. I try to explain that to the board members. Care. Care that people say they're stressed or overworked. Then they've got to work a second job to be able to support their salaries, to be able to support their family, to still come back to work with our precious ones. People want to do this job, but they don't want to get beat up. So I'm asking you, go revisit the budget, find raises for everybody in this district, stop beating up on your principals and APs that got to come in and beat up our teachers and our support staff because they're all walking on eggshells. This is a public school entity, not a damn prison. I am bothered when I reached out to people when there's a severe situation going on at schools. Do you know there's campuses with guns on schools? But don't worry, I'm never going to call you and tell you personally again. I'm going to say it here. Because the world needs to care, so you can care. You have it. I'll just give public speakings.
Thank you. Next, BPAA. I don't see them. I don't see Esna, COPA, PPA. Okay. Thank you. Next, we'll go on to, we have a time certain at 10:30, even though it's a little past that. So can I have a motion and a second on item DD1?
So move.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment on DD1?
We have 1 registered speakers, President Fusco.
Well, I'll piggyback off of what I was saying. We have a threat assessment situation. So the article says. I tell people, don't always believe everything you read in the news. Don't always believe everything you see in the news. But believe what's going on with people that are actually working in the system. I'm not going to stand up here and act like I know every little detail what's going on. But I do know that we do have state mandates, and I tried to explain it to the staff as best as possible, that there's certain ways to have to document. The portal is difficult. And I don't know if any one of you or if every one of you have actually gone into the portal to see what has to be put in there. And then you guys are so quick, if it's not done correctly, because you get a little snap from the state, you want to automatically put a consequence on it instead of having conversations. I believe our admin and our staff are doing as best as they possible to make sure that threat assessments are getting done. Are they getting done correctly? I don't know. I'm not involved in the grit. But you do have a team, I know, that's supposed to be watching it. That's why I know when threat assessments are put in, the team knows what schools it's happening at. So when I'm talking to upper management and they're claiming they don't know what's going on, I believe the principal that they've told upper management that they've done their job. Because when they're asking Broward Teachers Union to get involved and pay attention and be help, that should tell you something. That should say something. We're not looking to be against each other. We're looking to band together for the good of our careers. People want to come and work in Broward County Public Schools. They want to stay and work in Broward County Public Schools, but they want to know that the 9 elected have their backs. Passing a budget with certain things not getting done, wrong. Totally. I don't care what deadlines you had. There's always things that can be moved and taken care of in conversation. Now let's get back to the threat assessments. When people are calling you and telling you that it's of urgency, stop fluffing it and saying, well, there's a process, let it take its course. There's things that take its course, and then there's urgency. Broward Teachers Union is committed to being part of the solution to having safety first all the time. We reiterate to everybody the process on what it's to have locked doors, locked gates, don't prop doors, pay attention, situational awareness, how to use the new panic button, when to use the new panic button. Don't be afraid to use the panic button. Don't be afraid to speak out. See something, say something. We're part of it. But then you get a group of people that we don't want to look like we're this horrible district. We're not a horrible district, but we have 250,000 students. Things are going to happen. And the process is going to happen, but you've got a group of people that are above everything. They need to do a better job and stop pounding on the people in the schools. They're overworked.
Thank
That
you.
ends public speaking.
Thank you. Board member discussion, Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. So, Mr. Rhodes, in regards to this behavioral threat assessment audit, there was 11 high attributes that were ranked, and some of them were based on not completing intake forms, not providing proper documentation, not communicating to parents, the incompleteness of documentation, failed to fill out forms, parents not being notified. So can we speak to why this is happening and how we're going to rectify this moving forward?
Sure. I'm going to hand this over to the manager who provided the oversight and monitoring of this work. Her name is Elena Pritikania. Elena, please.
Hello. Can you please repeat the question as far as what?
Mrs. Alhadaf, can you repeat?
Sure. So we know behavioral threat assessments are extremely important. And what's happening is there's incomplete documentation, parents aren't being notified. So what are we doing to rectify this moving forward, that documentation is being done and parents are communicated to?
Well, we did receive responses from the management regarding these issues, and there are a response from the Behavioral Threat Management Department raised a lot of concerns about the implementation of focus and how the transition was going, and a lot of issues were were due to those transition issues to the new system, and there are functionality in focus that were available in that plan that were not available in focus. And another point, as we did as far as the documentation of student support management plans, the findings are basically on how the schools keep the documentation, because it's been a requirement for a while that they need to upload the documentation into the portal, and we were not able to find that. So the high level of findings for the student support action plans is that we were not able to locate the uploads. We don't know if the documentation is available or not.
Have we moved over to the new state behavioral threat assessment system?
Yep. If I can hop in there, Ms. Alabef, I think part of the question that was asked is more appropriate for myself and staff. So I'll answer some of your questions. But first, I just want to let the board and the public know safety is our top priority. We are the safest district in the nation, no doubt about that, and we won't stop until we are 100% of however safety metrics are measured. So that's our commitment. I do want to talk about some of the past challenges. And I also want to thank the board for bringing this up for discussion, because we certainly have areas for improvement. Thank Dave Rose and his team for completing the audit, just to continue to be another source of information to identify some things that we need to close some gaps on. But as far as the auditor mentioned, some of the challenges are that the school staff over the past 10 years have had to use 4 different systems. We're finally on 2 different systems, 2 years. So over the past 2 years, we've had to use 4 different systems. That's like every 50% of the school year to have to switch over to another system. They are on the new state portal as of late this summer or early fall in August. So that's the system that everybody in the state of Florida will be using moving forward. Our principals and the school staff do conduct BTAs. We conduct way more BTAs than any other school district in the state, 1,500 to be exact, of our large district colleagues, more than anybody else in the state. And so one of the issues that she mentioned is the difficulties in using different systems for over the past 2 years. Many of the compliance documents are hard copies, and the staff do have them. The difficulties were uploading many of those documents. And so, as she mentioned, they're auditing what's supposed to be in the system, and if it's not in the system, it's a finding. But most of those documents we do have, because our principals are great and their staff are great at conducting those BTAs for our students year over year. I do want to mention some of the current solutions to have better controls, especially with this new system that's being implemented right now. And that's with, of course, the BTM team. They do a compliance check. They can talk about that a little bit later for each school-based system and the required documentation. You've heard also the shift in these safety and security emergency planning team, where we have ASMs that are focused on compliance also, and also ASMs that are doing the functions that they were before. The ASM compliance teams are also checking for certain documentation for BTAs, and they get a little bit more deeper with deliverables when it comes to the people who are the team, and are the people on that team actually present on campus, so that we can make sure that the teams are already set up and those people are present on the campus. The other aspect of this, since we've been going through so many iterations of different systems, is training, making sure our school staff is comfortable with the new system so they can get all the information that they need into it. I know Chief Gregory's talked to his BTM team and his safety and security team just to make sure training is a top priority to help us transition better, to get all the documentation in. I do expect, because this is the first and second quarter of last year's audit, I do expect the third and fourth quarter of last year to be the same also, with the same difficulties, because it's the last system versus what we're on right now. One of the things that's important for me, and of course the chief auditor doesn't work for me, and I don't know if he has this capability, but I'll just throw it out. Similar to what we do in the academic space, we want to progress monitor as quick as we can. As soon as we progress monitor or assess a student, we want to look at that data to find and diagnose issues and gaps so we can close them immediately. The data for me is too lagging. It's too late. We are in the first quarter of a new school year, but I'm looking at data from last school year's first and second quarter. So I don't know if there's a possibility of providing additional information through auditing versus in conjunction with our particular data and controls that we're collecting, to do an audit at the end of each quarter or at the end of each semester, and so the staff can have that information so we can react appropriately and compare and contrast the data that we do have to continue to iterate to get to our goal of 100% of perfection when it comes to safety and security.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. So, Mr. Rhodes, is there a way to expedite that?
Well, as we work towards this new state system, some of these processes are going to change yet again. But one of the things that I think that, and again, we're looking backward at how the process looked during quarter 1 and 2 for this report, and upcoming is going to be quarter 3 and 4. One of the best things that we can do moving forward is to ensure that all of these different documents, whether they're electronic or they have to be uploaded, are uploaded timely and available for that review, that assessment, so that there's continuous monitoring and that any problem spots are identified quickly so that we can take the appropriate action to provide either the resources or to step in and to try to avert anything that would be a potentially bad situation. I think to be candid, I think that staff is aware of where their shortcomings are. They're working hard to try to fix those situations. But what happens is that, again, going back to what we've even had to do from an audit perspective because of how quickly this has been changing, there was one state model. We put together an audit program to match that state model. Then the state model changed. We had to develop a new audit program to look at that. So we found that to be painful, and we know that staff has to also be experiencing that same pain with the change. That, however, has to be met with the most critical level of priority so that we can make sure that nothing slips through the crack. We're going to continue to monitor that situation. We're going to continue to report this stuff to the board, and we're going to continue to try and provide documentation that can give management an idea of where they can put more of their resources to correct some of these items that are of the highest risk.
And then I have a question regarding the new system. Is there, when they're filling out the form, if they don't have proper documentation in there, does it not allow them to go to the next step?
Elena?
So the documentation for the student support management plans was to be uploaded into an emergency management suite, which was application used for monthly meetings of the school-based teams, and the BTA department required the school-based teams to upload the documentation together with the monthly meetings. And there is no control whether you uploaded or didn't upload. You just upload it.
I think Ms. Aladef was talking about the brand new system that we're embarking on right now. Chief, I'll turn it over to Chief Gregory and his team, and they can give some details about the current new system we're implementing.
I'd ask Ms. Punzi from the BTM manager to speak to that.
Good morning. The current portal does not allow for completion of an intake form without the necessary documentation entered. So as we work through the portal, the required documentation outlined by state rule is in the portal currently, as it wasn't necessarily in focus. So yes, certain things are specifically addressed in the portal that were not available in focus, such as documenting that the parent received a copy of the SSMP, documenting the parent was notified. All of that is in the portal, and we currently have 1,830 school-based team members actively working in the portal.
And I just want to piggyback on what she said with when you look at documentation in the state portal, it's state requirements, right? Broward sets a higher standard. We require logging a person possession check daily. That documentation we expect schools to maintain with fidelity, and we audit and monitor that with fidelity. So that's a document you won't find in the standard state portal that we then do the workarounds for our system and work with our school leaders, work with our current technology to ensure we provide places for our school leaders to provide that documentation through their BTA monthly meetings. They monitor every student every month and all processes, right? It's one thing with system maturation as we move through these portals and this new one, and we're finally getting to a place of stability in the state of Florida. And this portal is going to be a phenomenal tool across the state of Florida moving forward. But then as we build system maturation, we have to then now work on, as this is brand new incorporating our district processes and our district policies as well into it. And I want to assure this board, through all these changes and all these iterations, there has never not been a fidelity of implementation between our school leaders, our behavioral threat management department, and senior leadership in ensuring we're keeping all our schools and students safe.
Thank you, Dr. Lozano. So it seems at this point, moving forward, the state is providing us with a very strong behavioral threat assessment system where a lot of these forms that were not complete, well, you're not going to be able to get through the form without making sure it's properly documented moving forward. So thank you. Thank you to staff. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn, for continuing to have our staff trained on this. This is extremely important that these BTAs are being done with fidelity, and then the safety plan is also being completed to make sure that we have the safest schools possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowman.
Oh, my questions were answered. Thanks.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions, comments. You kind of hit on a lot of them. A big concern is that we're in September and we're talking about an audit that happened for July through December. So 9 months later for us to give direction on things makes it difficult. So I appreciate what you said to that, Dr. Hepburn, but my question really is, in our threat assessment team, is it possible for you to give a report or update the board in a more timely manner on some of these things that are, and kind of this is a moot point to some extent, as Mrs. Al-Hadef pointed out. It's a whole different system now, so some of these concerns are going to resolve themselves. But moving forward, when there's an issue that is alerted as high for just in general, and some of them I think are bigger issues than others, like action plans and notification of parents, because those are state statutes. Is there a way for you to give us maybe in a monthly or quarterly update, maybe not that it was audited, but just from internally the issues that you're seeing, so we as a board are more aware of that and can maybe brainstorm on ways that we can resolve some of those issues?
Great questions. Let me do this. Let's look at a quarterly timeline, but I do want to get with the chief auditor and also general counsel just to make sure the information that we provide isn't violating the student privacy or needs to be in closed door, but we'll work on that and follow up.
Yeah, because as you mentioned, when and no fault to anyone, just we're talking about this in September, and this is information that happened in July through December of last year. So it's kind of hard to have the discussion when you're saying, oh, but we're not using that anymore. So I'd rather have a more timely discussion. I have three other things. So one of the things that I think is really important, and I guess it will be resolved in the state's updated one, but having someone who knows that student personally, because as we know, there's a gamut of behaviors, and that was put in there for a reason. So my question to that is, in the new state format or state software that we have now, do they sign off electronically? In other words, there's a form, right? And 5 people have to sign off on it. If you're just uploading a form, how does it know who signed it if there's not like a way where they click it electronically?
So,
yep, go ahead.
So currently the portal does not have a signature feature. What it does is timestamp the document with the person's P number that's connected to actually them. So timely notification, that documentation that's captured, the person that speaks to personal knowledge of the student is basically the chair entering the information into the portal, and it has a timestamp and that specific person's P number next to it.
So it's the P number of the person who knows the student.
It's the P number of the chair, but it captures there's a box that you have to identify the person that spoke to personal knowledge specifically. In Focus, it was not readily available at the beginning, and then once it was added, it was a drop-down feature and it was a multi-select. So if the chair that was creating the document didn't select personal knowledge next to the person's name, then they weren't identified as that person.
Okay, so the new software resolves that. Perfect. The other thing that was really troublesome in this report was that 64% of the documentation was not maintained for actions that were supposed to be happening. And this is a huge concern, because what's the point of doing a threat assessment or threat management? I think that's what we call it now. If you're not trying, you make an action plan and then we're providing services. As I try to tell people all the time, threat assessments are not supposed to be punitive. They are to get the students the assistance that they need in order to move forward. So if 64% of these action plans aren't what they're supposed to be, then I have a huge problem with that, because why are we doing the threat assessments?
So I'll start with that, and then Ms. Punzi can follow up. So it's not that those actions weren't taken. You're looking at what the documentation for those actions actually put in the space in the emergency management platform. In prior audits, as the former director, I would sit with each school during the audit. We would look for the documentation. We would ask the school for the documentation, because the important thing to what you're saying, Chair, is that the actions were implemented with fidelity, right? If the school has all the documentation at their school site and they implemented every action, that's more important. While we want it in that space, right? Because it makes it easier for the audit if every school has it in there, but the schools had it. So I just want to reiterate that point of schools were implementing actions with fidelity. We monitor that in the monthly meetings, but as the auditor, when they went into that space, if it wasn't in there, it was an exception. In this audit, which was different from our prior audits, where we met with each school to make sure the documentation was there.
Thank you for that. And to that point, I guess that's where we're sending. So we're ground zero, right? We are supposed to be the beacon of what threat assessments look like. We are supposed to be the most conscientious group of people about threat assessments and taking action for our students. And it's wonderful that you're sitting with the principals and that action's happening, but what the public sees is this audit, and it looks like we are not doing this with fidelity, that we don't care as a board, and we have all of these exceptions, right? And it could be for 100 different reasons. The public doesn't care. At the end of the day, we are supposed to be doing this in a way that lets the public know that this is important to us, and this audit doesn't reflect that. So I appreciate that we now have a new portal that allows some of the things that are just documentation, but just documentation is in some instances how we got where we are today. So it is important for us to make sure that documentation is done with fidelity, and when we have an audit coming up, that because that's all the public can judge us on. They don't know the conversations you're having in a school, but if we have these updates, we can as a board publicly have discussions to let the public know that we are doing them with fidelity, because waiting 9 months later to have a discussion about, well, we changed it 3 times, and those are great explanations, but it still doesn't feel like a good excuse. And my last point or question to the superintendent is, we have a mental health coordinator. It's state mandated. And they're supposed to be following the actions and the action plans and making sure, like it says in here, the idea that they're getting the required logs and referrals that weren't uploaded into the system. So where does the mental health coordinator, where is their role in doing this and following up? And maybe that's the person that helps us to understand that we are, because, it got thrown out to us that there was an emergency, there was a crisis, and it seems like there was no immediate action. And I believe that that's what that mental health coordinator is supposed to be playing a part in once someone's identified as being in crisis. So can you help me understand how that all works together?
Yep.
Ms. Ponce, if you got any information to share how the mental health connects with the BTM team.
So on the district threat management team, we have 2 mental health social workers that sit on our team, and they follow up with the schools to ensure that the social worker referrals are getting entered, to ensure the social workers are addressing the mental health component, and to elaborate with them and collaborate with them to ensure that we're targeting on grief counseling or trauma-focused counseling, or if the student needs to be reevaluated because they're a student with a disability and they may not be, they may be showing additional needs. And then the district threat management team also speaks to schools and provides support when needed. Dr. Vernica Winter does not sit on our team. Jody Washington does, and we collaborate with Jody, Dr. St. Teal, and Marissa Kenny's team on next steps for our struggling students.
So I appreciate that, but I don't think that, so I'm going to ask the superintendent, only because I helped write the law that required the mental health coordinator, and it doesn't sound like we're doing it with the intent of what the law was written as. It is supposed to be one person who is overlooking when a student is identified and has an action plan. That one person for the district is tasked with following that student and making sure that they go to those appointments, and do they need a different referral. That's not what I just heard. So Dr. Hepburn, who is our mental health coordinator as required by state statute?
Ms. Ponce, correct me if I'm wrong, Jody Washington's team is the one that's facilitating all of that process, correct?
Correct, and I'm not sure, to my knowledge, SRA is under a different purview than BTA, so I'm not sure if we're talking to suicide risk assessment or we're talking to threat assessment.
There's a state law that requires one person to be identified as the mental health coordinator for the district, not the ones that go into the school. It is required by law that that person is in charge of, when someone is identified through a behavior threat assessment, they are the one that is ultimately responsible for making sure that the action plan is working.
And there's Dr. Washington just walked in. Go ahead.
Hi, sorry, I heard most of the conversation, so might have to fill in some gaps for me, but Vernica Winter is the district's mental health coordinator.
The one as required by law.
Correct.
Okay, and we just heard that she doesn't coordinate with the threat assessments. So there's a disconnect here, and I think we really need to have a better conversation, because maybe the intent of the law isn't clear, but that person is supposed to be the one who's overseeing action plans for threat assessments that are for students identified through threat assessments, to be sure that they are receiving the services that the action plan has, and if they're not working, to look at different things. And very passionate about this because it is how we got here. It is why my husband is not here and why Lori's daughter is not here, because there was not a way to follow through. So if we are not doing it the way it's supposed to be done, we need to fix that. Thank you. Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that. I have a couple follow-up questions on this. In reviewing the executive summary, as well as the physical report itself, all 86 pages of it, if memory serves correctly, I understand in the executive summary that there are some issues noted in the report about implementing new processes and procedures and practices. And I'm looking at the report itself, all 86 pages of it, and there's exactly one section entitled Recommendations with 2 bullet points. I'm just wondering, for my edification and that of the public as well, what exactly is the plan that we are going to be making changes to or implementing to address a lot of these deficiencies. Is it additional trainings? Because the way I read this is just, the principals are going to review the Florida Model Manual, BTM policy, and BTM training materials, and ensure compliance. Like, I get that there are certain state regulations, certain administrative regulations, and things like that that we need to comply with, but are we actually going to outline some of the things that will actually change to see the needed recommendations be implemented? I mean, what exactly, I guess the chair's gone, so Vice Chair, what exactly is changing here? And what is the plan to address and fix these deficiencies?
Dr. Hepburn.
Thanks, Mr. Vera. Great question. I'll turn it over to Chief Gregory to talk about next steps and how we are iterating this process.
Mike Gregory, Chief Safety Security Officer. Thank you for the question. This weighs heavily on all of us. We know the importance of the issue and the work that's being done. I know that the Behavioral Threat Management Department works closely with the schools. They're on the phone daily with answering questions and addressing concerns that come up. As we looked over the audit and looked over the key findings, they generally fell into a few specific categories. System functionality concerns as they changed from system to system, and certain systems had more functionality or capability than others. Staff inaction, someone didn't do a task that should have been done or documented, and then the lack of sufficient documentation. Generally speaking, those high-level areas of concern fell into those three buckets, and our solutions are going to focus strongly in those areas as well. So we already have the annual refresher that all the team members have to go through in the first 30 days of school. We'll continue our monthly chair meetings to make sure that the chairs understand their role, understand documentation is being required of them, and reviewing any specific incidents that aren't how it's normally encountered, so they can help with those nuanced problem incidents or threats. We'll be doing hot labs on the threat management portal, so that people who have questions on the threat management teams at the schools can actually ask questions of our team, run scenarios by them and the like, and get extra information and suggestions and questions answered about law and or Department of Education rules. Our district threat management team will continue to do site visits and retraining on an as-need basis where we find particular teams that are struggling. We've developed a checklist of the high priority issues and concerns that come out of the audit and come out of our compliance checks, so that we can proactively give those to the school-based threat management teams to look at and make sure that they're implementing these things with fidelity. The high-level checklist of make sure you have these things, whether they be the Department of Education certificates for role-based training, or whether it be the refresher trainings, documentation, all the high-level things that they need to have addressed. There are Canvas courses that are put in place by our district behavioral threat management team as well. And we have created a centralized SharePoint to upload certificates to. So in the event there's a challenge with identifying or finding a certificate on campus, we can go to the SharePoint site and easily pull up the certificates that have been uploaded to the site as well. In addition to that, for this year, we're going to be looking for opportunities to further push this information out district-wide. So we've already started with what we utilize internally in the district for principals and APs called Hot Topics and Happenings in Communications, where we put commonly experienced challenges and what the rule says should be done in these circumstances. We put those out on our Hot Topics and reminders to the principals and APs. We'll be incorporating tabletop exercises with the chairs moving forward this school year. We're going to develop frequently asked questions and put those on our SSEP SharePoint site, so that anytime, whether it's day or night, a school-based threat management team member has a question or a challenge, they can look for an answer on the frequently asked questions section that we're building for our SharePoint site. We currently send non-compliance letters for schools that have a habitual problem, for our charter schools that have habitual problems. We're going to look to incorporate those non-compliance letters to our principals and their supervision moving forward to discuss areas where we need more fidelity on campus at a specific school where there's a pattern of non-compliance. And then they're currently scheduled multiple principal academies by region. We're looking to get space on those principal academy agendas so that the behavioral threat management team can present topics to those principal academies, and as well as be able to receive questions from them directly. So we're creating more engagement, more opportunity with people, with the schools, to get questions answered and to let them have guidance as to how they should be documenting and the time frames, which is what really hurts us a lot of times, is things being done in a timely fashion. Those intake forms have to be done within 24 hours of the chair being made aware of a threat on campus. So if you miss the 24-hour deadline clock, you can never correct that deficiency. It stays that you didn't make it in 24 hours. And there's a timeline that they be closed. There's a timeline that the team has to meet. There's a timeline for submissions. And any of those that are missed on a timeline, they can never be resolved because you can't go back in time. So those are things that will be making a coordinated effort through these multiple modes of communication to emphasize these points going forward for this school year.
Thank you, Chief. I tried to take some notes while you were going through that, and I appreciate you expanding upon all the new engagements and the policy procedures. And my last question, are you confident that the implementation of these new engagements, policy procedures, modes, I think you described them, are going to be enough to address all of the deficiencies that are raised in this audit report?
I'm confident that we've got a team in place that's committed to getting 100%, get this 100% right. And they're going to do everything they can with what we've put forth today and what we'll come up with as we find new challenges in this school year to correct them as quickly and as possible. I'm very confident in that.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. A couple questions and then a recommendation for us. I understand we're in the middle of September of school year 25-26, and these data are from the first half of school year 24-25. I saw these, I think, Chair, when they got briefed out to the audit committee, and that might have been a couple months ago, but when were these data first published publicly?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Rhodes.
Elena?
It was publicly published when it was presented to the audit committee.
What's the date?
On August 7th.
So these results have been out for a while. It explains a lot about why the community is, spending a lot of time talking to us about it. And what I got a lot of comments back was number 32, the attribute that all of us should be worried about, which is, did the end result get done and did it get documented? And it's just, I hate to even say this, but it's certainly below the community standards that 64% of the time it didn't get documented. And the documentation by itself, you might think, is administrative. It's paperwork. It's entering something into a software. But it's actually indicative of whether or not you're serious about kind of following all the way through with this process. And so this is not consistent with the standards of Broward County. And to that end, particularly on attribute number 32, I think we need to do two things, Chair. One is I would love for the superintendent and staff to come back and tell us what they're doing differently this year about this particular process. And I'd love to see that when we get back together at the first workshop we do in October.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yep, that's not an issue. We can bring that back in the workshop or even send the board a detailed memo of the current steps that we're implementing. I know Chief Gregory just detailed many of them, so we can put them in a written form with specific detail that's needed. And
I'm very comfortable with the people and the intent and things like that. But my request is really about what we're doing that we didn't do last year, because what we were doing last year did not work. It did not meet the standards for what we need. And so the request is for new things. The second thing is, I think we should be very specific about progress monitoring. I think we should say that we'd like not just to have an audit report like this that's incredibly helpful, but we wanted progress monitor this. And to my knowledge, Chair, and I'd like to know from you or the General Counsel, is there anything in this particular format of this report that violates FERPA or PII rules about individual students?
Ms. Jock Adams.
I would have to carefully take a look at the report to see if there's any personally identifiable information.
Let me give you a little cheat sheet here. There's no names. There's no individual cases even identified. This is all, you're taking 100 or 200 samples and then reporting aggregate data. Does any of that violate FERPA or PII rules?
No, that would be, it is considered education record,
Terrific.
but it's
Thank you.
considered de-identified.
And let me tell you why this is so important. If you read the details of the 86 pages that my colleagues pointed out, you saw the point where they oversampled the biggest threats. And you would think that our performance would be the highest where there's the greatest threat, right? Where we're paying attention to what's going on. We're not just doing all the right things, we're documenting all the right things. And we didn't meet Broward County standards in terms of the way we performed this year. So in terms of taking action now, I think we need to come up with a progress monitoring plan that's very specific. And what I'm curious about, Chair, is what would be an appropriate periodicity to get back information throughout this year so that we know what's going on? I don't want to wait for an audit about this year, next year, coming back in September. Is it reasonable to say end of second quarter, end of third quarter, end of fourth quarter, we'd like to get some summary data related to these 34 attributes?
I believe that's what we asked the superintendent.
I want to be very specific, though. Is it about all 32 of these attributes, or is it just a general one-page summary?
Dr. Hepburn, what's your...
No, as I mentioned before, we will collaborate with the general counsel, chief auditor, about all the information that we want to bring back on a quarterly basis, just to make sure we're not putting things out there that we're not supposed to. But our plan does involve progress monitoring. A big part of that is progress monitoring because we need the data to react appropriately. We just need the data for us and our progress monitoring to be timely so we can react appropriately if there are some identified gaps.
Would you be willing to commit to at least tracking those attributes that came back high risk in this audit report?
Yeah, absolutely.
Terrific. Then that, I think, would be kind of a nice way to reinforce that these numbers are not appropriate. They're not things that we want to observe a year later again. And we'd like to, at least for this year and potentially in the future, just track this so we're knowledgeable about how well we're doing. And often what gets measured gets done. And in this particular case, maybe we haven't done a very good job of setting measurements so that we didn't have to wait for an audit report a year later to learn about it. We could have learned about these in an ongoing way. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And we'll finish up with Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. So one thing that I think we haven't discussed yet today is the coordination of interventions and the services for identified students. That is a huge aspect of what we need to do to help our students. So I would like to hear, moving forward, how are we going to coordinate these interventions and how are we going to make sure that the services and safety plans are followed with fidelity?
That's noted, Ms. Alda. We'll provide the information along with the, either memo or workshop item to explain in detail about all the strategies and the progress monitoring that accompany those strategies.
Along with that, can you include the mental health coordinator and what their role is?
Absolutely. I've already sent the email to make sure Ms. Dr. Winter is actually on the district team. So,
thank you very much. Okay, all those in favor of item DD1 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Next, we're past our time certain for DD4 and DD6. I'm going to bring them together. Can I have a motion and a second to bring DD4 and DD6 to the floor?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Is there any public comment on DD4 or DD6?
No registered speakers.
Okay, board discussion. For DD4, it says my name, but I did not pull this. So anybody have anything on DD4? Okay, then I'll go to DD6. Mr. Rhodes left. I believe these were both time certain because RSM is supposed to be online, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Staff, if somebody can go out there and grab Mr. Rhodes for us, please.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blondell is on the Teams call.
Okay, great. Mr. Rhodes, I believe both of these items were time certain because we have a vendor on the phone.
Yeah, we have a vendor on the phone and then another vendor that I was just getting out of the red room. I apologize for that delay. And so whichever order we want to go in, they're here to answer any questions that the board has for them. Do you have a certain order that you would like to take them in?
I'm not sure why my name is on DD4. I didn't pull it. So no one had any questions on that, so we're going to go to DD6, and Mrs. Bowman pulled that item.
Thank you, Chair. I pulled this item because I had a couple concerns about the systems and one of the findings where the same employee is doing multiple tasks, and therefore that was opening us up to potential for fraud and other potential bad outcomes. But I did have the opportunity to speak with Dr. Hepburn before this, and I know that they've hired a director, is that correct, in this position, which he believes is going to help address some of the issues that were in this audit. So I really don't have any further questions because I've already had them answered.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. This was fascinating to dive into and look at. I have a handful of questions. I think that this was presented, at least according to my rep's notes, in May. That this audit, before it was finished in draft or finished in final form, was presented to the audit committee as a high-risk audit. Is it a high risk in the sense of we're assessing consequence and probability, or high risk in the sense that we were predicting that there would be findings or exceptions found through the audit?
Mr. Rhodes.
I'm going to turn that over to, because I don't believe that this was presented to the audit committee in May. I'm going to turn it over to our external auditors because they're the ones who presented it.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Gene Borno, and I'm with Anthony Brunson, PA. I believe this audit was presented in July, actually. Oh, actually August. Sorry, it's been presented in August.
Okay, I will. I'll go back and report back later on that. I didn't bring my notes to that meeting, but my notes said that it was brought up and described as high risk. And again, it may have been high risk in the sense we look at everything over the district and we say, hey, is this topic very high consequence and high probability, the definition of risk? And it may have been presented that way, but I'll learn more about it and come back later. The second is that, if I'm correct, the Brunson draft report came back and said there were 4 high-risk areas, and now we have 3 high-risk and 1 medium. Can someone help me understand how did the process go by where, again, this is just going from looking at what I have in my files, there was 4 risks when the draft audit report was done, and it became 3 and then 1 medium?
That's correct. So we evaluated what management already had in place in their responses. So that's how we come back and lower the risk of the data security control, because eventually what we looked at was on that personnel's that we looked at, but the district itself has some overall control for access to the computer, access to everything else. So essentially we looked at all that and we reduced the risk to that particular item.
Terrific. On the vendor management audit overall related to ACH forms. So these are vendors registering. They send their banking information. You know, most of us would think about routing number and bank name and address and account number and things like that. There's a great kind of finding that I've never seen before in an audit, which is a segregation of duties for creating a vendor database. And in my experience with audit, which goes back decades, there are lots of segregation of duties that are of great concern. You don't want somebody saying, can you approve payment? And then also, you wouldn't want somebody saying, hey, I got that invoice, I've checked, and the work was done, it's approved for payment, and then turning around and putting it into a database. There should be someone else that looks and makes sure that you've got that split. The difference between approving work is done and approving payment, I get segregation of duties. When you're building a database of vendors, could you help me understand why you would want a segregation of duties in that specific function?
Sure. So the way we looked at it was there was one person within that entire process, whether it's entering the vendor information as far as vendor name and other information, as well as the vendor payment. So if later the vendor want to change the payment information or the way that district paid a vendor, that same person would be the one that's changing that. So what we hoping, or what we are helping the district improve in that point, was we don't want to have the same person changing vendor information as far as the payment is concerned after the fact. So basically, we want somebody else essentially to look at the process, not just that one person. So that's why we thought a segregation of duty in that way would be helpful in improving the district control. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the way we're looking at it as auditor.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I'm just trying to put it into categories of importance. If somebody is approving payments and sending money to people, I get that. That's like a classic problem, right?
Correct.
If somebody is correcting a database because the two numbers of the bank account got transposed, that's a great thing. And whoever's most familiar with the data is probably going to make the change more accurately and things like that.
Correct.
And they're not approving payment, they're just correcting a database. So maybe I would just say that that's not as important as their left hand and right hand on financial transactions.
Okay.
How much did this audit cost the Broward County Schools?
Mr. Rhodes?
Let me look it up. I'm going to look into my system to find the SOW. If you guys recall off the top of your head, please mention it.
I think it was $65,000.
Thank you very much. And last question, on the ACH form, on the ACH sub-process, I'll call it, that came out as high risk. Was that because 1 out of 40 entries was inaccurate?
Well, there was actually three different ACHs missing out of the 40 that we tested, but that's not the reason why it's high risk, right? So again, the idea behind the risk assessment is whether there could be potential fraud happening, or again, there was nothing found as far as fraud. I want to clear that up, but we want to make sure that the ACH and payment information, there's a potential to fraud there. So that's why, first of all, it was high risk. But the item that was missing as far as ACH, management essentially could not provide those ACH forms to us as far as the testing that we did. So we asked for the ACHs, the ACH forms, and they were not provided essentially.
And as your report states, that was true in 1 out of 40 cases.
That was 2 out of 40, but one of them was replaced by something else.
I'm happy to. I'm just curious if making not having a form in your files, but the data is all correct, is the reason why that sub-process within your audit was deemed high risk.
No, the risk area essentially was determined before essentially we do the testing, right? So whether something is high risk depending on everything else around it, whether there's risk to fraud or whether there is any higher area where potential major error can happen in the data. So those things, that's what we look at when we're looking at whether something is high risk, medium risk, or low risk.
Did your audit find any instances of fraud in the vendor management system?
No, sir.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Rhodes.
I just wanted to clarify that the SOW shows that it was $60,000, and the other point that I wanted to make was in discussions that I had with the Brunson team during the audit, we identified that a couple of examples that were risks that created this high-level risk is that the individual who enters the data into the vendor data record has the ability, when requested, to change, let's say, from a printed check to direct deposit. They have the ability to go in and update that information with checking account information that's then going to cause these direct deposits to happen, where there's the ability, without anybody there to review and approve that action, that a bad actor could go in and put in a shell company's account information, for example. The check then gets cut, the information gets changed back to what it was supposed to be, and by the time it gets to Treasury, it wouldn't look like anything unusual. And because of that, we were saying best practice says that a segregation of duties to make sure that somebody approves that the information that was input into the system was in line with what was sent in an email or provided directly to the department that updates the database, that would all be adequate and correct and verified before that was turned on and that other payment method was made. That was one of the reasons that I wanted to point out the idea of that risk, to articulate that a little bit better and to clarify that cost.
Thank you. All those in favor of item DD4 and DD6 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously, minus Ms. Thompson, Mrs. Bowman, and Mrs. Al-Hadef. Okay, we're going to go back to the consent agenda. Guess I'm going to start with C2 because Mrs. Al-Hadef's not on the dais. So can I have a motion and a second on item C2?
So, second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Is there any public comment on C2?
We have 2 registered speakers, Lisette Mashuka and President Fusco.
Chair, did you say C2? Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Lisette Machuca, and for more than 22 years, I've served this district with dedication, integrity, and professionalism. I have consistently earned highly effective ratings and have never faced prior discipline. I'm here today because a suspension is being considered, a measure I respectfully believe is unjust, unsupported by evidence, and rooted in retaliation. Let me be clear, I did not falsify records. I did not mishandle student data. There is no evidence of wrongdoing on my part. The concern centers on missing test booklets, materials I no longer had access to after being reassigned from the ESOL contact role in March 2024. A month later, I was questioned about these booklets, but by then they were entirely beyond my control. Every entry I made in terms was supported by corresponding test booklet at the time. Because the IMT could not enter information, administration asked me to enter it to help the school remain in compliance. I have always maintained accurate records and worked in collaboration with supervisors in the district. The accusations against me rest solely on missing paperwork, not false entries. Once submitted, test booklets were filed by the paraprofessional. If they were later misplaced, that is a systemic issue outside my control. When I raised concerns about systemic problems through multiple emails and personal requests to meet with the principal, I was ignored. When I took steps to protect my professional integrity, retaliation followed. A false evaluation was entered into my record by the administration and later corrected with union support. The union proved that it was a false evaluation, and the principal was made to change it and was very angry about it. Yet on the same day that evaluation was deleted, on May 8th, 2024, I was served with this case letter. That timing is not a coincidence. A suspension would not only harm my reputation, but also disrupt student learning, as I am currently teaching Spanish full-time at Western High School. I respectfully ask the board for fairness. Please do not allow missing paperwork, the clear retaliation of administration who is no longer at the school for similar actions to destroy the career of someone who has always acted in good faith. While I respect the Professional Standards Committee and the superintendent, I urge you to reconsider the severity of this proposed suspension. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
President Fusco.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union. We have myself and my Chief of Staff, Dana Sanders, who take on these cases, and as they come in, we take them. And I did not represent on this one. Dana did. She's standing here with me, and there's no evidence. Again, I don't know who gets in your guys' ears on certain topics, but when I need you for when there's a severe situation on a campus of, possibly could be a shooting on a campus, you want to ignore that. But we want to go to the extreme of, a 10-day suspension on an educator that there was no need, there was no ties to her to falsify ESOL testing. And over the years, there's different board members now, we have come to you about this particular principal who's no longer in the district, of his ways of handling scenarios. He actually is one of the top admin that had so many frivolous due processes and situations with evaluations that we had to be constantly in that school. And he's no longer with us, powers that be of why, of a scenario that happened that he wasn't paying attention to, and he moved on. So I'm asking you to not approve the suspension. It certainly is way off base of the punishment that fits the allegation, even if it was true, but it is not true. This is not a fast testing. This is not a state testing. This is merely monitoring. And trying to get in there to take care of it before he left was very difficult. And now he's gone, and situations happen. I don't stand before people that have made a mistake or have done something egregious, but when I find that there's an injustice, I do stand before them. So I'm asking you to not approve this. There was hundreds of scores, and supposedly books got missing, but it doesn't fit the need of where I fake tests. That's ridiculous. So I'm not going to continue on the ask. There is no proof of this. It is just how it was worded, and this teacher has an impeccable record of teaching, and we cannot have this tarnished. We have serious cases out there of situations, and this is a big injustice. Please do not approve this suspension.
Is there any additional public comment?
No comments.
Okay, Mrs. Bowman? Oh, she's not here. Mr. Cervera?
Thank you, Vice Chair. This can't go forward today. This particular teacher has hired counsel, a gentleman by the name of McKee, Robert F. McKee, out of Tampa, Florida. She has exercised her right to petition the district for an evidentiary hearing with counsel, and therefore I'm going to ask Ms. Batista to opine on it, but I am of the opinion that if that has happened, she is entitled to that process, and that process should be played out with counsel, and no determination of innocence or guilt or anything like that should be made by this board at this juncture. I believe we let the evidentiary hearing process play out with her and allow her to bring in who she needs to bring in along with her counsel, and then the appropriate decision can be made by the 9 of us, which is my understanding about how that process works. But for purposes of today, I do not believe it's appropriate for this board to consider any suspension. But I do want my legal reasoning backed up by Ms. Batista, just to make sure, because it's my understanding this evidentiary hearing request doesn't happen with a tremendous level of frequency. So I just want to make sure legally we're on sound footing. But to try this issue twice, and especially when she's invoked a right of counsel, and he's filed this petition, I don't think it's appropriate at this venture.
Ms. Batista?
Thank you, Mrs. Leonardi. So yes, what we have before us, as we have seen many times before, is a charge, an administrative complaint, and in the administrative complaint you have the list of items that the charges that the teacher is being charged with at this point, the allegations, and the due process that this teacher has is to move forward, which apparently she's already retained counsel and requested a DOA hearing. So that would be the appropriate place at DOA, at the Division of Administrative Hearings, in front of an administrative law judge, to present the evidence that would not be here before this board at this point.
That was the term I was looking for, the DOA hearing. Thank you for the clarification.
All right, Ms. Bowman?
Thank you. I actually didn't have a follow-up comment since Mr. Cervera asked my question to Ms. Batista. Thanks.
Ms. Rupert? And then
I concur with my colleague to the left.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and currently Chair, serving. I have a couple of questions. We have the option to vote yes or no on this particular item. And I guess if the board votes no in majority, what happens next? Is it over?
Ms. Batista?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. So Ms. Batista, does the board have, if the board feels that this item does not have concrete substantive evidence to move forward that matches the consequence, does this board have the right, through majority, to say no?
So this would not be the place for the board to look whether there is substantive evidence. You're not weighing the evidence at this point. At this point, you have to look at what is before you, which is the charges, the administrative complaint, and take those charges at this point as if they were true. If you feel that based upon what is charged in that document, if you feel that what is being charged in the document does not rise to the level of a 10-day suspension, then you could vote against the penalty, right? Vote against the complaint.
Understand. So let me rephrase the question. Is there any consequence to this board if we vote no on this item?
Ms. Batista.
Consequence, no.
Okay. Dr. Fulton, if this was actually an offense that occurred, is 10 days consistent with this type of offense?
Dr. Lozano.
Yes, and I'll get confirmation from my team.
And Dr. Fulton, just because this question is it's also pertaining to the first question. So I know we had directed the superintendent to basically develop a discipline procedural manual that is consistent with different kind of offenses and so on. Was that done, and would 10 days be consistent with whatever was developed in the procedural discipline manual?
I believe you're speaking of policy 4.9, and so I'm going to defer that to Heather Parente, who will be able to address your question.
Thank you very much. Heather Parente, the Director of Professional Practices. So in this case did go before the Professional Standards Committee. And when you look back at 4.9 for the infraction of falsification or altering records, 4.9 allows you the ability to go anywhere from a reprimand up to a dismissal. And in this case, the committee recommended a 10-day suspension.
Okay, so Dr. Fulton, based upon what's presented before us, is there anything presented before us that shows falsification of material as opposed to missing materials?
Ms. Parente?
Yes. So in the administrative complaint that you received, you see what was collected based on the interviews and investigation and statements. So it moves from the administrator finding files in a desk that were incomplete, checking the files. The files had student names on them. So the administrator went to terms where you enter in test scores. These were ESOL tests to determine a student's level of ESOL support that they would be qualified for. When the administrator went into the term system, these names that were incomplete tests actually had completed test scores listed within that system. So when the administrator approached the employee basically said, I'm paraphrasing, basically said that materials could be completed to match what had been entered into terms. So the administrator said, do you have any supporting documentation to show why we should be putting scores into students' booklets in order to match what you have in the system? And the employee was not able to produce anything. And I'm reading these words from the administrative complaint, which was taken from the investigation. From the investigation.
Okay, Dr. Fulton, based on what was just said, were those comments from the principal directly?
Ms. Parente?
Let me go back to the report. Everyone has a copy of the report. I'm reading from the administrative complaint. I'm on page 4 of the administrative complaint. Once Ms. Shuka was informed that of the discovered files, she suggested to Arojo that the testing materials could be completed to match what had been entered into terms. Number 19 on page 4, the employee was directed to go back to the ESOL resource room and locate any documents supporting the information. Number 20, the employee was unable to provide any documentation. So as I stated, you had incomplete booklets, but they had students' names on them. But then when, according to the file, according to the investigation, there's statements, I don't have a complete investigative file with me, but in the case, you had 16 booklets out of approximately 100 students that were tested throughout the year at Western. In about approximately 100, I verified that with the principal. When you looked at the booklets that had students' name on them, they didn't have information within the booklet that would warrant a score being entered to terms. So the individual was asked about that, given the opportunity, was there any other supporting document to verify as to why this score was put into terms, and there was none. So based on this case, what you had was incomplete booklets that should have not had a score in terms, but yet there was a score in terms entered. So that for us fell under, or that for the process fell under falsification or altering of records. In the past, you've had a few cases before you where employees had falsified student grades or student records, and in the past we have done a 5-day and a 7-day suspension. But as I shared, this did go through the PSC committee, and they recommended 10.
Okay, Madam Chair, I have a few more questions, if you don't mind. So this particular teacher has been a teacher for 20 years. Is that what I heard? 20 years? 22 years. Has there been any other concerns or issues in the past with this teacher, or is this the first?
Dr. Fulton.
Ms. Parente?
This is the first incident of a misconduct issue.
Okay. Was her request to meet with the principal denied?
Dr. Fulton.
Ms. Parente?
According to the report the administrative complaint that I'm reading, the administration was talking with her through the process.
Okay, so it was mentioned. I'm sorry. It was mentioned.
No public outburst.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can I continue?
Continue, please.
Okay. It was mentioned that she requested to meet with the principal. I understand what you just said, that the principal went to speak to her. It was also said that she made a request to meet with the principal. So this is a very direct question. Did she make a request to meet with the principal, and was she denied?
Dr. Fulton.
Sorry, Dr. Dr. Holness, what I'm reading in the report is the information that was discussed was between the assistant principal and the employee.
Okay, so there
On
was
page
no discussion between the principal and the employee.
I am not seeing anything on page 3 of this report where it references the
Understand.
principal.
Understand. Was there a request by this employee to meet with the principal, and was it denied? Yes or no?
Dr. Fulton.
Ms. Parente?
I'm going to page 4 of the report, number 18. Arojo, who was the principal at the time, informed Machuca that if Western followed her suggestion, the school would be guilty of committing fraud. So it is stating here that there was a statement made from the principal to the employee. And then she was further directed to go back to the ESOL room to collect the documents and was unable to provide any.
Okay,
That's what I have in front of me.
so there's no information that you have that could confirm that she made a request to meet with the principal and the principal denied it.
Not within page 4 of this document, but whenever the PSC committee has a case before them, there are statements and other documents that I do not have in front of me, but we could have pulled.
Okay, is it typical when an employee?
Dr. Holness?
Ms. Batista wants to jump in.
I just want to remind the board that at this point, you don't have all the evidence before you. That's what's going to happen at the next step during due process in front of an ALJ. So, and eventually we'll come back to the board for final answer. And those facts that you're requesting or asking about, those will be presented to the judge, and the judge takes the place of the board.
Okay, Ms. Batista, I'm not trying to be the judge.
Okay.
There were information conveyed in this board by the public and by others who spoke, and I am trying to understand the information just as the information we've received. I'm not trying to be a judge. I'm just trying to get clarification from what was presented to us. And I believe I have the right to do that, don't I? I mean, I'm sorry, but every time I'm asking questions, I'm just concerned, that there's inhibition consistently. I am simply trying to gather information. I'm not trying to be a judge. I'm not trying to make determination of anything here. But in order for me, we have an option to say yes or no. That's the item. And I'm trying to simply make sure I understand the information. That's it. I'm not judging the case.
Right. So the yes or no should be based on what's on the piece of paper in front of you and not on other items or comments that were made that are not before you. Because by asking additional questions as to whether, did this happen, did that happen, you are in fact taking the place of the judge. You're trying to ascertain more information, and when that's not the role or the step at this juncture, that would be appropriate for the judge to ask, did these things happen? Did they not happen? What witnesses do you have? What evidence do you have? Once that judge puts together their findings and then they're presented to this board, then at that point you would be able to say, yes, this occurred or this did not occur. None of the people that have appeared here are under oath.
Chair, I have a point of order here. This is really important. If this board wanted to talk about the process that got us to this point, not this case, but might use this case or other cases as a review of the internal PSC and discipline process that we have in school board, would this be the time to do this, or could we bring that back? Or let me just ask it as a point of order. When would it be appropriate for a board to talk about this process? Do we have to wait until this case is resolved, or could we talk about it next month if we wanted to?
Ms. Batista.
So you can speak about the process at any time during a workshop if you would like the superintendent to come and review what the process is going through PSC, et cetera. And it would not have anything to do with any particular case. It would just be about the process.
Terrific. But during that discussion of the process, we can bring up 20 cases that kind of give us as evidence about the way the process is playing out today.
Correct. You should not bring this case because this case has not been decided yet. But you can bring other cases.
We could bring 18 cases, not the 2 that haven't been decided yet by Doha, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to be clear about this. the council's advice is you must take the facts as given and decide whether the 10 days matches the facts that are in the administrative complaint. Separate to that, we can bring this back at a workshop and talk about the process and make sure that as a board, we're comfortable that that process is giving us good recommendations. Is that fair?
Ms. Batiste.
Thank you. Excuse me, Dr. Holston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just going to make one last question or inquiry, and then I'm going to move on. It was mentioned that a false evaluation was conducted and corrected on this employee. Is that true or not?
Ms. Batista, or Dr. Fulton, I guess.
To staff.
Heather Parente, Director of Professional Practices, which also supervises the evaluation team. So evaluations were completed in May of 2025, and there were no grievances filed. I heard the employee state that there was an evaluation score entered into the system and then it was changed. That happens several times throughout the year where administrators put something into the system. They may have a follow-up post-conference. They submit an I-observation change request form, and we change data marks all the time throughout the year, every year. This is the first time hearing of this being brought forward, so I'm happy to look into it.
Okay, Madam Chair, thank you so much for allowing me to comment, and I may have a final comment later, but I'll wait for the others.
You're it. So, Mr. Severa, you go after Mr.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to remove this from the agenda today. Let this young lady go through the evidentiary process that she's hired a lawyer for. We've already heard from Ms. Batista. I'm still not convinced that we even have jurisdiction over this, considering the fact that she's made the request for the evidentiary hearing in front of the DOA judge. So I would like to make a motion to have this removed.
Second.
Let this woman go through her process, and let's kindly move on.
So to be able, for this teacher to be able to go through the process, this needs to be approved here today. And that's what triggers the rest of the process.
So we have to vote yes or no.
Correct.
So the only way, so if it's a no, then the evidentiary hearing aspect of this is essentially moot.
Correct.
Right? And if it's a yes, the evidentiary hearing aspect of this would effectively serve as an appeal to what this board has already determined?
So this board is making, this will be similar to like a motion to dismiss type of, at the stage that we're in right now, where you look at the administrative complaint, you take the allegations as true. If you feel that based on those allegations, the 10-day suspension is appropriate, then you would move this forward to the next step in the procedural process. The next step is that this complaint that you're looking at today would be filed. We, the superintendent, not the board, but the superintendent is the charging party, the plaintiff basically, and the teacher is the defendant. So the teacher has asked to move forward, from what I understand, and has hired and retained an attorney. So then she would move through the process.
Okay, but let's wait a second, because you mentioned that we have to treat this like a motion to dismiss. A motion to dismiss tests the sufficiency of the allegations in a complaint. I'm reading the executive summary, and if I vote yes for this, I'm not indicating that I'm going to do that. If I vote yes for this, this says that I'm adopting the superintendent's recommendation to suspend her.
Correct.
That's different from me saying the allegations were properly alleged. Let's move on to the discovery. Well, obviously, there's no discovery phase in this, but this is not a motion to dismiss. This is asking me to vote yes to suspend this woman. And I don't feel comfortable doing that in light of the fact that an evidentiary hearing has been requested in front of a DOA judge, which apparently is her right to do that under whatever policy and procedure that we have. This needs to be handled by the DOA judge. Are you saying the only way we get to that stage is a yes vote?
That is correct, because a no vote would mean that she doesn't have anything to appeal. She doesn't have anything to take to the DOA process.
So despite the fact that she's requested her due process in front of this administrative body, in front of this DOA judge, this board still has to basically play the role of judge and make a determination as to whether or not a violation has been committed.
Based on the administrative complaint and the allegations there, so this is the only part that is similar to a motion to dismiss. It would be that you're just looking at the complaint as the same way that you would in a motion to dismiss. It's not the entire process. But so the way that it works is that you look at this complaint. If you believe that the allegations as stated rise to the level of the penalty that the superintendent is seeking, then you would approve and you would allow the process to move forward. If, on the other hand, you look at the allegations and you believe that the allegations do not rise to the level of a 10-day suspension, you could change the requested penalty to something less or nothing. If you feel that there's nothing that was alleged here that would be a violation or falsification of documents.
What I'm having a severe amount of difficulty on this is the executive summary, and maybe the wording was wrong in the executive summary. This says that if I vote yes, she's going to be, I'm adopting the recommendation that she's suspended. This is not this is not a determination saying the administrative complaint within the four corners of the document is sufficient to allege the allegations of fraud or whatever the specific allegations are, as you would have in a motion to dismiss. This is me asking to adopt a recommendation saying suspend this teacher for 10 days. That's solely different than me looking at the complaint and saying, this passes muster, the proper allegations are there, let this go to the Department of, or the Division of Administrative Judges or wherever this is going next. That's a lot different than me saying suspend this woman. I'm not comfortable doing that in light of the fact that she's made this request for this administrative body. That administrative body should be the judge and the jury, so to speak. If we vote yes, the way I interpret this is she's going into that administrative body, essentially already been found guilty of committing something and having a 10-day suspension recommendation over her head.
Right. So that is the process under the statutory scheme, is that the board makes a determination, is considered a final agency action, therefore that gives the rights and the right to the employee to then file a DOA proceeding. If you were to say there is no basis based on the allegations to have a penalty, then she would have nothing to appeal. On the other hand, if you approve it, right, then she apparently has already made a request for that hearing, so that we know that that would be the next step. It would be in front of the Division of Administrative Hearings.
Okay, so that goes back to one of my initial inquiries. The DOA proceeding is effectively serving as an appellate process of what this board finds. Or is it like a trial de novo?
It's a trial de novo.
Okay, so is this board's, is this, I assume it's not binding on the DOA procedure, because if it was, there'd be really no point of doing it. Is this, statutorily, is this board's finding, if this board were to vote yes, is that persuasive that the DOA judge has to consider, meaning she's already kind of going in there with a strike?
No. The purpose of the Division of Administrative Hearings, so you as a board have delegated your fact-finding duties to the Division of Administrative Hearings and to the administrative law judge. The only thing that you would do at this point is say, move forward, adopt the recommendation, and then the case would be tried, to use your words, de novo. I'm trying to adopt different lingo from different proceedings that perhaps are not necessarily equating exactly to this process. But the judge there would hear the evidence that is presented by both sides, the superintendent's counsel and the counsel for the teacher. Then that ALJ would make a recommendation to the board, to this board, it's called a recommended order, where he or she would find that there was a violation. Let's say that they find that there was a violation. They could say, we feel that, based on the evidence that was adduced, 10 days is too much. We recommend 3 days. Then that would come back to this board, and then there would be presentation of facts. Then you would have to take that report. That report carries great weight in front of the board. You could not change the facts unless there is no substantive competent evidence to support them. If in fact there was evidence to support them, then you would have to accept the facts in the recommended order as true. You would then look at the recommended penalty and see whether, again, if there was basis for that, you could change that at that juncture when you have a full record before you with all of the information. You get the entire record, every single witness that came to the hearing, you get all of that at that point. If then after you rule at that point, let's say that the teacher still is not satisfied, they can appeal to the 4th TCA. So these are all the layers of due process that are left here before you. If you were to say no, then the case is over. She would have nothing to appeal. She would have nothing to take to the administrative hearing.
My biggest concern, and I'll end with this, my biggest concern is when we have people, whether they be teachers or plumbers or bakers, right? Whenever they've taken the time to hire counsel to represent them, to make sure that their due process rights, administrative rights, whatever, are being preserved, I'd like to give them the opportunity to do that at all levels. And what I'm hearing is the only way that gets invoked and the only way that Mr. McKee will have any involvement in this whatsoever is if there's basically a finding of guilt that's made by this board, and then she gets to go to the DOA for the administrative law judge to essentially sit in some type of appellate capacity in a trial de novo. Listen, if that's what the statute says, it is what it is. I'm struggling with that. So, but I thank you for the detailed explanations.
Thank you. And we have to do closed door in like 3 minutes. So I have Mrs. Rupert down. So Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you, Ms. Batista. So if we vote no, and we don't really have an option to do that, but I'm saying let's vote no. Listen to me. If we vote no and say that the reason for that is that there wasn't credible information, and then that's it. We wouldn't have to vote yes and go forward, or we vote yes. Another option could be we vote yes, but with zero.
Ms. Batista.
Zero.
You have to stop yelling out, please. You have to stop yelling out.
Zero discipline is what I was trying to say. Basically, what is the motion to actually get it away?
So the options before you today are to adopt the superintendent's recommendation to suspend the teacher and transmit the matter to the Division of Administrative Hearings so that they can have a proper hearing. That's number one. On the other hand, the only other thing that you could do at this point is to say, based on the allegations as stated, we do not feel that the penalty is appropriate, and you could change the penalty that is requested therein.
Okay, so both were required to vote yes. Or the last part.
Well, so if you feel that the penalty should be zero or nothing, then you really are not moving this forward. So your vote would be of no, and then the teacher would have nothing to appeal since you are not giving.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to finish up with Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I want to stick within General Counsel's advice here for a minute. And I want to talk about kind of what I read in this administrative complaint. Because there is, in my own reading of this, there's a positive probability greater than zero of a lot of miscommunication here between a new teacher trying to do a process for the first time. And Chair, I think I heard a speaker say this, but I'd love for the superintendent to confirm it. Did these test scores have any material consequence to the teacher or to the students or to the school system?
Dr. Fulton.
Mrs. Parente?
Dr. Cohn, the ESOL assessment that's being given, my understanding is that it's to determine the entry level for a student based on what they will qualify for to be supported in the language and learning the language. Perhaps Dr. Cohn would know, Dr. Wanza would know if in fact that comes with any type of funding based on the score of the student or support for the student.
Dr. Cohn, Chief Academic Officer. So the IPT assesses listening and speaking, in reading and writing, and it's used as an initial placement for students. And it also provides an extension of services once the eligibility of the results of the test come out.
Right. I wanted to get that out there for the board's consumption in particular. This is a new teacher who, for the first time, is filling out the information on terms. And there's not enough investigation in my mind by the administration of this school to find out whether or not this person was acting with malicious intent or saw Holdness on a line and he thought he was entering the data for Hickson. And you know, to me, one conversation with a teacher and the teacher says, oh, maybe I can go find more information to help you, is not enough information for me as a board member to say that I'm convinced that there isn't something that just needed some more meetings and some more conversations to figure out what's going on. And to my knowledge, General Counsel, that's what you're asking us to look at. If you accept the evidence, which I am, is it equal to a 10-day sentence, which I'm not. And I'm like Boy Scout about testing, but people cheat on tests that are material. It might involve their evaluation. It might have students go forward a grade or not, be eligible to go forward a grade. This is a placement assessment to figure out whether these children need more help, for which there's no incentive for people to cheat. We would all like students to get to the right services that they need. And so I'm not seeing that the process that went through in this school with these administrators was sufficient to suggest that something happened that was serious or not. And so I will not vote for this when it comes back. I don't want it to go to Doha because I don't see the 10-day suspension in what was done here, which is I think that's what the board's being asked to do. Accept this as fact. Okay, great. The principal met with the teacher. The complaint says one time. If you're going to take a teacher down for cheating, I'm not sure one meeting with the principal is sufficient. There's language barriers, there's new teacher barriers, there's software barriers. There's just a lot of stuff to explore before you say, this is it. If this was a Mr. Severa thing where you come in and you say, look, there's 17 instances a row over the last 20 years of bad behavior, I don't like this, I'm in. But this is a case where someone's worked here 22 years. Yes, you're the board member that brings cases up and says, I respect your thought that the continuation of errors is dispositive and it should influence kind of what the next one is. But in my case, when the board members sit here and look at this administrative complaint, the principal having one meeting with the teacher is not sufficient for me to think that I know that they did anything wrong, let alone something wrong enough that it warrants 10 days. And the further evidence that we've gotten from staff today isn't helping. It's literally one meeting. Well, did the teacher ask to meet with the principal again, which is in their right? We don't know. I don't see this, and I know that we want to take a break, Chair, but I wanted to get back to what GC tells us we can do. Look at the complaint, tell them it's sufficient. I find a lot of things insufficient in this principal's report about how they behaved and how they acted and kind of some presumptions of guilt over something that has no bearing on the teacher's financial reward, no advantage to the teacher. This teacher, I'm presuming because she's a certified teacher, wants to do well by her students. And so why would she cheat on a test that is allowing that student to get the services they need? It doesn't make any sense to me. Only to the point where I have doubt, which is to me the level here. And we have other lawyers that know better about this. But to me, as a board member, I just have to be pretty damn convinced that this is a buttoned-up case. And I am not convinced by this. And General Counsel, what's the level of proof that we're supposed to use in this?
Ms. Batista.
You mean at this juncture? Like I said, it's just based on the allegations that are on the page.
Right, but as a board member, I'm worried that only one meeting happened with this employee,
Right.
and that there wasn't further investigation about what happened about something. There's not even anything in the administrative complaint that points out this is not a material test. This is not a PM2 or PM3. This isn't, a SAT or ACT test. This isn't something we want, such incredible security around, because we're concerned. The incentives are set up to cheat in those tests. These tests, there's no incentive to cheating. We want kids to get to the right program. And so if I find that, would it be sufficient evidence then for me to vote no on this item?
Ms. Batista?
Correct. If you feel that there isn't enough allegations that would rise to the level of the penalty, you would vote no.
Thank you, ma'am. Or I could propose something less.
Correct.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will, Chair, I'm going to preserve my right to talk when
We're voting. So if you're going to make a motion, now's the time. Did Adam make a motion?
No.
Did you make a motion?
I asked. I didn't formally make it.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I do have a motion, but I'm not sure that making motions and going through debate would be in the best interest of this board comparing to stopping now and going to the closed door meeting. So your call.
We're trying. We don't want to make them, if we go to closed door, we won't be back until 1:30. They're going to have to sit around and wait. I don't want to do that.
Are there any other members of the body that want to speak before I make a motion?
Mr. Severa.
Well, I guess the motion I was contemplating, I think, was said by counsel that it can't be removed, unless I heard it wrong. Because my request was to remove the item altogether, and I was told no.
Right.
Okay, so then I never formally made the motion. I would like to call the question, but but I didn't make a formal motion.
Well, right, you tried to, and then Mrs. Rupert said second, but then Ms. Petit, yeah.
Okay, so okay.
And I think I still have the floor, so I'll make a motion.
Do I have to withdraw that first?
Yes.
Can I modify the motion that I made and ask to call the question?
That's two different things.
Well, that's why I'm asking counsel.
So calling the question is a different motion altogether. So if you feel like you need to make a different motion, that you could do that.
Okay. Can I motion to call the question?
Right now, Dr. Zeman has the floor, but there is. It wasn't clear there was a motion, but since you said something and Ms. Rupert seconded and Mrs. Leonardi asked about it, I feel like we need to dispose of that motion before Dr. Zeman can.
Okay. So in light of the advice of counsel, I will withdraw the motion to remove the item altogether, because apparently we don't have the ability to do that.
Without objection.
Without objection.
Anybody object? Great. Dr. Zeman?
I'm not going to make a motion this time.
Okay. We're good. All those in favor of item C2 say aye. All those opposed say no.
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 Motion fails unanimously. At this time, we now move into a closed-door session that shall last for 30 minutes. All persons not scheduled to attend the closed-door session, please exit the room at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request the school. Oh, okay.
Okay. Oh. Hey, there, go ahead. Yeah, we have lots of stuff to read. This regular school board meeting has now been reconvened. Board members, I am advised that the General Counsel would like to request an attorney-client session. At this time, I am requesting all persons not scheduled to attend the attorney-client session, please exit the room at this time. Ms. Batista?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request the school board convene an attorney-client session in order to discuss litigation pending before the United States District Court for the Southern District of Florida in the following matter. Gilbane Building Company versus the School Board of Broward County, case number 24-62238, civil. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session. School board members Deborah Hickson, Chair, Sarah Leonardi, Vice Chair, Lori Alhadeff, Maura McCarthy-Bowman, Adam Cervera, Esquire, Dr. Jeff Holness, Nora Rupert, Rebecca Thompson, Dr. Alan Zeman, Dr. Howard Hepburn, Superintendent of Schools, Oscar E. Soto, Esquire, Thomas Cooney, Esquire, and Marilyn C. Batista, Esquire, BCS. In anticipation of this request, the attorney-client session was properly advertised for today, September 16th, 2025, at 12:45 p.m. in accordance with Section 286.011, parent 8 of the Florida statutes. The purpose of the attorney-client session is to discuss settlement negotiations and/or strategy relative to the pending litigation. A certified court reporter will record the session, and only those persons noted in the advertisement will be permitted to attend. Thank you, Madam Chair.
At this time, the School Board of Broward County, Florida will recess the regular school board meeting for an attorney-client session. The attorney-client session will be held in the boardroom on the first floor of the Kathleen C. Wright Administration Center, 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301. The attorney-client session will take approximately 45 minutes. At the conclusion of the business of the attorney-client session, the regular school board meeting will reconvene. All persons not scheduled to attend the attorney-client session, please exit the room at this time. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back to the regular school board meeting. We will now bring back item H2. Can I have a motion to bring H2 back to the floor? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. We'll go back to board discussion on item H2, and I believe Mr. Severa was in the process of determining if he wanted to make a motion.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, I would like to direct the superintendent to reevaluate this penalty or this proposed penalty and bring this item back to the board with a greater penalty reflecting the past bad acts, if you will, and obviously taking into consideration the most recent violations that we've heard about earlier this morning.
So that's the motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a second? I second the motion. Board discussion. Any comment on the motion? Any public comment on the motion?
Check.
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so board, thank you very much. I'll be brief. So thank you for giving me some extra time to look at this case. Really quick, Dr. Hepburn, in this new role, I've reached out to our neighbors to the north and south and my former districts to kind of get some best practices on presenting information to the board. Consistently across all of those districts is having one-on-ones with board members before the board meeting. So I've reached out a couple of times. I'm going to try to ask again for every board meeting when this posts 2 weeks before. Please reach out to me and the team. We can sit down, do a one-on-one. I have all the information at my fingertips at that point. To better answer your questions before the board. However, with Mr. Thompson, really quick, there was a question about the January 24 inappropriate contact towards a student. So we pulled up that case, and it was labeled as horseplay, but we wanted more information. So the information from the student says, I was making fun of Mr. Mike, but in a nice way. Then I hit him soft. We were playing around. Then he just pushed my head down. Then I was laughing. Then he grabbed my arm in a soft way. Then I laughed. Then I went to the AP and told him my arm was hurting, but I was playing. I was never hurt in any way. So it was labeled as inappropriate contact, but that's why they gave him a verbal reprimand. So maybe it should have been labeled as something else instead of inappropriate contact after reading through everything. So instead of a 10-day or a termination, that's why they went with a written reprimand. On this particular day today, this 3-day suspension is based on 2 things: attendance and the behavior concerns. So for attendance, he's already had a verbal reprimand for his attendance. He's also been asked by his staff, do you want us to move you to another school closer to your home to help? He refused that. Then he was late up to 60 times after that. So that's why they're bringing it back to the team. The behavior, I misspoke earlier, there was no contact for this case. The behavior stems from him making TikTok videos, and this is the 3rd time he's done that. Both previous times, he's been told not to do it. On the second offense, that's when he received the 12/17/24 written reprimand for insubordination related to a directive. So he made a TikTok before. And what his supervisors are telling him is, you're making these videos in uniform. It's during the day. The optics are you're at work. So it's sending him bed, and you got the campus monitor outfit on, so you're representing Broward County Public Schools, and that's why they came back with a 3-day. So it is progressive, going from a written to a 3-day, but the 3-day is based on his attendance and these TikTok videos, nothing to do with a student at this time.
Thank you for that update. Any board discussion on Mr. Severa's motion?
Could I just ask for it to be read again? I apologize, Chair.
Mr. Severa.
I would direct the superintendent to go back and reevaluate the suggested penalty that's currently on the books and bring the item back with a greater penalty. I want to make sure that we have that authority.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, again, the question, Dr. Hepburn, is this particular employee was tardy, I believe, over 60 times. Is that what was said?
Yes, it was over 60 times is what I heard.
Okay, so a 3-day suspension, and I guess the suspension, the recommended suspension here is based upon the attendance issue and not the prior concerns, it appears, right? So again, is 3 days consistent with what has been in motion as far as a discipline procedural manual that's uniform across different offenses? How did we arrive at the 3 days?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Azarito.
Yes, it is consistent. So when we took in his prior with the verbal reprimands, and based on what we've done consistently across the board with attendance concerns, as well as not following directives, this is consistent with what we've done in the past.
Okay, so being tardy over 60 times seems quite excessive, right? So do employees get 3 days based upon being tardy at all, regardless of the number of times, or does the number of tardies or absences result in greater punishment?
So the number of days tardy does not factor in. What probably should have happened is this employee should have been brought forward earlier when there wasn't as many as 60 tardies. He probably would have received a 1-day suspension then, and then if he was still tardy, we'd be in a progressive stance now with a 3 or a 5.
Understand. So is there any sort of progressive discipline based upon milestones in terms of being tardy? And if not, why?
No, there is not. So like I said, if there was like with transportation, they do have a rule on their own about after a certain number of tardies, they do bring them forward for their rules and penalties, but the rest of the district does not.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, just to reiterate for the public, because I'm sure they may not have seen the previous part of our meeting earlier, can you provide an update again on the direction given for a uniform procedural discipline manual? And in terms of excessive tardy or absences, is it possible that there could be sort of milestones of consequences depending on how many tardies you have over time that can be progressive discipline?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Mr. Azarito.
Yes, we can. So on the update on the manual, so we reached out, we worked with the unions on redoing 4.9, updating that. We ran into some roadblocks there, so each union wants us to go to them separately. So that's kind of stalled that motion, but we're still working with them on that. But in terms of setting milestones based on tardies or just attendance concerns overall, yes, I think that's something we can add to a manual.
Okay, very good. And the manual is expected to be completed when? Or estimated completion?
So as soon as we can get back, we've gone back to the table. We meet with FOPI on the 25th, as they said. So the language there is going over kind of the monetary and insurance thing. So we need to set a committee. So what do you think, Dr. Lozano? So by the end of December.
Okay, so what I'll say regarding this particular case, we are in the process of completing a uniform procedural discipline manual that will be consistent across different offenses. That has not yet been completed. This particular punishment of 3-day suspension is consistent with what we have been following, and until there is a change to the discipline process in terms of having a procedural manual, I think it's important that we stick to being consistent. We don't have anything in place that says if you're tardy 10 or 100 times that it changes. We will now, right? It appears from what we're suggesting. So I am just to be consistent with the process we have in place. I am going to support the superintendent's recommendation of 3 days until we have more clear direction from a procedural manual to which then we could have more uniformity and consistency in discipline, and maybe the discipline will be greater, and I'm assuming it will now that we're suggesting having sort of a milestone progressive discipline based upon number of absences or tardies. So I'm going to support the 3-day.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks. Chair, I'm wondering if the superintendent is being put in an untenable situation with this motion to offer a suggestion that is different than what his staff is suggesting?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Azarito, you can opine, or even Ms. Batista too. I think we're always in a tenable situation. We make recommendations and, we deliberate on the dais about specific cases. So that's just my feedback on that. As Mr. Azarito mentioned before, we're trying our best to make sure we get this information out 2 weeks prior to allow the board to converse with any staff member, particularly my chiefs, to go over this information so you can get all the questions answered that you may have about these before we get to the board meeting.
Absolutely. Nothing destroys a brand like diving into one of 30,000 employees and asking 10,000 questions. All of this information, I think, Mr. Superintendent, is available to school board members 2 weeks in advance. And should a member have any deep interest in any one of these cases, I think we have access to everything that has been presented to the Professional Services Council. Is that correct?
That is correct. And Mr. Azarito and Ms. Parente, they are ready with that information. We sit down and we go over most of this to anticipate some of the more controversial issues based on conversations from the board in the past, so we can be prepared to answer questions when we post.
I appreciate that. And just to reflect on that a little bit, we just made a decision an hour or so ago on an individual case. Had I been aware maybe that 2 weeks in advance that we could have sat down and gone through all this material ahead of time, I would have felt much more confident after reviewing that material about how I decided to go. It was 8-1 anyway, so I don't think I was too influential in the overall vote. But I will take advantage of that going forward. I would like to sit down with your people, Mr. Superintendent, and look at these. Sometimes we read the administrative complaint and the summary, and it's pretty clear. But there's sometimes I just have these nagging questions, and I think if we could sit down and make ourselves available to the PSC and to our Director of HR, that we could probably get all the contacts handled outside of this meeting, and then we can bring what other objections we have. Is that fair?
Yep, absolutely.
Terrific. On this particular issue, I don't want to put the superintendent in a position of coming back and being directed to bring a stronger punishment. I just don't think that's an appropriate use of the superintendent's time and leadership. His job is to oversee the PSC, oversee the chief of HR. I think, Dr. Lozano, you report to the superintendent of schools. Is that correct? Does he have any problem sharing his feedback with you about how you're doing? I didn't think so. He gives me feedback too. So just to be fair, Dr. Lozano, and in that light, I just don't like going back to the superintendent and saying, hey, why don't you go look and what did Ms. Johnson bring in your budget documents, and come back and bring me something harder. You guys are a team, and you guys got to bring the information to us in that respect. But I will take advantage of the opportunity 2 weeks in advance to sit down and go through those cases where I see something that just may not feel right until I understand enough about it, and then I can bring my fully informed beliefs to this table here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I'll just finish this up with, I know that HR does reach out to our assistants and ask if we want to meet with them. I've taken advantage of that a couple of times, and when there's issues similar to this, we can work it out, and often they bring it back with a different number on it, as opposed to doing that up here because it doesn't look good for our employees. But on that note, I'd just like to also put a plug in that you can send your questions on any item before the meeting.
What? Before meetings?
Yes, it's encouraged, actually. And the idea, a lot of these items, again, unless you're voting no, we really should be asking the questions of staff beforehand, not here on the dais, as was discussed in our training that we had with the FSBA with Carol. So just a quick plug for that. All those in favor of Mr. Severa's motion, say aye. Any opposed, say no. No. So that motion fails. On the item H2 as a whole, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. The next item is item B2. Can I have a motion and a
So
second?
moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment on B2?
Yes, Ms. Kimberly Morehorn.
She was here. Ms. Mohorn? Okay, we'll move to board discussion, and then we can come back if she comes in the room. So we'll start with Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. So this was originally came to the board months ago, and then it got added to this agenda, but a lot has changed since this was discussed months ago. So at this point in time, I would recommend to vote this down. I believe that we need to make sure our students all have computers before anybody else has computers. I would be open to having the conversation in the future again, but at this point in time, I would like our students first to have the computers before we roll this out to anybody else additional, like our committees.
Thank you, and I do believe there was a memo attached to the item to vote it down. Mrs. Bowman.
I wasn't supposed to be on the list because my question was answered since there's a memo to vote down.
Perfect, thank you. Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, I'm good on this item now.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman? Okay, I'm good as well. Mrs. Rupert?
Never good. I have to break the mold here.
So
it's a quick question.
Go ahead.
Okay. Do we have any laptops that are Lenovo's sitting around that are not being used? If so, I don't see why we cannot use them for the committee people.
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm sorry, Ms. Rupert, I was a little distracted there. If you can repeat the question.
Sure. Do we have any extra Lenovo's sitting around that our committee people would be able to have that information so they can do their job just like our students do when we get the new computers for them?
I know what Mr. Davis' answer is going to be to this. We really don't have anything sitting around because we're using all the capable devices that we have, because we got about 81,000 that we need to replace now that are out of warranty, end of life, and are breaking down. And as something breaks down, we go find whatever device we have around the district to replace that until we can get an order in and replace it. So if I'm on a different point, Trey, I know he's a little distracted too.
Dr. Zeman, we have a question for Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis.
The question was, do we have any additional laptops laying around that committee members could possibly use?
So the only laptops that we have that would just be laying around, would be ones that are in surplusable, beyond economical repair. So the answer is really no. The reality is, it's possible as we start to divest ourselves of some of the student devices that we have, some that barely have any usable life left, but the cost to support those devices, including the operating systems, some that can't be upgraded to, would not warrant keeping those devices. The overhead to maintain that would be above and beyond what the device is worth. So,
okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. So just remember, not telling you what to do, but the suggestion, the memo is to vote it down. So keep that in mind when you vote. All those in favor of item B2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
No. Motion fails 1, 2, 7 without Mr. Severa. Thank you. The next item up is J5. Can I have a motion in a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment on item J5?
No speakers.
Okay, next is board members, so Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. I pulled this, and I've actually talked to Ms. Paul about this. Just for the record, if she could elaborate, because there were some competitive bids attached to this item for companies that perform similar services to Facilitron. So my question was just how much in fees we've historically paid to Facilitron, so we could kind of compare what those numbers are.
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Ms. Paul.
Thank you for that question. We did look at 3 other companies, and one of the things that is relevant in the next 2 is that they typically charge a subscription fee, and then what also works in our disadvantage is our size. So the bigger you are, the more you pay. With Facilitron, because of its different capabilities and so forth, it's a financial tool. It'll link also with Maximo. And so it's a full turnkey system. Their fees are basically 10% off the top of anything we collect. That's just a flat fee. So we don't get caught up in paying the different fees because of size of the district. We're a big district, and many of them have, number one, a subscription fee, plus they bill you on the size of your district. And so what we've collected in revenue for 24-25 is $1.943 million, and the majority of that money goes directly to the schools. So that's money that normally we would not have. The other thing about Facilitron is it allows us to see who's actually using our facilities, and it gives us data so that we can make data-driven decisions.
I just wanted to point out, because I'm just looking at the list, I mean, that, so if we're paying about $110,000, the other pricing is considerably higher for the items that you've included, so thank you.
Yeah,
I think that's all. I just wanted a clarification to make sure that we're getting competitive pricing. Thanks.
Dr. Zeman.
Chair, are we raising fees for facilities in Broward County?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
Could you repeat the question? I want to make sure I understand it.
In general, are we raising the fees that we charge people for using facilities at Broward County Public Schools?
So we have adjusted our fees as a result of the policy 80/20, and prior to that, our fees had not been adjusted for a long time.
Terrific. So if in the past we collected $1.9 million, what are we forecasted to collect this year with those additional fees?
Well, the 1.9 is inclusive of those fees. So of whatever the rate to rent, the 1.9 that I mentioned for 24-25 are inclusive of those fees.
I'm sorry, we raised the fees for years 24-25, or we raised them for 25-26?
The number I quoted you was from 24-25.
And I'm thinking that we voted this year based on a superintendent's recommendation to increase the fees, because we hadn't increased them a long time, but that took effect this year.
Right.
So I suspect that our revenue for next year is going to go up.
It will.
So 10% of, just say $2 million for fun, because we don't know how high it's going to go up maybe, is $200,000 a year. And that's where our size actually hurts us. Because if we were a district that, collected $50,000 a year and they charge us 10%, it'd be a very small amount of money, but we're not. We're a district that collects $2 million. And this is a software capability that connects individuals who get online and say, I want to use the gym on Saturdays. We have really good information about things that we have. This is not complicated. I think 15 years ago, a flat fee to pay somebody to use their software might have made sense. But if you just reverse the logic here just a little bit, say you made this software and you're looking at Broward County and you charge 10% here and you charge 10% in Pascagoula County that has 4 schools. In Broward County, you're making a huge profit because you built the software once and then you sell it 500 times. I don't like the fact that we agreed to their fees. I don't like giving up $200,000 of revenue because it does go to our schools. And I don't think Facilitron is a good answer to this. This software model of charging 10% doesn't happen anywhere outside of local government anymore. State governments don't pay it. Federal governments don't pay it. Big businesses don't pay it. And so when I look at some of the alternatives here, it looks like Accruent EMS would charge us $25,000. Do we have an idea of how much their whole annual fee would cost? Because it says there's also, depending on the number of users, on enrollments, and number of rooms, do we know what Accruent EMS would charge us as an alternate to Facilitron?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Ms. Paul.
So Accruent is the software we moved away from because they didn't have the capabilities of Facilitron. So they weren't able to collect the information in the manner in which we needed it to be. So that's reflective of that $55,000 cost. If you look at the other two systems, Brightly School Dude, I'm very familiar with that system. I implemented it in 2 districts. And again, the size part hurts us, and so that's why large school districts moved away from Facilitron. And if you look at FMX, their cost is $325,000. So if we, I think your example was perfect. If you're a smaller district, 10%, maybe 5,000 of 50,000. But because of our size, as we look at different software, it increases that cost. And so when I was in...
So if you can pause for a minute.
Sure.
Ms. Paul, I want to help clarify the confusion I see on Dr. Zeman's face. So the board response that you have is information that we were able to gather at that time. We actually contacted the vendors to get more specific information just recently. So those are the numbers she's quoting right now. Just for the last one, FMX is $325,000 cost. The Brightly, which is School Dude, is about $150,000 cost.
But with School
Dude, with the annual subscription, right. You have to add in that part, which will make it about $263 or $668. And then for the second one, Current, which was what we moved from to Facilitron, the total cost is about $55,000. Or correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Paula, any of it.
You are correct, but the reason we moved away from Current is because it didn't have the capabilities and the features that the district felt that was needed or at the time. So Facilitron basically is a turnkey system. One of the things we recognize with Facilitron is that we need to be more aggressive in the training to people in terms of how to use it. And so, we're going to beef up our training program, so that will help people understand it better. But it's a very simple program, and I think we have it on a workshop later on. And we're bringing Facilitron in to actually demonstrate the software so that you can see kind of the ease of use of it. But yes, this is basically in direct competition with the old software School Dude, and what boxed School Dude out of the market was just cost. And so for large districts, which I've been in a number of large districts, it becomes cost prohibitive. This is a straight shot. If we collect $50,000, we pay 10% of the $50,000. So, and we don't have to include this in our budget. So it's not where we have to put that subscription cost in our budget, because if they don't collect fees, we don't pay them.
I'm with you, but it's still, we're either going to take $200,000 away from schools because their facilities have been rented on a $2 million base. We're going to take 10% away from schools, or we're going to take $55,000 instead of $200,000 away from schools and make it a budget item. The business question is Facilitron, the value of Facilitron with its enhanced capabilities, worth $150,000 more than EMS?
So again, EMS was not able to satisfy our needs. It was limited in the data it collected. It couldn't deal with the number of schools we had, and so we had to go away. It was not the right software for us. So that is why we landed in 2022, I believe it is, on Facilitron, because it connects with our BAS system, our HVAC. It connects with Maximo, so we have that ability to actually maximize the resources or the functionality of Facilitron. And but for Facilitron, we would not have collected the $1.9 million because the previous system could not do that for us, and that's why we moved away from it.
If we vote yes on this today, when is the next time we can compete this software?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
I'm going to ask Mr. Akabusu for that.
Good afternoon, board members.
Can't turn the mics on.
Not sure if this is on. Chris Akabusu, Director of Facility Plan and Real Estate. The current contract with Facilitron is going to expire on the 10th of October, and it's a 3-year contract that's before you. So 3 years from now is going to be the new contract.
Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize if this question is repetitive, but in reviewing the proposed contract, I had some questions about payment and how this company generates fees. Since 2023, how much has Facilitron made off of the district with their current fee model base of 10%?
Dr. Hepburn.
All right, I'm going to repeat the number starting with the first year of implementation to last year. So school year 2022, 2023, total revenue for renting our facilities was $580,000. Facilitron fees roughly came up to $58,000. School year 23-24, total revenue for renting our district facilities was $1.7 million. Facilitron's fees collected was $176,000. School year 24-25, which was last school year, total revenue was $1.9 million. Facilitron's fees were $194,000.
So $58,000, $176,000, and $194,000?
Correct.
And that was over the last 3 years?
Yes, so 10%.
So it's, if my math is correct, which sometimes it's not, I'm at $428,000?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
For 3 years, correct.
For the 3-year time period. Okay. And that is based off the premise of the current fee structure in which they're collecting 10%?
That's correct.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Go right ahead.
I would make a motion to direct Ms. Batista to go back to Facilitron and make a counter offer to the current version of the contract and have the fee percentage reduced from 10% to 5%.
Ms. Batista.
I believe normally the contracts are negotiated by staff with Facilitron's representatives, but I'll be happy to assist if that's what the board wishes.
And that's correct. Ms. Batista, thanks for adding that. And just a caution to the board that this contract does sunset next month. So I don't know if negotiations like that would be complete by the time this, before this contract sunsets.
There's not a lot of room between 5% and 10%, right? And to me, worst case scenario, well, I don't want to give my thoughts on how negotiations to go. I'll keep my mouth shut, but surely this isn't an overly complex thing that we can go back to them on.
Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Board, public comment on the motion? Board discussion? Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. What happens if the contract sunsets with our, what happens if we don't have a system set in place?
Yes.
Dr. Hepburn?
We will be absent of a system that can coordinate, have controls, monitor all of the functions for the multitude of schools and other admin spaces that may be used and rented out for, by the public for facility use. And so we won't have that capability anymore. And it is very difficult to do that with an in-house system, which is very, very archaic with some spreadsheet type functionality.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in terms of the current motion, if the negotiation goes beyond the expiration of this contract, is there anything that exists that would allow us to do some sort of a short-term extension of continued use until a 3-year contract is negotiated?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Akabuso, can you provide an answer, please?
No, that's a no to that question. There's nothing in the contract that enables that.
Okay, so an extension cannot be negotiated for some sort of a short-term contract? Dr. Hepburn?
Or Ms. Batista?
I understand this contract is expiring, but is there anything that, should we need the time, that a 3-month temporary sort of extension or additional contract can be done.
Go ahead, Ms. Takabusa. I'm not sure if there's any type of emergency extension in this contract at all, but correct me if I'm wrong, Ms.
You're
Takabusa.
correct, Dr. Hebron, you're correct. There's no provision in this contract that enables a short-term extension. Again, you're talking to an entity. I don't know if they're going to be amenable to that. Beyond, we have the termination clause, which gives you 90 days, but beyond that, there's no provision to enable an extension.
Okay, Madam Chair. So we do have the option of not going with Facilitron and going with a different company. Is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn?
That is correct, but that involved starting the whole procurement process over with a different company, negotiations, and that takes time. Just to add some context to the conversation, Mr. Severi added up the 3 years, which was about $400,000 or so. The 3 years with the last two options in the board response for FMX, that would be almost $1 million. For school due, that would probably be about $500,000 to $600,000, and obviously the former software that we transitioned from is not meeting our needs and probably can't handle the complexity and the size of our school districts, which makes our situation worse.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking these questions, if Facilitron refuse the 5% or we do not meet the timeline, we don't have an option to proceed with a 1-year contract or something of that sort with a different company until we find some company that's comparable to Facilitron?
I think our largest hurdle is time. The contract sunsets early next month. I think Ms. Akabusa said October 10th. We're in September 16th right now, so I think our biggest barrier is time. But then again, the two options, the last two options besides the company that we moved away from, their fees or their structure of cost for us is actually higher than Facilitron annually. So we would be moving out of Facilitron, going into another company that's higher cost, and also having to train all of our employees. Right now, we would be training a small group of people that are new users, because obviously if we look at the past 3 years of the revenue structure, people have been using it, right? So we started out at $580,000 up to last school year, it's been $1.9 million. So people have been using it pretty comfortably. We changed the policy, which increased new users. So now we would be having to train the whole entire system all over again, all in the middle of the school year. So I think there's more complications than just going to another company.
Okay, I understand. I'll ask a few more questions. In terms of Facilitron, do we have to do a 3-year contract? Could this be a 1-year contract?
Dr. Hepburn?
We would have to go back to the table with them.
Okay.
Mr. Akabuso, can you answer that question? Is it, do we lock in a cost or something for the 3-year? Can we, and it's all about if they're amenable to doing that at the last minute too. That's one of another barrier. Go ahead, Mr. Akabuso.
Dr. Hebron, you're very correct. We have to go back to the vendor. It's a business decision for them. So we'll have to ask if they're amenable to doing that. So we can't give you a definite answer because I can't answer on their behalf.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, from what I've seen, there's a progressive increase in the fees they're collecting, which means there's a progressive increase in what they're taking from the school district. As these fees continue to increase, their cost is going to go up. And I understand they're taking a percentage, which is 10%. But if we utilize our facilities at $4 million, I mean, that's $1 million they're gone with. So I think all of us have an issue. The fees seems very exorbitant. I mean, it's a lot of money, 10%. And I kind of feel like we are asked to move this along. We don't have time because we're running out of time. So we're pressured to make this decision without having alternatives. And I don't think it sit well that we are sort of looking at Facilitron as having a monopoly on what we need to get done. I think it's very unsettling, in my opinion, because I would rather we had time and we go out and explore other options than we're tied to this company, and then we don't even have room to say negotiate, because we can't even go back and say give us a 1-year contract and we'll come back next year and see if we can get a better deal. So I, at the very minimum, I think we should go back and tell them a 1-year contract, because we're going to be locked in 3 years. We're going to have progressive increase in fees, and that's money that they're going to take out of the school district. It's just very, very high. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's
Okay,
it.
I was going to say we have to focus on the
I understand, but I just
the motion.
It's a part of it's part of the motion.
Okay. Any other comment on the motion, Dr. Zeman?
I really like this motion. I feel like what Dr. Holness is talking about, though, is a real thing. The board brought up issues with going back to Facilitron. And what we got back was 3 other options that are not as, one doesn't have the functionality, 2 are more expensive. But there wasn't any other thinking beyond that. And this board is not a rubber stamp. We're not just going to roll over and say, oh, let's go spend $200,000 on something that looks like, we have a couple hundred things that people can rent. And if you put them up for sale on a transactions database, and you put a date on every one of them and a timestamp on them, you can sell them, and a point-of-sale vendor will charge you 1.5% to 2%. But someone comes along and writes some software that looks like they can do the exact same thing, but they'll put it into a public education, landing page, and everybody's willing to pay 10%. So I'm objecting to the fees. They're just too much. And I don't like not having real options. I don't like being put in a corner. I don't like being ignored. I don't like my authority being taken away from me. But I don't have the staff to run around and find alternatives to this. And we rely on the staff to bring us real alternatives. And so I'm hoping that we can go back and ask them for a 5% deal. They're still going to be making a lot of money. Again, they built this software years and years ago. You build it once, you sell it thousands of times. We're a big district, and so 5% of $2 million is a lot more than 10% of a smaller district that's doing $50,000, and you still have to install and turn it on and have users and passwords and all that. So I think there's actually a feasible chance. I also looked on the schedule. We have a workshop on October 7th. This contract goes till October 10th. So if we felt strongly about it, we can make a small special school board meeting with this item while we're all here on October 7th and dispose of this item if there's alternatives. But I just feel like this board really, was honest and said, we don't like this. This just seems very expensive. And I wish we had more alternatives than this is crappy and these are two that are more expensive. Including like, hey, well, why don't we do this for a year and we'll go back and see if the vendor's willing to do it now. Or maybe we'll go to the vendor and say, hey, 10% seems like a lot. The board's choking on it. Do you want to come back with a better price? We didn't get either of those 2 options, and now we're being told that we can't exercise our authority as the budget makers for the district because there's no time. So I like this motion. I appreciate Mr. Severa bringing it.
Mrs. Alida.
Yes, I have a question in regards to, by us using Facilitron, how much money annually are we going to save?
Dr. Hepburn.
How much money annually? So by using Facilitron, it has already been demonstrated that the district has quadrupled its revenue for facility use. Obviously, there was an issue before the use of Facilitron where that number was probably definitely under the $500,000 mark. And as a result of using Facilitron and implementing a system that it's being utilized by school staff and patrons who want to use our facilities, the revenue was quadrupled in 2 years or in 3 years.
Okay, what is the specific number?
So the first year Facilitron use was $580,000, and the last school year's use was $1.9 million.
That we saved.
That we brought in revenue.
What we brought in.
Yes,
Okay.
as revenue.
And the 5% is equal to what, and the 10%?
That would be exactly half of, 5% for the first year, $580,000, roughly be about $25,000 to $30,000 of fees they would collect. If we use last year's number, 1.9, they would bring in roughly about $100,000 in fees that they would, if it was 5% versus the roughly approximately 200,000. So it'd be exactly half of what they're collecting right now.
Okay, so if we stick to with the contract now, the fee will be 10%, will be 200,000.
Correct, based off of last year's revenue.
Okay, but we're bringing in 1.9 million revenue.
Correct, as of last year.
And if we stop this suddenly right now, it's going to create what type of issues?
It's going to create chaotic issues. There won't be a functionality for people to request the use of a facility, provide the certificate of insurance, provide all the information needed to rent the facility if they need security, if they need custodians, all the things that you would do as an event planner if you were using somebody else's facility.
And then I see on the key features, it speaks to maintenance and management. Can you talk more about that?
Yeah, I'll defer that one to Ms. Paul.
So the advantage with Facilitron is that it is compatible with Maximo. And so we're able to have a renter put their request in the system. We can schedule the air to turn on at that particular time, to turn off lights, all of that based on our HVAC systems and so forth. So it's integrated into Maximo. And that's one of the advantages because it saves us the potential savings of electricity and so forth, utilities. That's the advantage. The other thing that is really important to understand is we wouldn't collect 1.9 million but for having this type of software, and the integration that we have with our Maximo system will enhance that. And as you know, the majority of the revenue outside of the 10% goes back to the campuses. So this is revenue generating for the campuses. If we didn't have this particular system, you would not have seen that growth from the 580,000 to the 1.9.
Yep. Okay, so thank you. I appreciate that. And yes, I think would have been great to negotiate 5% early on, but I think that this is an important part of our schools, the facilities, the maintenance, the management, the financial reporting. And Dr. Hepburn brought this forward to us. It seems very important.
Indeed.
For us as a board to support our superintendent and to support our chief operation officer and continue and approve this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
I was just going to ask, if we go back and ask for 5%, is there a way we settle on 10%, or does that just restart the whole negotiation?
Dr. Hepburn.
No, from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Takabu, so 10% is kind of their industry standard as far as fees. Yep. And so we're going back to negotiate below industry standard for this business and their fees to school districts to utilize their software.
Like Mrs. Aladuff, I'm very concerned. Even though I have concerns with Facilitron, I've asked Mr. Davis about kind of the quality of the software, and I've talked to Ms. Paul about it as well. I think for what we're getting, it's okay. And I also don't think the disruption to the district after we've just been working through 80/20 and we're figuring out that is worth the price. So I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you. So we just talked about industry standards, 10%. I mean, was this contract negotiated before it was brought to us?
Mr. Akabuso.
Okay, so currently, in the current contract, Facilitron has 8 to 10%. You can either choose 8 to 10% or you can take a specific number, right? So varies because it depends on your number of percentage of your rental, right? So the current is 8 to 10%, but Facilitron only gives you those two options. They don't allow you to negotiate anything outside of that. So we wanted to standardize because we thought to have a midpoint. You understand? So
because it's 8 to 12%.
8 to 12%.
But in what case would we pick 12% over 8%?
Well, okay, so if I'm a renter, right? If I'm a renter, depends on my total. Technically, the lower your total rental cost, you're paying the higher percentage. Okay, the lesser your the lesser your total cost, you're paying a higher percentage, and then so we're trying to see if it can even out. So we can either choose a model now, which technically some of the people who don't have large total rentals are paying, which is the 12%. So they only give you those two options currently.
Okay, so that wasn't really negotiated. That's the options that they're giving.
That's their model.
So you have, okay,
yes,
that's their model. This might have been asked already, but if we went out of contract with this, could it continue on a month-to-month basis? Is Facilitron just going to shut it down and they don't want the money, or how does that
in the contract
work?
That provision is not there. In the contract, we have the termination clause, right? So after the 90 days, they'll shut down. So in the contract right now, it doesn't give you the ability for month-to-month.
And then, one other question I have, and I don't know if this is on the motion 100%, but we said we're making money from using Facilitron. Is it because of Facilitron itself, or because we're implementing a system that that's actually working? Dr. Hepburn.
It is both. So you have a process based off of policy, and the program helps to facilitate that process to make sure that the users of our facilities or renters of our facilities understand what they need to do to provide all the documentation so we're not liable for all kind of crazy stuff that could happen. It holds schools accountable just to make sure they're not double booking or doing things, especially for large events, that are not recorded in the system. Because we have those type of issues too that we have to deal with internally. So it's both. Okay.
So, I have my problems with the 80-20 that we're working on, but I have to agree with Ms. Thompson on this and Ms. Aladuff. We get into some risky territory when we're getting into management, and so while I would love to pay 5% to Facilitron, I can't support this either.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be very quick. So, Dr. Hepburn, just so I can make a decision how I'm going to vote here, in your best opinion, how confident are you that, number one, 5% is attainable for negotiating, and number two, that we can negotiate this 5% before whatever the October deadline is without disrupting service?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm not confident that we'll be able to do that by October 10th.
Okay. Now, my other question is, do you believe, with keeping to the current terms of this contract, how confident are you that we can ask for a 1-year contract instead of a 2-year and get this done before October 15th?
Dr. Hepburn.
As far as the timeline, I know we can't speak for the vendor, so I can't put confidence into something that I don't have any certainty on.
Understand. So question, if we go back and ask for a 1-year contract and they say yea or nay, do we have time to not disrupt service if the 5% motion should fail?
So I know we have a workflow for contracts. So I'm assuming, and Ms. Batista, if you can hop in, I'm assuming that if the only thing in the contract would change is the terms as far as the length of time and nothing else?
Ms. Batista?
If that's it.
Yes, it sounds like from reviewing the contract that would be the only term that would be affected.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, I don't know which way this motion is going to go, but should it not pass, then I would like to make another motion subsequent to that. And lastly, Dr. Hepburn, since the 3-year contract that we have in place did not include any kind of extension or month-to-month option, is that included in this contract, and how difficult would it be to include that? Would it go through the negotiation process again, and would it then run into potential of disrupting service?
Ms. Batista.
Yes, that would be the process. Anything that you change would have to be negotiated with a vendor.
Okay, but how is that different from a change of an extension to 1 year versus, 1 year term versus 3 years? Is there any difference in what's being asked?
No, again, I just like Dr. Hepburn, I've never dealt with this vendor, so I don't know what they would be amenable to agreeing to. Whether they would agree to, 1 year, or they would have agreed to 5%, any of those things would be up to the vendor.
Okay, but would you say that if we're just asking for a reconsideration of the terms to 1 year, that would be doable within the time period of October when without disrupting any service?
I could not answer that question.
Okay, Madam Chair, after this motion, I'm going to make a motion.
Okay. Anybody else? All those in favor of Mr.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just raising my hand. Through the chair, Dr. Hepburn, the current contract has 2 additional 12-month terms. However, it's going to still be within the 8 to 12%.
Yes, okay, thank you. Mr. Severa, I'm sorry, I forgot you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick, and I didn't want to say this in my prior comments, but the cat's kind of out of the bag at this point. I think I have a real problem with contracts like this coming back to this board with a very short period of time for renewal. Because what I'm effectively hearing now is we've lost a lot of leverage, right, in the sense that I guess this sunsets on the 10th of next month. So, we literally have less than a month. And if we're going to the negotiation table with the other side, and they know there's only 3 or 4 weeks before a contract ends on its own terms, that cuts our knees out dramatically. I would like to see going forward that we get these types of contracts with a little bit more time so we can actually go back and negotiate. I feel like a lot of times we don't fully exercise our ability to negotiate for better rates in these contracts that we're signing. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn, did you want to comment on that?
Yes. The contract came before the board a month ago, and it was postponed for this meeting.
Okay. It is what it is with this one. The date's the date. But, I think at a minimum, when we're dealing with contracts like this, or honestly, the majority of the contracts we deal with, there should be enough time for the board to say, Ms. Batista or whoever, go back, renegotiate provision XYZ, without the other side having some leverage knowing that, this thing's up in like 2 weeks, so, you really don't have a lot of time to look elsewhere, and we know you're going to come running back to us. I think that's a huge leverage loss for us, and it's disappointing because I think at the numbers that we're talking about here, we have the opportunity to save, if we can get them to agree, $200,000 plus. In fees, which is no small chunk of change. So I would just like to see. I appreciate the fact that this may have been on a prior agenda and it got pushed to today, but we need to make sure that this board is being given enough time to give directives to renegotiate terms and not be faced with an impending deadline of like 2 weeks.
Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Mr. Cervera, and I appreciate you wanting to try to save the district money. I just want to make sure, my questions to Ms. Batista, is it in our purview to, direct you or Dr. Hepburn to renegotiate a contract?
Ms. Batista?
Yes.
Okay, so then to Mr. Cervera's point then, and I get it was postponed, but, a more timely cadence of the contracts would be very helpful.
Thank you. All those in favor of Mr. Severa's motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
Roll call.
Yes.
Roll call on the motion. Severa. Hickson.
No.
Holness.
No.
Leonardi.
She's not here.
Rupert.
No.
Thompson.
Not here.
Zeman.
Yes.
Alhadeff.
No.
Bowman.
No.
Fails. 2-5.
Chair, can I also just introduce a point of order before you go to discussion?
Well, Dr. Holness wanted to make a motion.
I want to help him out a little bit.
Okay.
Every contract we sign has a convenience of the government clause that allows us to cancel it. If in fact we direct the superintendent to do some more research and bring back information about other ways to do this, we can then direct him to exercise that clause, and that would automatically trigger another competition. So the idea to just saying we only want a one-year contract is already built into the contract, and so I just wanted to share that information for you.
Thank you. Ms. Batista, could you weigh in on that for me, please?
Yes, that is through the chair. So that is correct. In this particular case, the termination clause is upon 90 days written notice. So you could, you could just approve this contract and terminate with a 90-day notice to the other side. If you were to find another company or start a different process for a bid or whatever the process may be.
Okay, so can you expound on the difference that would mean if the board should support a one-year contract with Facilitron as opposed to exercising the termination clause and then looking for another company? How is it different?
So the one-year contract, that's not on the table right now. That's not part of the term of the agreement. The term that is in the agreement is the 90-day termination. So if the board, would no longer want to conduct business with this particular vendor, you could direct the staff to notify the vendor with the 90-day clause, under the 90-day clause.
I understand, and I don't think it's the board not wanting to conduct business with this particular vendor. And I understand, Dr. Zeman, what you're saying as far as achieving, but I think the board is looking for a better deal and more time to do so. So a shorter contract would give us time.
Well, I think what Dr. Zeman was trying to say is maybe you want to direct the superintendent to go into negotiations with Facilitron, because they can do that, and if Facilitron says, no, we don't want to do it, he could bring it back and we could end the contract with a 90-day notice to them. So we don't have to make it just a year. We don't want to wait that long. Really, your motion could be to direct the superintendent to renegotiate the contract and bring it back to us at another time.
Okay, so I'm going to make that motion to the superintendent to renegotiate the contract and bring it back to us at a later date.
Second. Any public comment? Board discussion? Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I'm just curious, now that we're getting into this, was this contract awarded as the result of a competitive solicitation, or was this a sole source directed award to one company without having that competition?
RFI and Facilitron, I'm sorry. The current contract was through a procurement method, and it was through the RFI, and Facilitron won. So this contract is to renew, because we currently have the system built in, to renew the contract with Facilitron. But the initial contract, this contract that's ending is through the procurement method.
So I just want to continue on that, because I've talked a lot about this, and I'm having trouble getting traction. But when you give somebody an award with no competition, which is what this is, right? We gave a competition 3 years ago. We had a bidding process. They won. Their 3 years is up, and now we're just going to give it to them again because we're used to them. That eliminates the competition of any company that has figured out a better way to do this from coming in and competing. And by my account, we're well over 80% of the contracts that this board approves or through some legal wrinkle that allows us to do directed awards, which eliminates competition. And I love competition. That's how you find out if there's a better company than Facilitron. And so I'd like this motion a lot, Dr. Holness, because if in fact, Dr. Hepburn can negotiate a better one, great. If not, we can say, great, let's go out and, tell them they have 6 months because it takes us a while to do a solicitation, and they're welcome to compete. But we go through a real competitive process. There are thousands of companies out there, that would love to do business with Broward County. We're a big district. And I don't know why we are fascinated with doing the thing that is quick and easy rather than doing the things that involves doing what's best for our students, which allows competitors to come in and propose terms and prices and length of time through a process. It takes more work, but you just get better, more efficient outcomes.
Mrs. Alhada.
I just like some clarification to what Dr. Zeman just said in regards to how much time has Facilitron been with us? Because I thought it's been just a year.
No, it's been with us since 2022. This is the third year of the contract that sunsets in October. I think, just to clarify, I think Ms. Akabusa said there was an RFI done in 3 years ago, which Facilitron won that RFI.
Okay, so then my next question is in regards to how much money have we received back in revenue for the last 3 years, if we've been using it for 3 years?
For revenue, who's my math person? Cause some numbers.
3.6 million, because we've collected 4 million. And they keep 10%, so that'd be 3.6 to us.
3.8 million.
Okay. And I know Ms. Paul spoke to other companies before. If we go down this route, Dr. Hepburn, do you feel that we would be able to get a better deal or a better company? Dr. Hepburn.
From the looks of it, I'm not one for sure that they can address our current complexity and size. The other two, I'm not sure if it's a better deal or if it's the same amount of money or if it's less. I'm not sure if we go back out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I'll close us out on this motion, I hope, and then the item. I think it's a good compromise because we're going to pass Facilitron and we're not going to have an interruption in services, but we are directing the superintendent to look into it, and if it comes back with something better, we do have an option to go a different route without interruption of service. So I appreciate the motion. And all those in favor? Dr. Holness, can you repeat the motion?
And if I may, very quickly, so I don't have any independent knowledge about how this was procured, but in the item, it seems to say that this came about as a result of purchasing policy 3320, which would be due to the software exemption. Which, if that's the case, then you would not have to go out for a bid. You can just use that exemption and do business with another company. So it would be a lot shorter period to get a different vendor.
Thank you. Dr. Holness, can you repeat your motion?
Yes, the motion is to direct the superintendent to renegotiate the contract with Facilitron and to come back with anything that is more favorable.
So I think the idea is not separate of the item itself.
Right.
You have an additional part. So maybe, does it make sense for him to make that motion after we vote on the item?
Could I offer an amendment, just a restatement of what I thought he heard said before? A motion that I thought you said was a condition on passing this contract is that Dr. Hepburn will go out and negotiate to see if he gets better rates, and if not, he can report back to the board and we'll take action at that point.
That is correct. It's the condition is passed in this contract,
Right, that was the intent.
and that the superintendent go out to renegotiate for better rates.
Is that good?
So the intent of the motion is that the item would pass, but the superintendent would still go into negotiation or reach out to Facilitron and try to negotiate a lower percentage. But we're still going to pass the item, hopefully, and then have that backwards.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
So I think the idea would be that because there is a 90-day termination clause, that if the superintendent is not, successful in renegotiating the terms, that the board could decide to go that route and just go with a different vendor.
Right, if that's what was brought back to us. Mrs. Bowman.
All right. To Dr. Holness's motion, are we limiting this to negotiation with Facilitron, or are we also bringing back?
That's what I was going to ask too.
If we can't negotiate a lower rate with Facilitron, are you directing the superintendent to bring other?
Okay, great question. So Madam Chair, just to get legal counsel's advice, we could also add in the direction to seek. Should Facilitron we should not be successful in negotiating with Facilitron for better rates, that the superintendent also seek other options for better rates? Is that?
Dr. Hepburn, do you understand the totality of the?
Here's what I understand. Renegotiate the Facilitron contract. I'm hearing at a lower rate, lower than the 8% threshold. If that's not possible, also simultaneously work with other companies to see if we can get better rates, but similar or better capabilities.
Than Facilitron, correct. Ms. Batista, Madam Chair, is that motion okay legally? Okay, that's the motion.
Okay. All those in favor of Dr. Holness's motion say aye.
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 Any opposed say no.
No.
The motion carries 8-1. On the motion itself, back to J5. All those in, I have a question before, sorry, and I'm going to ask it quick. To the superintendent, is it, we keep being told that Facilitron runs because of the policy, right? Like the parameters of Facilitron.
The policy determines the cost structure and some of the functionality.
So my question, because I've heard this from a lot of principals, is would it need to be in the motion or in the policy, or is it something we can ask now that there is a point where the principal has the opportunity to hit approve or unapprove? Because what I understand is sometimes in Facilitron, somebody outside of the district is renting it, but it prevents students who are going to use the facility, let's say the auditorium, for play practice. And all of a sudden, they can't practice for the play because an outside vendor, the principals are complaining that they don't there's nowhere for them to see what's happening to either approve or disapprove of that. Is that, if it's a policy question, I'll move it to the policy.
That's not a policy question. That's a process. Right now, the regional office, for any Facilitron rental interest that comes in, it goes to the regional office. The regional office picks up the phone and they talk to school staff about availability of the space.
Okay, because that's not what I'm hearing from principals. So if we could just make sure that, because we don't want students to be out because somebody wants to rent the facility.
They
So
communicate
that's
with
a
the principal.
concern
If
for
you
me.
could tell, we get any concerns from principals, if they can reach out to the regional office, because that's the current process right now.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of J5 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
Wait. Is this as amended?
Oh.
As amended.
Yes, as amended, I'm sorry. J5.
Aldef, no.
Okay. Although, well, yeah. Did we get to that part? I didn't hear everybody else say anything. So J5, all those in favor of J5 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. So motion
As amended,
Passes.
Chair. And then, Chair, for the record, on Dr. Honus's motion, it was Ms. Aldef voted no, and Ms. Leonardi not present for the vote.
And Ms. Thompson was not present for the vote. There was two. There's
No,
only
she was-
7
she was-
votes. No, she
For
came back
Honus's
after that.
motion?
Oh, for Dr. Holness.
Yeah, that's the one I'm correcting.
I'm sorry. I was talking about Mr. Severa's motion, trying to keep up.
It's okay.
Okay, so motion passes 7-1 without Ms. Thompson here. Okay. The next item, we have a 3 o'clock certain item, but we had we have a group of people who have been sitting here for a long time. We told them that we would do 0012. So I'm going to do 0012 first and then come back to the other time certain. So can I have a motion and a second on 0012?
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Rupert, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Any public comment on 0012?
We have two registered speakers, Mr. Dan Reynolds and Chris Fornes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, board members, and Mr. Superintendent. I'm Dan Reynolds. I'm the president of the Federation of Public Employees. What you have before you is a motion to approve a piggyback agreement. And given the discussion you just had, I'm going to ask that you reconsider this before moving forward. You have a situation where one company, which we do business with multiple companies currently doing the same stuff, and one company has been given a piggyback agreement. Now, to do that, they have to already be doing business here. The other two companies were not included in that process. It appears as though this was a priori agreement. The company Fastenal was given, in our opinion, prejudicial access to the facilities for a period of months before this even came before you. And you, as a board, by the way, just approved a $2.5 million additional expenditure with Maximo. Part of that agreement includes enhancing efficiencies within the warehouse and stockroom, and yet it's just now moving into phase 2. So I don't understand why you would go ahead and bring in another company while you're in the middle of a contract you just let to do this. You should be in possession of a letter that I sent from the Federation to each of you. It is not an anonymous letter. It's a compilation of ideas and facts from a number of employees, and the Federation is willing to take responsibility and stand by anything that's contained in that letter. I might also point out that in the backup you have, it mentions other counties that use Fastenal. It also mentions Lee and Orange. I might point out that both Lee and Orange needed to use Broward County employees to reopen after hurricanes that each of them had, because they had outsourced their own employees. And once you outsource your employees, you can't recall them for duty after a disaster, which you can with your own employees. There's no indication that this is going to result in a savings. In fact, the other two companies working here occasionally have lower prices than Fastenal. And above that, your own employees, when confronted with prices that they think they can do better, have gone out and found items that are being provided by these three companies at a lower price than that.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to urge you to vote no on this and take into consideration the discussion you just had. This is a no-bid piggyback contract where at least two other companies were involved, and it could displace your own employees to the district's detriment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Chris Fornes.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Chris Fornes. I am with Fastenal. I am a Broward County school graduate, Everglades class 2009. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you so much for your time. We do understand the concerns. I just wanted to address today. Fastenal is within 7 school districts in Florida, consigning the inventory, providing a service, providing full-time staff. We work with tens of thousands of vendors, including working with our public economics and our public communities. So working with other, businesses that work within the community to provide a service to the district. We did approach Broward County Schools 2015. Today, within those 7 school districts that we've been working with on site, including Lee, including Orange, including Palm Beach, including Collier, including Sarasota, Miami-Dade is another one, and also higher ed within the University of Miami. So we just wanted to make sure that we are providing the value. The piggyback is a contract that is provided to all these other school districts as well that do utilize the contract. So this wouldn't be the first time this is being done within a K through 12 market. What we have seen is through our total cost of ownership analysis, we are able to show about 8 to 10% hard cost savings on the physical products that are going through the warehouse today. We expect in the first 90 days, we'll consign about $250,000 worth of inventory. And within the first year, we'll consign about $1 million worth of inventory. Today, we consign overall for the state of Florida within the large school districts that we work with, just north of $5 million, supporting 40% or more of the total student population in the state. So I'm going to save everyone some time, give you 56 seconds back. Thank you so much, and we really look forward to growing this partnership.
Thank you. Board member discussion, Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. I have some questions. But first, I want to talk about our employees. Our employees are the heartbeat of this district just as well as our students and our teachers, but we also cannot do the job of educating every child to their best ability if we don't have communication going well to our employees, and they get very nervous because they feel they're going to be displaced, and we owe our employees a little bit more than that. I know during bidding processes and checking out and vetting different organizations, our staff with Ms. Paul has tried to calm the emotions and to reach out to them, but it still continues. So my basic money questions are this. What was the previous contract, FY 21-146, percentage of POs by company?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
I'm going to interrupt for 1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just came to mind. What I would like to do is there's a list of 6 questions and then a statement. But what I don't want to do is sister-splain my colleagues. You know, I don't feel that I need to educate my colleagues. So, you know, there's mansplaining and then there's sister-splaining. Sorry. So what I want to share is very simply, I would like to make a motion to postpone this to the next school board meeting for our business to give our staff, superintendent, Ms. Paul, an opportunity to talk to the AFL-CIO. That hasn't happened. So I would like that, and I think that would be, let's just say, goodwill all around, and information can be given face-to-face, and our employees can feel valued, and our staff can feel valued as well, that has worked very hard on this contract. So I want to make that motion now. I move that this item be postponed until the next meeting in October. And Andre, do you have that date?
October 14th.
October 14th.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Any public comment on the motion?
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I support the motion. The impression this creates is that the warehouse is being outsourced without any input from AFL-CIO, which is not how you should be doing business. If you want people to buy into something, you have to get input before you do it. not after. And the board should be able to see a cost-benefit analysis to know if this is even a good decision that they're trying to talk you into. None of that's been discussed. It seems to be the first people are hearing about this, at least publicly. So I totally support Mrs. Rupert's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Board member comment? I have a question. Dr. Hepburn, is this something that you would be able to do? Like, what would be the process of this, and would you be able to do it in time to bring the item back to us in October?
Yeah, but I think Ms. Rupert is simply asking us to sit down with the specific union so they can clearly understand where we're trying to go. I know Ms. Paul's had some conversations with staff and things just to put them at ease about their jobs. Uncertainty is always a concern for employees, but they won't be affected. Their employment won't be affected by this, but we can certainly sit down and have those conversations just to provide additional clarity with the union leaders.
And I see Mr. Sever's there. The caveat to that, can you give us a follow-up on how that discussion went so that we know
Absolutely.
what the conversation was? Mr. Sever?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
On the motion, remember?
Yes. I'm supportive of the motion, and I'm interested to be able to vote on this when it comes back at the next meeting or whenever it is. I do have a question about the specific contract that I want to bring out into the open so we're not dealing with it next time,
Yes.
if that's appropriate.
It has to be just on her motion right now.
I mean, it kind of is because she's asking to bring
Ms. Batista?
I guess that may be a little bit of a stretch because then technically the entire contract is
Yeah, I don't want to have a whole conversation about that.
You want me to repeat what I said? Okay. So this is, if the motion passes, this is going to come back. When it comes back, I have an issue that I'd prefer to address today because it may not be able to be resolved today. It may require some further inquiry. So when this comes back, I'm not having to raise this again, and then everybody has to, we need another 2 weeks to figure out what Cervera said. So I would like to bring my concern up. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's a big thing.
Can I make a suggestion? You
Please.
could send it to the superintendent as a follow-up, and then they will give us written follow-up. We can all see it, and then it could be rolled into the rest of everything.
And that's why you're the chair.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else have a discussion? Mrs. Rupert?
Yes, the intent is to make sure I have communication going, but it also has issues in the contract as well. I wanted to say that. Okay.
We got it, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of postponing the item until October 14th, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. So this item will come back to us on October 14th. Thank you. We have a time certain item of JJ11. So can I have a motion and a second on item JJ11?
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on the motion, on the item?
Yes. Hold on. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You have 7 registered speakers. We'll go Mary Furtick first, and then Carrie Zucker.
If the first speaker will go to one microphone and the other speaker be ready on the second microphone so we can move this along a little quicker. So who was the second one? So you'll go over to the other microphone. Thank you.
Are you ready for
Okay,
me?
yeah, Mrs. Furtick.
Is
go
this
ahead.
on? Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. It was 1947 when Fort Lauderdale first envisioned a municipal stadium which would provide a home field for high school football games. The first game was played 12 years later, September 18th, 1959, between Fort Lauderdale High School and Central Catholic. For most of the 66 years since, Lockhart Stadium, now known as Chase Stadium, was the home field for Fort Lauderdale High School. 5 years ago, the city of Fort Lauderdale entered into a P3 agreement with Inter Miami. Many of us at the 2 high schools that historically played there, Lauderdale High and Strahan High School, worked with the district and the city to see a provision included which would provide for a specific number of home games a year in the comprehensive agreement. It came as a shock earlier this year this year when students began to raise questions about why their home games were not being played at Lockhart Chase Stadium. We reached out to school board members to ask why and found out that Inter Miami had raised the cost. I know this is not a problem you created. This is an issue for us to pursue with our city representatives in Inter Miami. Our request is that the school board continue to allow games at Lockhart while we work on addressing these issues. There are many issues, many things with the current situation. For example, varsity games have a higher chance of being played on Thursday nights rather than Friday night because the field is being shared by 3 teams. Friday night is the traditional night across the country for varsity football. Thursday night games affect attendance overall. Yes, ticket sales are down, and ticket sales are money going directly to the school to support athletics overall. This situation raises a lot of questions about fairness and finances and so much more. I'm just going to go into a few, like why pay for them to play at at their traditional home field when they can play at another school's home field? Playing and cheering at a home field creates memories that last a lifetime and fosters school spirit, pride, and unity among students and families. Without home games, families, alumni, and neighbors lose an important gathering place that builds community and strengthens connections. Seniors are losing their final opportunity to step onto their home field for their last season. This is a milestone that cannot be replaced. And what about the money? Are we unfairly paying more for these schools? I would ask you to consider the overall finances. Building a stadium, including the school board, the scoreboard, the sound system, the maintenance, it costs a lot of money. And maintaining it year to year, that also costs money. The expenditure at Lockhart is probably a drop in the bucket when you compare with what the district has spent and continues to spend on stadiums, lights, etc., and maintaining them over the years. Please support us on this item for the remainder of the game this season while we look to the future to address these issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Carrie Zucker. I am here along with Ms. Fertig regarding the same topic. I am speaking, however, as a proud Fort Lauderdale High alumni, and I have twin seniors that are there now. We have enjoyed Friday night lights at Lockhart Stadium for the past, all of their years there. We were all saddened to learn that we wouldn't be there supporting our school in the same stadium. The numbers have declined. The kids have less interest in going. My kids are on the baseball team. We try to get the school spirit up and the teams support each other, and all of that is declining. And we're here asking you to consider our motion to be back at Lockhart for our student senior year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deidre Ferenz, followed by TJ, followed by Sarah Owens.
Hello, I'm Deidre Ferenz. I was born and raised here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I have been going to Lockhart Stadium since the Fort Lauderdale Yankees played there when I was a little girl. It will forever be Lockhart Stadium to me. I did not attend Fort Lauderdale High School, but I did attend Cardinal Gibbons High School. Many of my friends went to Fort Lauderdale, and I went to many games at Lockhart Stadium during my high school years. I now have a senior and a sophomore at Fort Lauderdale High. My son is a member of the JV football team, and it is just sad that we don't have a home field. There's something to be said for having your own field, a home field. And my son is currently on the JV, but the hope is that he'll be moving up to the varsity team. And I would really like him and the other students to have the opportunity to have a home field and a place that they feel comfortable going to their high school football games. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Good afternoon. I don't have a lot to say. I won't take up a lot of time. I am a volunteer baseball coach at Fort Lauderdale High. And I am an alumni from the class of 1988. My wife went there. My parents went there. I can't remember there was a time that we had to play at somebody else's field. I'm here to support Coach Dunbar and the football team for this important moment that we need to bring it back to Lockhart Stadium. So I'm just asking for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Hello, my name is Sarah Owen Del Negri, and I am also a proud alumni, graduated in 1991. I have a son who is a third-generation Fort Lauderdale Flying L alum in May. My parents both went to Fort Lauderdale High in 1965, graduated. All of us have participated with Lockhart, and we fully support this. Please, let's try to do what we can for our students. The best memories of my high school were athletics, and I hope this can be for my son too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, to close us out, we have Heather Brinkworth, followed by Richard Dunbar III.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Superintendent, board members. So I think you know I graduated from Stranahan High School, and my children graduated from Fort Lauderdale High School. I enjoyed games at Lockhart Stadium as a Dragon, and my children were able to enjoy home football games on the same site. The only reason we are here today is because students questioned why their home field was no longer the place where generations of Dragons and L's have enjoyed Friday night lights. During my time as a school board member, the city of Fort Lauderdale was in negotiations to lease property owned by the city's residents to Inter Miami. Concerned community members and I realized the opportunity for the city to get more than just $1 per year plus property taxes from the lease. We worked with the City Commission and Inter Miami to get a community field built and designated for Stranahan and Fort Lauderdale to play their home games. This was a small thing for the city to ask that had big return for its residents. Home field advantage is talked about across sports, and for these two high schools, their home field has been and should continue to be the site formerly known as Lockhart Stadium. Once we were alerted that cost was the driving factor behind the move away from these schools from having home field advantage, we began asking questions. What is the cost of having games at other district schools, and how does it compare to what is being charged by Inter Miami? Now, I realize that you were told that there's no cost to using another district school, but that is simply not the case. Ask staff to be upfront about custodial, site coordinator, security monitors, gate workers who wand, PD, and other costs. How do those costs compare? How much revenue will the schools lose? How will the athletic departments be impacted? How does this impact school spirit? And what about the cost to students' feelings of worth as community members? Can we have time to go back to the city and have them revisit their agreement with Inter Miami? I encourage you to consider all these things and support Stranahan and Fort Lauderdale playing their home games on their field. I encourage you to approve JJ11.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Hello, my name is Richard Dunbar, or Coach Dunbar. This is year 20 for me as a coach at Fort Lauderdale High School, year 16 as the head football coach. So right now I'm speaking to you as the head football coach. We're simply not wanted at Dillard. 16 years, the back and forth, all the time that we've played over at Dillard, it has been nothing but confrontation and issues and problems. For me as a head coach to receive phone calls or students or my JV players that come up to me and say, hey, coach, we got this issue in the parking lot with parents trying to get in to bring our halftime snacks or food, and they got to be redirected to the parking lot off of 27th. Now I have to send my JV kids unattended through the parking lot across campus to carry all of our food and drinks back. Okay, that's safety issue number one. Number two, just 2 weeks ago, we were on a lightning warning against Board Anderson, and as we had to leave the stadium, we were walked by security, not through the access gate right there next to the field, which has a direct path to the gym for cover. We had to walk across the parking lot, out through the gate that leads down the street, the side street there, to the elementary school, then go into the gym. If we're exiting the field for lightning, we need to do so in a rapid manner. So these are some of the issues that we faced over time. I don't have a whole lot of time to go into as to why we need to play elsewhere, but something needs to be done. Now, as an alumnus, class of 1997, I've been around Fort Lauderdale High School since 1984. I've seen a lot of Flying L football, which is one of the main reasons why I went to Fort Lauderdale High School. My mom and dad, aunties, uncles, it's a family school for us. For the school to be 126 years old, for us not to have our own, that's an issue for me. And I'm just asking that you guys please address it. I know it can't be done right now, but please, I'm just asking, as an alumnus, someone that blood, sweat, and tears. Is there a way for us to have our own? There's no sense of pride nor tradition when you're not playing at your own school. As a head coach, I have to get 85-plus individuals prepared and ready for 17 away games. I'm getting older, not younger. It's an issue. Thank you.
That was the final speaker, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion, Mrs. Leonardi.
I'd be happy for my colleagues to go ahead and pose their questions so I can help answer them afterwards. So
Okay.
I'm happy for someone else to go first.
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. So currently we have 7 schools: Monarch, West Broward, Taravella, Hollywood Hills, Plantation, as well as Fort Lauderdale and Stranahan in our district that don't have stadiums. And if they do have this set up, they don't have lights. And we heard from the crowd the importance of home games, which I respect. However, we also have these 5 other schools that aren't allowed to do home games at their school. Or if they are, they're forced to do them at 4 p.m. because they don't have lights, which means their family, their friends can't come. We have 5 other coaches that have to call around, ask to share fields, and navigate this process, which I'm told by staff is not incredibly difficult. So I'm concerned about the message that we're sending to Dillard High School, that their field, that their school, that their community isn't good enough for these 2 schools to share. I would like to know how much we've spent on renovating Dillard High School's field.
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
So I did.
Wave, by the way, because I was looking at Miss Paul.
I know. No, I knew she was busy, so we worked together over here. I did ask Mr. Shim to verify, and Mr. Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. So Mr. Shim said that the total cost is $1,558,362.56.
Thank you, staff. So we have put an incredible investment into Dillard High School. It is beautiful. I'm not really a football person, but when I see the field, it looks beautiful. And to say to that community, and to say to 5 other school communities that you don't deserve us to go rent facilities for you is wrong. Period. Thank you.
Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I played football at Taravella High School, and I graduated a long time ago. And you want to know where my home games were? In Coral Springs High School. Coral Springs High School and Taravella are, well, they were very large rivals. And it was frustrating having to go to your rival's high school to play your quote-unquote home games. I hear Ms. Thompson. I understand her concerns. I also understand the importance of, if you have the ability to make some change and take advantage of a good opportunity, you should consider it. High school football is very important in this county. High school football is very important in South Florida and an entire state, if we're being honest. But the athletes that come out of this neck of the woods are incredible athletes. A lot of them play at the professional and Division I collegiate level. And having a sense of pride in having a place to call home, I think it's important. And I realize that there are other schools that may not have this opportunity, but if the opportunity is given to Fort Lauderdale, I think we should give it some serious consideration. I do have a question, Madam Chair. This stadium is owned by Inter Miami FTL Stadium LLC. I assume that that's a private holding company that has nothing to do with the football team, or excuse me, the soccer. Don't want to confuse sports. The professional soccer team.
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm not sure. I don't know if Dr. Wanza is aware.
So, and I know we typically don't do this. Ms. Furtick may have to help me. So the property itself is more than likely owned or something by the city with some type of joint agreement with the city, with Inter Miami for a certain amount of time. Let me just explain what I mean by that. So there was a time when the school district actually purchased the rights to use, and I know Lockhart Stadium too, like everybody else. It's Lockhart, right? And at that time, it was like over $800,000. The school board actually had the rights for the use of the Lockhart Stadium. Our entire athletics department was housed at Lockhart. So we had it was the home field historically for Fort Lauderdale, Stranahan, Dillard, and Northeast, because when it first opened, Dillard didn't have a home field. And when I was a teacher in the early 90s, that was Dillard's home field too. So the current situation is it's owned by the city of Fort Lauderdale with a formal agreement where Inter Miami leases the space until whatever time that lease is.
That's where I was getting at, Dr. Wanza, and thank you for that.
Okay.
If this is a situation where this particular field is owned by the city, did we explore any options of potentially getting them to just let us use this for free, like as a sign of goodwill and to encourage local sports, local athletics?
Dr. Wanza.
So what I can say is that no, we didn't go to the city because the current lease of the property, if you will, is with Inter Miami. However, once the city became aware of our challenges, at least one or two of the commissioners did reach out to staff to see how they could assist us with any processes or challenges that we may have. But we did not initially go to them on the front end. And we take that as a lesson learned. And I just want to publicly say that we certainly want to not make the school or the community feel like we weren't trying to work in their best interest. I do want to publicly say that.
Okay, and I appreciate that because I know that the board, most of the board, approved a $1.7 million match for the city of Fort Lauderdale and one of the middle schools there. So I'm just wondering if any conversations were had in maybe allowing this particular high school to use this facility free of charge. Although I think in the grand scheme of what they're providing under the terms of the contract, the amount seems reasonable to me. I will close my comments with this. This contract will commence, if approved, on the 25th of September, Madam Chair. Is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Wanza.
I have to look at the specific contract, but it is so that all of the remaining home football games for Fort Lauderdale High School and Stranahan High School will be played on the auxiliary field. I got to go look at that item specifically, but it's the auxiliary field. I don't want anybody to get confused. It's not the big soccer. It's the auxiliary community field that's there on the campus, at the property. But let me pull up the item exactly and tell you when it commences.
I think that was right. Next.
Oh. No.
September 25th, Dr. Wanza.
September 25th. Yes, that's the first home game for Fort Lauderdale High School, and then Stranahan's. So the actual dates for each game is listed in the agreement. So the first game is September 25th.
Thank you, Dr. Wanza. I am in favor of this, and I will close my comments with this. Coach Dunbar, on the 25th of September, you play the District 6 Cooper City Cowboys. So no matter what stadium you're playing in, sir, you're going to run into a buzz, so I just want you to be aware of that. Thank you.
Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So I'm in support of this item, but I think this is a Band-Aid. We have a much bigger problem as in regards to our schools. I think it was 6 schools, Ms. Thompson said, 7 that does not have stadiums. And so they're not able to play their football games or soccer games. And also, the other issue we have is graduations. We're constantly paying other facilities to use their space for graduations. So I would like to ask the board and the superintendent that we have a bigger conversation about this, about building our own stadium, and how we can go about doing that. Maybe that's part of our redefining. Maybe that's in a space where we currently already have a school. But I think we need to start making sure we take care of us, take care of BCPS, and keep the money within BCPS. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll just jump in there. Actually, we started that conversation, I believe, a year or so ago when we were having discussions about repurposing and using the land that we have and stuff. So I would agree, and would be great in the process of redefining if you bring back some thoughts to us.
Yeah, that's a great comment. Great. So I've talked to certain partners, including BEF, who has certain interested parties that want to support that. Because it could also be an additional revenue source for the district too, especially for the parents that have little leaguers, kids who are in dance and cheer competitions, as mine is in, and it costs a lot of money because of how much fees they're paying to these private locations versus municipal or government or school district locations that can accommodate the large space that's needed. So yes. We can keep that conversation going, see what we can find as far as space and possible solutions for the district.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. I get to tell you a little story about Lockhart, home of the Fort Lauderdale Yankees, and I'm sure Sarah and TJ Del Negre have heard this story, but before the Yankees could use the beautiful practice fields they used to have at Lockhart Stadium, the pitchers and catchers would come to town a week early, and they weren't allowed to use the stadium because you're not allowed to practice until a very specific date in baseball. Where did they go to practice? They went to Fort Lauderdale High School. So I got to play catch with TJ, with the catcher, who I can't remember his name right now, and Goose Gossage was on the team. And when you're a 13, 14-year-old kid weighing 110 pounds and you're barely 5 foot tall and you get to play catch with a professional player, especially Yankee, you remember it the rest of your life. But things like that happen when you invest in what you do well. And we keep thinking about, as a little bit of a business, like how do we make sure that people care deeply enough to come to our schools? We got a lot of space at Stranahan. We got not a lot of space at Fort Lauderdale, but we do have space at other schools in East Broward County. And to Ms. Thompson's point, which is totally legit, let's fix this problem for the 7 schools that don't have high school stadiums. Let's figure this out so that everybody has a place to go and call home. Sometimes it's a shared field, and that's okay, as long as it's yours. If you come into a stadium and it has Fort Lauderdale High School and Dillard and Northeast and Stranahan on it, that's okay because it's got your logo on it and it's your home field for the night that you get it. And so I like this idea. It's a low-cost way to double down on what we do well in Broward County Public Schools. There's nobody in Broward County that has better athletics than Broward County Public Schools. So let's make sure we do it really well and make sure that we win people back. Coach, I don't think you're actually going to have trouble on September 25th. I think you're going to do just fine. Not that I'm biased, but I'll see you at that game and the other games this year, which is always exciting on Under the Lights when it comes on. But this is a low-cost solution to a major issue with our community. Thousands of people are going to come watch football in Broward County this year, and we need to make sure we're going to where the puck is going. That's the old expression in hockey. You don't go to where the puck is, you go to where the puck's going. Well, in Broward County, the puck's going toward athletics. The Sports Academy is a brilliant investment. Investing in our fields has been a very good investment, and this board has led in that effort. We need home football fields. We need better athletic facilities. I'm going to talk about that later today, to make sure that we are proud of what we deliver for our athletes. There's nothing better than athletics in high school. It creates great young women and great young men, and I appreciate everybody coming today to talk about that. And I'm sorry, Mary, I had to go back all the way to the early 80s. to talk about Thurgood or Munson. What's Munson's name, the catcher?
Okay.
Herman Munson. Thank you very much. He threw a hell of a ball, I'll tell you that much. So, but great things like that happen when you invest in your facilities, when you invest in your coaches, when you invest in the equipment you need, when you get a county-wide sponsorship, for athletics. Like Miami-Dade just got $13 million from Adidas, right? I hope we're next in line because that really helps put us on the map. And it's something that we do better than any other school system in Broward County. And we ought to be doubling down on that investment, not running away from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowman.
I'm originally from Detroit, so I don't know who that is. And I don't know anything about any Lions up until about 4 years ago because they were never good in my entire life until that time. Just to echo my colleagues, I think that there is a bigger problem. The fact that we've got 7 schools that you can't play at is not acceptable. But I don't think that we should punish a couple schools because we can't play at these schools. We have to invest in it. We are producing amazing football players and amazing athletes. We need to be investing in our gyms and our tennis courts and everything else because it's very important to our kids. It looks better. It's more attractive to our schools. I think the investment is going to pay off. So I know that I also talked about the BEF idea lately, and I think we should definitely be exploring that. So I appreciate that. So just one question that I had for this particular renting of the facility for the Fort Lauderdale and Stranahan, is there a way for us to recoup that through our admission process or anything like that?
Yes. So I'll let Dr. Wanza get in detail, but just a reminder for high schools, the revenue for football is the support system for all athletics.
Okay,
right,
so
it's being recycled to support lacrosse. If you have swimming, if you have those sports that don't get a lot of attendance, right?
Which is fine, right. But it's going into the pot that's paying out to.
Currently, we're paying for this because they have a lot of robust sports that don't garner the same amount of attendance as football, and that money is helping to recycle to make sure those sports are fully funded.
Which I totally support as well. Okay. So.
And that's one of the disadvantages of not having your own home field, right? The ones who have their own home field, they're get that revenue, and it's recycling through all the other athletic sports. So.
Right. So that's just another ding against anybody that can't, or that's playing a 4:00 game.
Correct.
Because no one's going to that. Because I know Hollywood Hills, I'm going to go to a 4:00 Thursday game. That's not on everyone's radar, and it's certainly not the way that you celebrate your high school years for, everyone getting together on a Thursday night at 4:00. It's Friday at 7.
And just to throw out a fun fact that I just recently learned about is that Broward County has the largest number of NFL football players in the county.
I just saw that it was just in
the country.
Right.
So we're
Okay, so I think that we agree that we need to be investing in this and not going the other way. Okay, thank you.
And we'll finish up with Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. And first, I have to thank everyone from the community for coming out and speaking today and sending the emails and just being huge advocates for children. So thank you for that. I have a few questions and then some comments. First, when was the decision made to switch the games from Lockhart to Dillard?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
So when the 3 fields that got the first 3 turf fields, so that's what Dillard, South Broward, and Deerfield Beach. When the decision was made for that, a part of the rationale for putting Dillard in was so that they could host or be the home site for the other 2 high schools. So actually it was kind of made, and Dr. Hepburn was not on the dais, so it was kind of made, I'm going to go back a year and a half, 2 years ago before we even started, playing ball this school year. But to your point, Ms. Leonardi, I think that staff could have done a better job communicating that decision so that we wouldn't be at the point that we are now.
Okay, so I want to be clear, though. I was never a part of any conversation about...
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, about playing at Dillard as opposed to Lockhart. I don't even remember when we were talking about doing the turf fields that was a part of the conversation. So I just want to clarify that. But I want to ask the question again. Well, let me preface it with this. I was notified, not by staff or anyone, but by members of the community that, maybe a little over a month ago, that Fort Lauderdale and Stranahan were going to be playing at Dillard instead of Lockhart. So again, when was that decision made?
Dr. Hepburn, it's okay if I?
Yeah, go ahead.
In April of 2025, so April of this year, when the football schedules for this current school year started to be published, so that was later in the spring of this year, is when the first notices started coming out. And again, I want to go back to staff could have done a better job communicating that decision district-wide.
Thank you for
You're welcome.
reiterating that, because that was something that I had a very serious problem with when I called the superintendent. It seemed that I was making him aware as well, so the communication piece there was lacking. Did staff reach out to Inter-Miami or the city of Fort Lauderdale before making this decision to move the games to Dillard?
So what I can tell you is the reason why staff did not reach out to Inter-Miami, and I want to make sure that everyone understands, we do an annual facility use agreement with Inter-Miami for the use of the field for the any football games that we're going to have there. So when the decision was made, no, staff did not reach out to Inter-Miami to say that we will not be contacting you this year, because there was the understanding from staff that the reason, included in the rationale for Dillard being one of the first fields being done, was to allow for all three schools to play at Dillard. So no, Inter-Miami wasn't contacted in April.
Okay. So I suppose I've heard differing narratives around this. So I was originally told that the reason that the district decided to move the games to Dillard was the cost. And I have encouraged staff now multiple times over the last month and a half to reach out to the city and to Inter-Miami with assistance with negotiating the price, because as we heard from our beautiful historians in the audience, there is huge historical and social significance of Fort Lauderdale and Stranahan playing at Lockhart. So moving forward, I greatly encourage the superintendent and staff to lean on the city of Fort Lauderdale and lean on Inter-Miami about coming up with a better deal moving forward. But we're speaking about this year, so I want to keep the focus on this year. And I wanted to correct the record on something that's been put out there. So it is not true that there is no cost associated for Fort Lauderdale High School and Stranahan High School to play their games at Dillard. So can you speak to that?
Yes, ma'am. So, and we'll correct the follow-up, right, that's posted online, and it'll say revised. So there is a difference of about $1,300, if you will, to host a game, whether it's at Inter-Miami or at Dillard. So there are certain costs for police, for EMS, and then obviously some custodial fees, whether you're at a district site or at Inter-Miami. It is more than it is at a district site. The other part, and I'll, so that we all know, whether they play at Dillard or at Inter-Miami, the school gets to keep the ticket sales, the gate sales. That goes to, if it's Stranahan's home game, Stranahan gets the ticket sales. If it's Dillard home game, they get the ticket sales. And they also, at Inter-Miami, they do allow for the schools to keep the collections for the parking lot. Right, and that's also a revenue generator for schools as well. I do not, and the school does not get the concessions at Inter-Miami like they would, to your point, if they host their own home game, and the different clubs or activities get to run concessions and make money as well. So there's a difference of about $1,300-ish if it's at Inter Miami as opposed to a district facility, and we'll break that out. So in the what we're going to post online, we'll break out both so that the community can see the difference in both. But it's about a $1,300 difference.
Okay, and again, I have to reiterate the importance. And what is frustrating for me is that we know, or some of us are aware of the history here and of the agreements that we came to with the city and with Inter Miami and the history that exists there. So again, if we understood that, we should have reached out to the city of Fort Lauderdale and Inter Miami to negotiate some of this stuff. And I hope moving forward we do. So I really have to reiterate that. You know, it's understandable that some of us may be unaware of the history of this community and of this partnership, but if we were listening to the audience, we heard some of that history. We heard 126 years. We heard 1947. We heard about the city of Fort Lauderdale partnership with Inter Miami and the agreements that were come to. So I want to correct the record again about something. No one said that Dillard isn't good enough for other schools to play at. So I'm not sure where that came from. And it is unhealthy for us as board members to pit schools, communities, cities against each other. It would be wrong for me to say that because Ms. Bowman's school shouldn't get something because my school doesn't get it. Each school has its own unique history and own unique context that not all of us are necessarily aware of, but should be eager to learn about. So I'm frustrated that it's taken this so long to get this done for this year. And I appreciate staff's recognition that the communication failed on multiple levels. But I am glad that we are finally here to approve this, and I hope that moving forward we do better. And I passionately ask for my colleagues' support on this item to do right by our students. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item JJ11 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes 7-1 with Dr. Holness not on the dais. Thank you so much. So we are going to go back to some consent items so that we can continue moving on. So the next item is 01. Can I have a motion and a second on item?
Second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on 01?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair. In reviewing this on both the executive summary and the superintendent's recommendation tracking report, I've got some questions. And perhaps most importantly, what exactly are we giving the authority for here? Is it to increase the spending limits on these prior contracts that are listed in the report? Because if so, I would like a little bit more detail as to how this is going to be used, expenditures. It seems to me, and based on how this is written in the executive summary, we're just recertifying firms and increasing pre-qualification limits for specific firms and revoking those for those who didn't renew. Is this resulting in us allowing a bigger pot for the individual contractors listed on the recommendation tracking report?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
Okay, in this particular situation, the vendor did not fill out a renewal application, so that's why we're bringing this to you. So it could be a number of things that would cause us to bring a pre-qual forward. But as I said before, we reached out to them. They still have not provided their renewal application for certification.
So we're not agreeing to give anybody any additional funding for their current projects?
No, this deals with just specifically in this case, the fact that they did not renew their certification, did not provide the documentation to renew their certification.
So all of
to be a pre-qualified vendor.
So all of the spending limits, all of that stuff's going to remain the same on the tracking report?
this does not address that. This only addresses the pre-qual of a vendor. I hope I'm answering the question. I'm just looking at this particular item.
Yeah, as am I, and we're on 01, the pre-qualification certification, and on the attached to that is the superintendent's recommendation tracking report, right?
Right.
And there's project limits and aggregate limits of finances attached to those contractors. So nothing we're doing here today is changing those financial numbers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 01 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries 5-0 with Dr. Zeman, Ms. Thompson, Dr. Holness, and Ms. Rupert not on the dais. The next item is 02. Can I have a motion and a second on item 02? It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Is there any public comment on 02?
Just one speaker, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Hi, good afternoon. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh. On this item, specifically the follow-up, I'm confused because it seems like if staff had provided the open work orders and then also any project information, that would have provided you, Madam Chair, with what you were looking for. And this circles back to Maximo because the last time I think I requested open work orders, that's when we discovered that they were not putting them in by type because I asked, and then they were manually trying to redact because even though Maximo is supposed to be about things at the asset level, that's not how they're put in. So they should be able to give you safety work orders, the ones that are open, as a compromise. But that isn't what this response says, and I hope that the board collectively does not think that this response is all that and a bag of chips, because it's a circular reference. It tells you nothing.
Thank you. And Dr. Zeman pulled this item, but I'm going to make a comment. I agree. The response basically said, no, we can't give you any information because it's just too many things. And so Dr. Hepper and I would ask that that really shouldn't be the answer that staff gives. I know that there were a lot of safety inspection issues, but as a board member, I want to know that they've been addressed, and to get an answer that says that's too much work, basically, was the answer. We can't give you that information was really disappointing. So I hope in the future that there is a more comprehensive answer. Dr. Zeman.
Mr. Chair, a lot of what you said is kind of what I was going to second talk about as well. I view the interest in oversight and accountability to be paramount to system success. And if we say that, oh, but we put this out and we just trust people to do it, but we don't verify something as important as safety, that we're just not doing it the right way. So if, in fact, we're going to delegate authority to principals or someone else to be responsible for safety, I hope that there's some kind of reporting mechanism or some kind of accountability that comes back to us centrally. As board members, I don't think we want to talk to our constituents about safety and say that's a one-way street. We push out these reports. We pray that they do the right thing. On safety issues, I think we need to know more that they've actually followed through, maybe by mid-year and end-of-year reports or the like, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 02 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously 6-0 with Ms. Thompson, Dr. Holness, and Ms. Rupert not on the dais. Next item is 03. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Any public comment on 03?
No, ma'am.
I have Mrs. Rupert. She's not here. And then we're going to go to public comment. Okay.
It's the Broward Health item, Ms. Rupert.
Yes, 03. Your mic.
sorry, 100% behind it. And I've really been someone who said I wish every kid has an IEP for a reason. And more importantly, we need to make sure that our kids under the ESE umbrella get every opportunity to excel and to move forward in their life. So I absolutely 100% love this.
Thank you. I think we would all agree. All those in favor of item 03 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Item passes 7-0. We're moving up.
Point of order, Chair. Are you
Yes.
going to go back to C1 so that we can pass that? We held it back because we thought there was a speaker coming, but it was really C2.
C1 passed on consent. It wasn't pulled. So the motion 03 passes 7-0 without Ms. Thompson and Dr. Holness. We'll now go to public comment. Get to that little part there. At this, oh, that's not it. Sorry. This is the time of the agenda when school board members will hear from our evening speakers. We have 2 evening speakers. First up is Mr. Delvin King. I don't see him. Okay, next is Mrs. Nicole Morris.
It's amazing. As you wish.
Ready? Microphone on? Okay. Hello, Nicole Morris, Coral Springs. I wanted to speak about some confusion over the last couple of weeks regarding the boundary choice area that was proposed, passed on a 7-2 consensus, reversed, put back on, reversed. There were comments at the last meeting that the city of Coral Springs was not in support of this. Last night, the city of Coral Springs gave consensus at their workshop that they do support their residents' desire for a boundary choice area. The boundary choice area would not create any additional meetings or processes, just like the closing of a school or the reconfiguration of the grade levels, such as an elementary to K-8 or middle to 612. These are all boundary changes, and whether it's closing, a boundary change, or reconfiguring, the process is the same. They would all come together at once, just like last year. There is already a community conversation happening in Coral Springs, so no additional meetings or bandwidth required. The process used in 2023 was a singled-out process that went outside of the norm, circumvented the boundary committee, and was found by school board attorney Marilyn Batista and the acting superintendent to have violated policy, and that is why the superintendent recommended against the boundary change. It was mentioned that there could possibly be boundary proposals from other cities if the choice area moves forward, but that's not accurate. Community boundary proposals was removed from the boundary process last year, and the only proposals that would move forward are the ones that the board moves forward. Besides this only gives C4 back their seats that are being given away and does not change anyone else's boundary. The C4 choice area proposal was directed by the board to come back in the fall with the rest of the redefining proposals. We are asking for that direction to be honored and to allow it to go to the town meetings and the boundary committee with the rest of the proposals. Consensus was reached for the proposal, but there was never a consensus reached to undo that direction, not one that my city is clear on. We never heard those words. This is very confusing to the community. I would like to remind you all that last year there was a proposal that you didn't move forward. It was for a K-8. They came back after the meetings, sent it to the community meetings, it went to the boundary committee, and it passed. We are asking for the same. We had emails that went out to our cities. We hope that we will stop going back and forth. Make it clear, make it very clear. Also, with the meetings with the cities, we hope that these will be forward-facing. There's a lot of rumors about backdoor deals going on with the city and the school district, charter schools. So please make these conversations with our city managers forward-facing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will go. This is the part of the meeting where we will consider all of the open agenda items. The following open items have been identified for discussion. AA1, double D 4, 6 we did already. Double F1, JJ1, 7, 10, we did 11. 001, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 14, 15, 16, which is a memo to vote down, 17, 18, 19, double P1, double R1, double R2. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the open items that have not been pulled for discussion, which include double B1, double B2, double D2, 3, 5, 7, double J 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, double O 2, 4, 6, 8, 13, double P2, and double P3.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Are there any registered voters, sorry, any registered
voters?
speakers on the items not pulled for discussion?
Just for double P3, Don Morcell, Nicole Morris, and Norden Weinberger. I believe that's how you say that.
Okay.
You ready? Yeah. Okay, hi. Good afternoon, Superintendent and board members. My name is Dawn Musel. I'm the Education Program Analyst for Coral Springs. I come before you to share our excitement about the performance of our 19 public schools, 16 of which have achieved A ratings. I hope you enjoyed the back to school celebration video that we did send you. We had a great time creating it. As part of our partnership with you, I'm going to leave you some copies of our Fall City magazine, which showcases our public school achievements. And on the cover, it will also highlight exciting initiatives that we have in place that we've developed with Coral Springs Elementary, which is the village program that we have with them. We are staying closely engaged with you guys, our next phase of redefining the schools. We look forward to discussing with the city leaders, school district partners, and community members as we work together to ensure the best outcome for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Hi, Nordine Weinberger, and I'd like to give my time to Nicole.
Thank you. So we'll put 6 minutes on the...
I don't believe we no longer yield time based on our updated policy, Madam Chair.
Oh, that is correct. Sorry, I forgot about that. So, do you want to speak? Because we don't allow to yield time to the...
Okay. You want to go after me? I'll go ahead and go. And anything I don't get to, I'll pass to you. Ready? Okay, Nicole Morris, Coral Springs. Recommendations, starting with a 5-year window for priority for school choice at the time that the reassignments are first open. This is for the reassignment priorities, not from the date of the change, because it may be a few years before reassignments are allowed, as was the case for the MSD boundary change, when even the next year the school is inquiring about accepting reassignments. This problem could occur for this particular community. Someone applying for school choice this year may not be able to make that choice in good faith because they have a 5th grader that the priority will have expired by that time. This priority for them will expire in 2 years. As for the priority, is it possible to have a hardship clause for siblings within that 5-year period? After the boundary change, we made a motion at North Area to allow rising freshmen of current students a reassignment at Douglas because it was so late in the year that the students had missed the ability to visit the schools or even pick schedules, as well as give the families time to properly plan for after-school activity transportation. We made this motion, and we were told absolutely not, that there would be no sibling reassignments. What a strain that put on families of kids at both schools. So I hope that this could be addressed. I'm aware that there is already a priority for siblings, but a reminder that even the priorities go into a lottery. So if you have a student from Weston that has a sibling priority, a student from C4 or any recently rezoned area that is experiencing this in the future, they both go into the lottery, and depending on the number of seats available, the student from another city may get the seat over the student that was just rezoned the year before. Reminder that we are speaking about C4 in the present, but this policy and these decisions will give protections to families for years to come. I know that the city has been working with the district to ensure that the rezoned students that wanted to reassign could, and I believe they were successful in getting everyone who they were in contact with a seat, but intentions do not dictate outcomes. Policy does. We have learned that the best of intentions does not trump policy, so I hope we will secure these protections for our future students today. And outside of the policy on the school choice website, when you go to apply, we have like five boundary choice areas in the district. So when you go to apply for school choice, if you go to Plantation or Cooper City or the couple of boundary choice areas that are in Parkland, it says on the first tab, Parkland residents only, Plantation residents only. That's confusing for people who would like to apply for those schools for school choice. So I would ask that those be in separate places because there's so much confusion. Well, I can't apply because it says I have to live in the city, but that's just for the boundary choice area, not for the reassignments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speakers? Okay, great. At this time, may the chair... all in favor of approving the open agenda items that have not been pulled for discussion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second on item AA1.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Are there any public speakers on AA1?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Dr. Zeman.
Chair, it's wonderful that we have partners like Broward County Commission that want to support mental health. It's a need that we think about, not in the distant past. We had an acute tragedy, and that totally adjusted our view about how we needed to fund security and safety and related things. We now have a tragedy in mental health as well, and the need for mental health resources is huge. So when the county decides to give up money to help us do it, that's great. The question I had, Mr. Superintendent, is this is $2 million for mental health services from last fall to this fall, and another $2 million from this fall to next fall. Have we included the $4 million in mental health services yet? And when can you come back to the board and talk to us about what the county is helping us do in mental health?
Ms. Hollingsworth.
Good afternoon. Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Student Services Officer. I have Ms. Winter here as well to speak to that in the back. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is a 3-year possible agreement, and so it's 1 year with the option of 1-year extensions, and this is what funds our family counseling program. So the 1 year that you're agreeing to opens the door for us to have the possibility of the 1-year extensions for the next 2 years for a total of $6 million.
Terrific. I guess what I'm curious about is we didn't know until today that we got even last year's money, right? Or is this just a renewal for the second and third year?
That's as of today for this past school year.
So what we're voting on today, Chair, is approval of the funds that came from last year to this year, or just from this fall to next fall?
Dr. Hepburn.
From last year, from October 2024 to September 2025.
Terrific. And then presumably we're going to go back another item like at the next school board meeting to approve next year's money?
Yes, we will.
So it's $4 million worth of mental health funds, and I'm curious if we know what the county's funds. It seems odd that we would have spent it on something from last year when we're only approving the receipt of that money today. So it's a good item to just report back on if you can share it with the board. But what is the $4 million or $6 million going for in mental health? So that when we see county commissioners, we can say thank you for the funds. We're using it for this. And it's not an item for now, but if you could send it for the record, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All those in favor of item AA1 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is item FF1. Can I have a motion and a second?
So move.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
No public comment.
Thank you. I pulled this item because I like to always say thank you to our grants department. We took in This month, $129,327.42. But I wanted to highlight that the Quest Center got a large chunk of that money. It was right around $15,000, $14,000 for both sports and literacy at the Quest Center. So thank you to those partners, and thank you to all of our grant writers that get this money to the district. All those in favor of item FF1 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is JJ1. Can I have a motion and a second?
So move.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
No comments.
Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In reviewing this, I noticed that there was an acute lack of specificity as to what was going on. Specifically, no details were provided for what or for this change order was being sought. What exactly is being done here? All it says is that this is to complete the fire alarm install. I'd really like a further explanation of what that is and why this is taking over a year and why they are seeking an additional $215,000 on something that looks like it should have already been done.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
Thank you for the opportunity to explain this. The project started in notice to proceed was granted July 5th, 2022. In the original design and so forth, they didn't include design for building 80 for the fire alarm scope. So we discovered that we have to put this back in. It's a change from the original construction plan, and so that change is required to close out the project. So this is for labor, material, and equipment for the additional work to install a fire alarm system in building 8.
Okay, is it for sirens, pull stations, fire extinguishers, cables? I'm just, when we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on change orders, I just think the public has a right to know exactly what is going into this, and all I'm seeing is we're just finishing a fire alarm install.
Okay,
no further explanation.
I can give you specifics, every device that we're going to include in there by number. It would have to be a follow-on, though.
Okay. I would very much appreciate that, Ms. Paul.
Happy to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also pulled the item. I always look at change orders. This JJ1 happens to be the only one that's a consultant omission, but it's a huge one. So I have similar concerns that my colleague brought up, but I would like to say that we are moving in the right direction in terms of the number of consultant omission or errors, but this is $214,000 of a consultant omission, so just always like to point those out. All those in favor of item JJ1 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is JJ7. Can I have a motion and a second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Dr. Holness. Trying to spread the love. Any public comment on JJ7?
No comment.
Dr. Zeman.
I'm ready to have a party today, right now. There are 12 change orders that this board is not going to hear today. Would you like to know why? Because they're insignificant. They're hundreds of dollars. They're nothing burgers. And our policy is finally kicking in, and our agendas are lightened, and they're lightened in a very appropriate way. We don't lose any oversight, but we also don't have to go through the ridiculous exercise of approving things that are really trivial things. This particular item, though, is not trivial, and I just have a question, Chair, about allocating money to ensure there's adequate funding for forthcoming change orders. Are we now in the business, as Mr. Severa pointed out, and you did just a minute ago, of approving funding without the specifics about what's included and why they happened? I'm just curious about that.
Dr. Bolton.
Mrs. Paul?
So this is for a temporary roof, and basically it was installed March 2024 from installed after a previous project consultant went out of business. So this is a Kai, and as you recall, when I first got here, they closed shop on us, and we had several projects that we had to figure out how to close out, and this is one of them. I believe Song and Associates picked up this project from us, and so they had to design, and now the items that we know they have to do from the previous design is install chill water pipe and do the roof work on it. So the reason we're coming back with you or to you on this particular instance is because it was one of those projects that just kind of was left flapping in the wind when I first got here.
It was installing, was it?
Huh?
It was installed?
It was stopped.
Stopped.
Okay, so yeah, so this is one of the Kai projects that we're moving forward.
I appreciate that. How much is item number one on the change order, the need for the roof? Because in the past, we've gotten change orders with much better kind of detail and specificity of individual cost. Can you tell us how much the roof part of this 160,000 is?
I'm not sure if Ashley's here. If not, I can provide a follow-up on that. Is she here?
She's always here.
Okay, yeah, that is true. Ashley, if you could
Sure.
provide detail on that.
Happy to. Ashley Carpenter with Atkins Realis. So this change order item, Dr. Zeman, you've noted that it looks different than some of the other items that have change orders. This particular item, we're requesting the additional funding that will cover a couple of change order items that are pending that do have entitlement, and a purchase order for a vendor that we require work from. But those change order items and that purchase order for the vendor would not have to come to the board for board approval per change order policy 8000. However, we are lacking the required funding to push those forward. So this is really just a funding item. I don't know exactly, we can provide in a follow-up how much that change order that you're referencing exactly is, but all the pending change orders and the purchase order for the vendor are within that $160,000.
Terrific. So, Chair, just so that we know kind of the new world we're in, if it's a small change order, we don't see it at all. If it's a very close to that size, but a little bit bigger, we get a description of those things and almost a not to exceed amount. And I appreciate that. That still gives us plenty of oversight. But what it does is not show us the details about very specific causes of why we need a change order and specific costs of that. If the board is comfortable with that change, I am. But I think eventually we need to know kind of what the total closeout cost is. This project's 99% done anyway, so this is the kind of thing that I think the board wants to advocate, which is we want things finished. And if we're the obstacle, if it takes 60 days to get a decision to the board because you got to do the staffing work and then bring it to the board, that's not serving our constituents very well. And so if this is part of the remedy to that, that's great. I just want us to acknowledge that that's the new way of kind of talking to the board. I'm personally in favor of it. If my colleagues decide it doesn't work for them, they can come back on items in subsequent meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item JJ7 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Next item is JJ10. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Seaman, seconded by Dr. Holness. Any public comment on JJ10?
No comment.
Mr. Severa.
I'm satisfied.
Oh, perfect. All those in favor of JJ10 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. Next item is 001. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
No comment.
Okay, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question, and then I'm just very excited this is coming forward. I know we've had some driver's ed teachers reach out to me personally talking about kind of the pause in funding. And my question is this money do students have to apply for this? Like, how is the money, because it says it's funding a little over 3,200 students, how is that being allocated?
Dr. Fulton.
So we're excited that we're able to bring this item to you as well. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Cohn to share how the driver's ed program works in our district.
Sure. Good evening. So the contract that you see before you is actually the agreement between the district and the county, and that is to provide supplemental funds for the program. Driver's Ed program is a statutory program, which means that general ed funds are actually front-loaded to support all students in high school for driver's ed programs. So this agreement provides additional support that could fund, resources, teacher salaries, equipment, refurbishing of vehicles.
Very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you much, Chair. Which high schools in Broward County do not have access to a Broward County driver education program?
Dr. Fulton.
Dr. Cohn.
I'm going to defer that question to Susie Kantrick, Director of Applied Learning.
Good afternoon, Susie Kantrick, Director of Applied Learning. All students from all schools, public and private, have access to driver's ed through the district because we do receive all of those funds from the county. Those allow for every child in the district to apply to the program, and then we have a lottery type system where those students are selected and able to participate. So every child from every high school.
What percentage of the overall need do we meet through this program? You said there's a lottery. Is it 10%? Is it 50%? What percentage of applicants get to use a Broward County driver's education program funded, at least the capital part is funded by Broward County?
35%.
Terrific. Is there an approximate marginal cost per student for driver's ed? Is this an expensive program or not an expensive program?
So I'd have to come back to you with the cost per student. For a session, it is approximately $182,000. I think we give, so 30% of the time for students needs to be behind the wheel. We provide about 11 hours instruction behind the wheel and 34 hours of classroom time, which includes those 11 hours. I think we do a pretty good job of providing a number of students with a comprehensive driver's education program for a reasonable cost. We support the professional development from our department, as well as providing opportunities for our driver's ed instructors to go to the conference that's put together by Doris Lossberg Foundation. And we support the DLAP training that our instructors should have. And so I think we're pretty cost effective in this initiative. I would like to see us at more high schools. And that is something that we're looking forward towards doing. As you see in the executive summary, we're at 11 schools. But we would like to expand so that we're able to offer the opportunity to more students.
I appreciate that. I think being at 11 high schools is what it is. It's a program that's providing great service to a third or so of the people who would like to use it. What I'm frustrated by is we get vehicles from the county, we have staff that are trained how to do it, and we stop at 1/3 for some reason. And I don't want to discuss necessarily right now how we would get to more or to all students, but this is a huge social gain to the county if, in fact, there's an institutionalized program to teach kids how to drive well. And I just feel like we need to think a little bit about expanding this to serve more of Broward County, maybe go back to Broward County, ask for more money if we need to, and we'll put up the staff and they put up more vehicles. But we have space for this program. I've seen this program work on a number of our high schools where we have cars available and students come and they do all of their driving. I just think that we might be missing an opportunity to serve more people, and I'll just ask that as a follow-on. If we can come back and talk about what would it look like to do 2/3, what would it look like to do 100% of the requirements, so that we can go to the county and say, here's another thing that we do for all of you. Your children, charter, private, homeschool, or traditional public, get to go to a world-class driver's education program because we know it matters to the community.
Appreciate it, and we will follow up. Thanks,
Dr. Kerr.
Thank you, and I'll finish up on this item. Just say I am also very excited to see this item come forward, and I will say thank you to General Counsel and your staff for pushing this when it got stalled and kickstarting it and getting it moving. So thank you so much. All those in favor of item 001 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. The next, before we do the next item, we have 14 items left and 15 minutes, so I'd like to ask if we could extend the meeting for an hour. All those in favor of extending the meeting for an hour say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no.
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 Motion passes 7-2.
Oops.
6-3. 6-3. So we will extend it for an hour. Next item up is 003. Can I have a motion in a second?
Move.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
No comment.
Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We find ourselves once again with one of these software contracts that we're entering into for multiple years, in this case, for almost $1 million. I'm going to ask the question that I always ask on this: why 2 years?
Dr. Fulton or Ms. Batista?
Dr. Cohn?
It's a cost and savings, Mr. Severa.
What does that mean?
So meaning when we go into negotiations with vendors like this, we try to negotiate some savings because we have found ourselves closing our ecosystems of supplemental software. This is one of the only supplemental math software programs that we offer at the secondary level. So it's not as if we have a plethora. So in doing so, and the data shows that this one is really actually having significant improvements, we went into negotiation to offer a 2-year, and we got some savings plus some additional piloting components that this IXL initiative allows us to do.
What if this software becomes obsolete in 9 months, and the next IXL LLL comes out and it's 10 times better, or something with AI comes out that runs leaps and bounds against IXL? Are we now stuck in a 2-year contract with software that doesn't work so good anymore?
No, sir.
Okay, we have the ability to terminate.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. I think Mr. Severa and I read the items differently. I just want to understand something, and I want the community to understand this. For students that use IXL on PM3 math assessment last year, was their end of year PM3 score 0.97% of a point higher than students who did not use IXL?
Dr. Fulton?
Dr. Cohn?
I'm going to let Guy Barmoha expand upon that.
I wasn't asking for an essay. I just need a yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. Was, in fact, the grade 7 score at the end of the year 2.05 points on a 1 to 5 scale higher than people that didn't use IXL?
That is correct.
Were grade 8 scores 3.75 points higher on a 5-point scale for IXL students than students that didn't use IXL?
That is correct.
Who is not getting IXL in our school next year, this year, right now? Who is not getting it, and how much will that cost?
Well, if the board approves this contract, it's going to be for all of our secondary schools for algebra and geometry.
Which is what IXL specializes in?
Correct, sir.
How could we not do this? And so this item is beautiful. It was bought. It was not scaled up completely, but it was implemented. The teachers were trained. The software was there. And then at the end of the year, we said, how about IXL versus non-IXL? And then the data come through.
Yeah.
These scores are unbelievable. How could you possibly have found a creation that moves students up 1, 2, or 3 3/4 points on a 5-point scale? This is just astronomical, and I just want to compliment the staff on measuring this. $1 million in a district that gets $5,400 million a year. That's what $5.4 billion is. We can afford to do this. We're a big district. What I'd be afraid of is if you didn't come back and ask for this money. These improvements in scores are just phenomenal. And I can't wait to make sure that at the end of this year, as we scale it out to everybody, we don't do it. Did we give this initially and during the pilot year to any non-representative students, or did we just give it away to a random number of students?
Dr. Fulton?
It was a random sample.
Terrific. So this wasn't Title I schools. This wasn't schools that were a 1 on the FAST and PM1.
Yep. Nope, it was a mixture of both.
Terrific. Well, I look forward to seeing kind of a repeat of this and learning more about why IXL software is moving kids so much faster. This is an absolutely remarkable intervention, and it's great staff work to bring this back and allow us to kind of continue to be the great academic school system that we are. Thank you.
Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. And I just briefly wanted to speak in favor of this item. I'm typically skeptical of software as someone who's been in the classroom. But I really appreciated the follow-up, the backup for the academic outcomes of students using this. Wow. And I do want to just caution my colleagues. Sometimes some of us who have been on the board when helpful programs have lapsed because we haven't renewed a contract in time, it creates chaos in the classroom for our teachers. And just because I was a little skeptical when I first saw this, I did reach out to some math teachers who have used this, and I do just want to flag some of their feedback. Wonderful variety of questions. Questions get harder. The more questions they complete. It is very user-friendly. They are able to do the work right on the screen. The program will give everyone a SMART score, which most teachers will ask for the students to complete up to 70, with a few that will set it to 80 plus. After a SMART score of 70, there will be challenge questions. So I heard from multiple teachers that this is useful. So this is the exact kind of thing that we should be using and approving. So thank you for that. Thank you for the feedback.
And yes. Dr. Fulton, can I just expand on that, because I want to make sure I also ease Mrs. Cervera's concerns as well. And our superintendent has been after us for this. So you'll see moving forward, we have a smaller footprint of supplemental materials, but those that, one, teachers are interested in, two, that the data shows is showing an improvement in our student outcomes. And so there'll be voice and choice, but voice and choice in terms of impact to student achievement across the board. And so this is one of those things where we actually looked at Delta Math compared to IXL, and we found that there was a significant correlation with IXL over Delta Math.
Thank you for that feedback, and I will agree. I had a lot of teachers reach out that wanted to be able to use this software, so thank you so much. All those in favor of item 003, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is 005. Can I have a motion and a second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
No comment.
Mr. Cervera.
Satisfied.
Great. All those in favor of 005 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Next item is 007. Can I have a motion and a second? Dr. Zeman. Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
No comment.
Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you. Chair, I pulled this because there was a pretty significant increase in the cost from I know that Mr. Cervera is nodding, and I think we're going to probably do maybe the same thing that we did on another item. But so my question is why we are choosing to renew this contract with the increased cost rather than put it back out for a
Dr. Fulton.
Ms. Paul.
So the terms overall for this contract, the original span was in 22, and that was for 36 months. So we're doing the first renewal of that with an additional cost of $580 and part of $580,000. Part of what we do is we pump out stuff, let's just call it stuff, at all of our campuses once a year. That's part of it. Then we have repairs that we do that's necessary for our septic tanks and lift stations. Then when we have large sewer main stoppages, we have to provide that emergency support. And of course, grease traps as well as septic tanks to repair and replace the drain fields and septic tanks. So this is a lot of sewage that we're pumping out and collecting across the district. And also, this additional spend is for price increases that we anticipate. And so I can provide a follow-up with kind of more detail. We have 5 months remaining on this current term, and that's at $103,085. We have a price adjustment that we expect of $41,234. Additional spending that we anticipate for this period, as well as additional unexpected events. So we're anticipating an additional $580 that we need to support the district, and this is district-wide at all of our campuses and offices. And I can provide that specific breakdown in a follow-up if you need it.
And maybe I'm reading it incorrectly, but I'm trying to find it. When I was reading it originally, it looked like we had increased, that the vendor had increased the pricing.
That was part of it, but it's a combination of things. So if we go back to the original, if I may, the original contract was for $377 over 36 months. Then we asked for additional spending authority in June 2024 of $281. And then what we're asking for now for an additional 12 months is $580,000. That brings the total amount over 48 months to 1.238, and that's what we're asking for.
Right. No, I understand what you're asking for, but the question is this: we've got under the current, it says under current tabulation, we're paying 10 cents per gallon for sewer pumping and 16 cents per gallon for grease pumping, and then the hourly rate per person is $195. They are willing to renew the contract, but at an increase to 25 cents per gallon for sewer, 25 cents per gallon for grease, and an increase of over $50 an hour per person for for manpower. So I understand we need to pump out the grease traps and all of those things and get rid of the sewage. I have no conflict with us getting rid of that in the best way possible, but I'm just wondering how we came to the point where we are renewing a contract at a significant increase without having gone out to get other quotes. Dr. Fulton.
So, if I may.
Go ahead, Ms. Paul.
So we have a existing contract now. I guess what you're saying is that when we come up for, and don't let me put words in your mouth, but when we come up for renewal of a contract, is there an expectation that we go out and rebid the contract again? Because we built into the contract these renewal terms, and oftentimes when we go back and negotiate a contract, it's at a higher rate. I understand there's been an increase, but this contract started back in 2022. And so if the intent of the board is for us to not enter into a 3-year with 2 1-year renewals, it just gets more expensive for us as we go out and rebid. A lot of times when we lock in, especially these type of contracts, it's at a certain rate. And so if we were to go year to year and bid every year, there's not only the internal staff costs that we assume, but it's also a price increase for companies to do this kind of work. So I hope I'm answering your question.
Well,
if not, I'll bring Ms. Andreu in.
No, generally speaking, if you're in a 3-year contract and you set out the terms and say this is going to increase by X amount each year, that's something that you agree to, you lock in the prices, you understand when you're going into it that you're going to have an increase. But this says on this letter, and I don't know that we have any other information that shows what the prior, that we're going along. Are we going through contractual terms that we negotiated? And these are the agreed to prices? Because this says, they're going to increase the prices. It doesn't say, pursuant to the contract, and we understand that changing prices can be challenging and appreciate your prompt attention.
So part of it is the price increase, but the other part is the predictive nature of the work. So we anticipate that we're going to spend more doing these services than we did previously. So we account for that, and we look at historical information to help us predict what's going to happen in the future. So we've had a number of backups just within the last couple of weeks, and so these are the services that we use to either repair.
No, I understand what we're using them for.
Yeah.
I got it. We've got to get the sewage backup taken care of. It's just you're going from 10 cents a gallon to 25 cents. You're going from 195 to 250 an hour. I mean, there's a significant increases. I mean, for how many hours? I don't know how many hours we're looking at, but so that's my question. Did we negotiate as best as possible, and should we be looking for other options since there's such a significant price increase from this particular vendor?
Ms. Andreu, can you come up and kind of shed some light on this, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Jennifer Andreu, Executive Director, Procurement. Yes, to your point, Board Member Bullman, we did do a market analysis, and so this is the average going rate, although it is an increase, unfortunately, with inflation that we're all seeing and feeling. This has been in line with what other districts are paying and with the market.
So I guess going forward, if we could have that information included in the, for the backup, if that's the case, that they have actually gone out and shopped it around so that we know that we're paying the right price. Because based on the information that we have right now, it just looks like we're getting taken advantage of, and they've exponentially increased the prices.
Understood.
I get it. We'll provide that additional detail in the future, if that would be helpful to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sever.
Thank you. We'll go back to the executive summary and just make sure that my math and my figures and understanding of this is correct. In September of 2022, the original spending authority request for a term of 36 months was $377,000. That lasted for roughly 2 years. And then in the summer of 2024, there was an additional spending authority request for an additional $281,000. So over the course of the original 36-month term, we spent $658,000 on these services, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and on my math, that's approximately $219,000 a year on services over the life of the 36-year term, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. So we go from paying on average $219,000 a year to now this ask of this board is $580,000 a year, which is more than double. And I'm being told that this is quote unquote market rate or whatever. But no matter how you slice this, to mimic what Ms. Bowman said, this feels like we're getting hosed here. No pun intended.
So I have a further breakdown. 20,617 times the 5 months remaining in the current term is $103,085. That same figure, 20,617 times 2, which is an estimate of the monthly expenditure with the price adjustment for the renewal period, is $41,234.
But is the 658 that this board has already committed to these companies, is the 658, it's going to get us until through when?
So,
5 months from now?
Yes, so that's the expectation, that we still have 103,000 left on the 5 months. So that's part of the 658 that you're talking about.
I'm just having a high level of difficulty understanding, or I guess maybe appreciating, how much we're now being asked to pay for a year worth of service, 12 months of service, almost $600,000, when we received 3 years worth of service for $658,000.
So the simple answer to that is that we're doing more work. We're doing more of the preventive work and lift stations. Our equipment is aging and so forth. So we have actually increased the volume of work that we're doing, and this is the expectation as we go into this next contract term.
Okay, so we're pumping more septic tanks, we're emptying out more grease traps. The level of services that are going to be provided by these companies has also grown. Is that what our position is?
That is correct.
Well, I'll close with this. A perhaps more detailed breakdown as to how we're spending these dollars, perhaps, Chair, in the future would be appreciated, because when we get things like this, it's common nature to jump to the executive summary and jump to the renewal, and maybe we don't have the benefit of the actual physical breakdown of what's being provided. Although it seems that I don't know how much, honestly, our needs could have increased between June of last year and September of this year to justify the additional amount. But it's just, it seems a little too high to me. I'm going to make a motion, Chair.
Go right ahead.
I'm going to move that they send this back out to rebid.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any public comment on the motion? Board discussion on the motion? I have a question. It seems we've been down this path a number of times today, and I hope this doesn't take the same amount of time. Dr. Fulton, can you have staff tell us what that would do? Like, I'm not looking at this right away. What happens to the services if we're putting this back out to bid?
Ms. Paul.
Ms. Andreu, when is the end of this contract? If we were to end this contract, I have the term through December 2025. The original ITB was from January 23 to December 2025.
Wait, I apologize. I had heard 5 months before.
So 5 months was the $103,000. So it ends December. So we're currently in September. So
90
yes,
days.
yeah. But what I'm have here is December 2025. So I would have to backtrack and see how long it took us to get it here. So when we wrote it.
Chair, may we inquire if it's, I apologize, I was operating under the assumption that we had at least 5 months left. I'm now being told that it's a little over 3. Is it even possible what is the timing parameters look of a rebid?
Ms. Andrea.
Thank you, through the chair. This current bid expires December 31st, 2025, and if it is so this renewal would go into effect January 1st. If it is the will of the board, we do have time to rebid this. I will tell you, though, we do risk a larger increase, but we will follow whatever the will is of the board.
To that point, when you're saying we would risk, we're not saying no necessarily to this contract. We have until December to actually renew it. We're just asking, if you come back and everything's higher, I think we would say we would keep this. So can you kind of explain that? Ms.
That
Andre?
is not how you currently put out a solicitation. So if you're going to put out a solicitation for a new bid, then you would want to award the vendors that apply for that new bid, or you would have to reject that bid, but the board would have to take action on that bid. It's not just an inquiry to get pricing. So we would actually be putting out a solicitation and vendors would bid on that. So again,
Okay,
typically.
thank you for explaining that. Thank you. Okay. Dr. Zeman.
I just have an alternate idea that I wonder if my colleague would consider. One thing we might do is award this and ask our staff to go do some market research. There are 14,000 school districts in the United States, and it may be that if we did a little market research, say with the top 80, which are all members of the Council of Great City Schools, we might find that we're paying significantly more than others. We might find that we're saying significantly less, but whenever there's like a big leap like this, it seems like we should be doing some kind of explanation beyond just saying, oh, we're going to pay this tremendous increase in price. One way to do this would be to award this, and so we don't lose this one, just in case it turns out to be a really great deal. Maybe, EPA changed the rules and you have to have 7 people where you used to be able to do it with 2, or you have to have a certain disposal process with what you're doing, who knows. But under that process, they would come back and look at the top 80 schools, and they may identify a piggyback that is cheaper, and we don't even have to recompete. But the market research, to me, would be like just sound business practice. Like if something goes up this much, go look around. Come back and tell us if we actually got a good deal, let us know. If we didn't get a good deal, either we piggyback or we go out and compete it. But I just feel like there's another step in the process when the prices go up so much, besides just coming to us and saying, hey, it's so much more expensive than it's ever been. I'd like to try harder, I guess, in a way. But to me, asking for market research might be an alternate than not awarding this and going directly out to a competitive bid. We may find out that for some reasons we don't know, this is actually a good contract, but I'd really like to be confident that we are.
I have a question on that point, Ms. Andreu. If we, based on Dr. Zeman's suggestion, if we approve this, could we still go out to bid as he was suggested?
I'm not asking you to go out to bid. I would say do some market research. So what you do is go just
right, but I believe they said they did that. Wasn't that your answer to Mrs. Bowman, was that you did do market research and found that this was the industry standard?
Through the chair, yes, we did a benchmark against Miami-Dade County Public Schools, which is a little larger than Broward. And so we could, though, to the board members' point, if you would like us to do a wider span of school districts, we can absolutely do that throughout the state or throughout the nation.
Here's my point, Chair. Every contract that's let by the 14,000 school districts in the United States are public records. They're literally on their websites. Like, it's a quick thing to go find more than one county. And I'm not persuaded that just because Miami-Dade pays more that we should pay more. Maybe Orange doesn't and Hillsborough doesn't. Maybe there's more. I just feel like we just have to do a little bit more work whenever the prices go up so much so that we can be confident as a board that this is an appropriate contract. We could also not approve this, postpone it until that research comes back, because we don't need this contract until January 1st.
Mr. Safir.
You can call me doctor if you want. I like the idea. However, I don't know that we should cast that wide of a net, and here's why. The cost of pumping a septic tank in Alabama may be a lot cheaper or more expensive than it is in Fort Lauderdale. So if we're going to do that, I think we need to narrow the scope of how far we go and look at. Secondarily, Chair, is it possible to put out an RFI to see if there's someone that could maybe potentially be interested in offering these services at a much more competitive rate than $600,000 a year?
Dr. Fulton.
Ms. Andreu?
Through the chair, we can put out an RFI, an ITB, an RFP, any solicitation that would get us to the point of having contractors that can do this work. But that it would just take additional time to do that.
I guess what is the best mechanism to reach out to people to say we only want to spend this much. Is it possible? And if everybody says, you're absolutely crazy, you're getting a phenomenal deal at this $580,000, then we can scale that back, we can re-sign this contract, and we can talk about this a year from now. But is there a mechanism to get that information without having to be forced to award a contract? Because let's say it comes in at $700,000 and we had a great deal and we blew it.
So if I may, through the chair, we are not giving the contract to this vendor for that spend amount. The spend, the amount is really the per gallon, per load amount that you're looking at, those expenses. This is just to authorize an up to a ceiling for PPO to utilize. That doesn't mean they will utilize the entire amount, and these are the prices. So to answer the question, the best mechanism would be an invitation to bid. We can put out a new invitation to bid, but will we get prices lower than this? I think they'll come in pretty much the same, but we are willing to do that.
Chair, can I amend my motion?
Go ahead.
I think the initial motion, if I'm not mistaken, was to put out an RFP. So I'd like to amend it now for an ITB.
Okay, I have a question on that. So in addition, so is that motion with the idea that this item could pass and we know that we have 90 days to, or you want to do that in place of this item?
Correct. I mean, what would be the point of approving this and then sending out an ITB and finding out that we could have got a better deal? My request is to reject this, reject what's being asked of this board, put out the ITB, see if we can get a better deal. If not, is there a mechanism where this can be brought up in the December school board meeting, and then we can we'll have the numbers there from the ITB, and if this is the best deal, we can approve this.
Ms. Batista and Ms. Andreu shaking her head.
So my suggestion would be to, instead of reject the item, perhaps postpone the item so that you can see what happens with the ITB.
Fine, perfect.
And Ms. Andreu, you're shaking your head back there, so can you verbalize?
It is not customary to have a pending renewal and put out another solicitation. And again, I don't want to take away from the ask, but I would ask you to really look at the current tabulation, like the sewer pumping, and I'm not an expert in this area, but it's 10 cents per gallon. So when I said that is the market rate, so you're asking now, if we go back out to market, can we get sewer pumping for less than 10 cents per gallon?
Actually 20 cents. It went up to...
Sorry,
yeah, that
25 cents per gallon.
That's the crux of the problem.
Right. So again, if we go back out to the market and the lowest bid that comes in is 30 cents per gallon, we would have to then take that to the board for approval. So that's why I said we're taking a risk that the price could increase even more.
Okay, a couple things. If the price increases from 20 cents to 30 cents on the ITB that I'm proposing, can't we still come back and approve what's before this board now? Or do we forfeit the right to do that by rebidding this with an ITB?
I would lean on Ms. Batista, but I would say you are forfeiting the right. I have never seen us postpone an item and then put out the new solicitation.
Ms. Batista.
From a business perspective, I don't know that it's, from a legal perspective, is it an issue, but from a business perspective, it's not common.
Okay, and I appreciate the fact that it's not common or it's not customary. But sometimes when you're trying to find creative ways to save money, you have to think outside the box and do things that maybe aren't customary, because if you continue doing things customary, you're going to get the same result. And that doesn't result in this district having a surplus of cash, in case anybody's keeping tabs. Okay? We often forget we are the 6th largest school board district in the entire country. There is a tremendous benefit to people wanting to do business with us. They get to put on their website, hey, you know, a client of ours is Broward County Public Schools. That's a big grab. That's a big selling point to business owners. And sometimes people may want to operate at a loss or give us a really, really good deal just to say that they're doing business with Broward County Public Schools, the 6th largest school board in the entire district. And I think sometimes we forget this when we negotiate these contracts. We're not the most aggressive of negotiators. So I apologize if this is not customary, okay? One of my jobs up here is to try to save this district money. And if that means coming up with some crazy idea, as long as it's legal and as long as it has the blessing of our general counsel, obviously I want to play by the rules. I don't want to violate any statutes or laws. As long as it's legal and we have the opportunity to save money, I'm all for it, especially when I'm staring in the face of an ask of almost $600,000 for 1 year of services when that's basically almost the same amount we paid over 3 years. So as long as this is legal and as long as this was permissible, I don't care if it's customary or not. I want to do what's best for the residents and the taxpayers in this district. And if that can result in them saving $100,000 here and $200,000 here, I don't care if it's customary. That's what I want to do.
I'm going to just respond, and then Dr. Seaman can go. So just a quick thing to that. I appreciate what you're saying. I think we all want to try to save money, but my preference here is to pass the item and put out the ITB, because we could give 90 days and cancel it without having an issue of not having services and stuff. So Dr. Seaman.
So one of the reasons this is so out of the ordinary is that you will chill the market for doing business with Broward County Schools. So we had a contract. We've competed the contract. We did market research with one county. I wish we had done more. But if then, as a result of that, you decide to not make the award, recompete it, that's fine. But if you decide to make the award and then immediately recompete it, why would anybody bid on work in Broward County Public Schools again? The chance of you winning and then not getting an award has just gone up significantly. And I appreciate you being polite about this, but this isn't just non-customary, this is bad business. And when you conduct yourself with bad business practices, you chill the number of people that will come and do work with you. We saw this 5 years ago in the construction market. We had to beg people to come and build buildings here because of the way we treated things and a whole bunch of other reasons. I don't want to go into that. And now they're back. Now we have the big 5 construction firms wanting to do work here. I don't want the sewage companies all not wanting to work here next. And so this is not a good idea. If you want to cancel this and not make the award and take the gamble that you can get someone cheap, great. If you want to postpone it a month and come back and get some market research, that's a fine business practice, because with that market research, you might decide to cancel and come back. But it's not a matter of customary or not. And I appreciate, again, that's a polite word. But the truth of the matter is this will chill the market for people who want to do work in Broward County. And that's why no one else does this. No one else says we're going to have a competition, but we're not going to make an award. Now, if you just don't want to make an award because the price is too high, that's fine. But you can't make an award, which means I want to do business with you, and then go out and say I want to do business with other people. And so I think we have a lot of good options here. We could postpone and do some market research. We could just say no because the price is too high. I don't know what we're going to do with all our sewage. I think we have this contract in place until end of December, but we have to do something that's like doesn't hurt us long term, and we have kind of a decision point today. Either postpone and do some market research so we feel better about our decision a month, which costs us nothing. Say no and go out and do a new competition. That's fine. You could do an ITB, an RFI, an RFP. I don't care. Pick your poison. But it's a competition, and you're telling somebody that you'll do work with them. They did all the work to propose, and then you pull the rug out from under them to go find somebody else to see if they're better. I don't even know if people would bid. Why would you bid if getting an award on an ITB or an RFP or RFI doesn't guarantee you ever getting any work? So I don't think this is like going to be a good business option for us, this particular motion. And I hope we vote it down and get back to something that is within traditional business practices.
Thank you. All those in favor of Mr. Severa's motion say aye. All those opposed say no.
Aye. No.
Motion fails 6-2 with Ms. Thompson not here and Mrs. Aladeff on the phone. Back to the original item. Dr. Zeman.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone and till October 14th to bring this back. We'd still have 2.5 months left of the current contract and get some additional information from, and I take your point, Mr. Severa, from relevant comparable districts. Florida, let's just say, how about, would you agree to Florida urban districts, or 7 of them? Is that reasonable? So if we could get that back, I think that would make us feel better about, like, hey, if everyone's gone up to 25 cents a gallon, not. I mean, I think it's a pretty crappy way to price things. Come on, guys. Let's go. Lighten up, man. But that might be the situation that we find ourselves in.
I would second.
Any public comment on the motion? Board member discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0 to postpone until October 14th. The next item is 007. Any public comment? Mr. Hill? I'm sorry, 009. I'm sorry. We were on 7.
No comment.
Thank you. Mr. Severa.
Did you want us to move the item, Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So moved.
Thank you. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. There was no public comment. Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair. My question on this is reviewing the executive summary for this particular HVAC equipment. The allotment and the ask is the the original ask was 434. We're now being asked for 4.1 for a total of 4.6. On the 4.1 that's being asked, I was looking at the financial analysis worksheet, and those numbers don't reference or don't match up to the 4.1. I was hoping that someone could explain the math to me on this.
Dr. Fulton.
Ms. Paul.
What specifically does not align?
So the financial analysis worksheet that's provided in this talks about a new bid award of $2.9 million. You see that there? And talks about the prior initial bid and then the spending report. How do we get from the 2.9 to the 4.1 on the executive summary? Am I missing a page? Am I overlooking something? Usually our procurement and warehouse, usually our financial analysis worksheets have the breakdown, which is similar to the numbers that were being asked on the spend authority, right?
So what I see is the new bid award total is 2.9. I think that's what you're referring to. And then we had a previous award total of $434,000. This is an increase to the original bid, I believe. So, Ms. Andre, do you have anything else to add to this one, or do you know on this one?
Mr. Severa, I'm sorry. Can you explain the 2.9? I didn't understand your question.
So on the financial analysis worksheet, the bid is broken down to 2.9. Those are new monies, right? So I'm looking at the executive summary here, in which I believe, if I'm reading this correctly, and maybe I'm not, the initial ask on this is for 4.1, right? So where's the difference between the 2.9 on the bid and the 4.1 in the spending authority ask?
I believe that might be a typo on the FAW, maybe initially in August, because if you look at the date, so this may be an item that was going to come to the board previously and did not make it in time, and the financial analysis was from the previous month, So maybe the department asked to increase it from 2.9 to 4.1 because of the amount of work you see, because we did go back and ask the department to add the particular schools, again, because of the questions that the board has been asking, and I know you all want more detail. So I believe the ask was increased to
Okay, so
4.1, and we probably didn't amend the FAW, so my apologies.
Okay, so the FAW contains a typo, but the executive summary with the breakdown of the 10 schools, if I'm not mistaken, is accurate.
Correct.
In which 19 chillers will be provided at a cost of 4.1.
That is correct.
Okay.
4.185.
Thank you for the explanation.
Okay, all those in favor of item 009, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0. Oh, no. We're missing people. 1, 2, 3,
7-0.
6. 7-0 minus Ms. Thompson and Mrs. Leonardi. Next item is 0011. Can I have a motion and a second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Bowman. Any public comment at 0011?
No comment.
Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair. And looking at the executive summary, these breakdowns to me seem generic in that unless it's a fantastic coincidence, that every school needs approximately $200,000 worth of replacement stage lighting. I don't think that's accurate. I'm just assuming that this was done in some generic fashion for some reason. I would prefer to know before I vote on this, to know what the exact breakdown is with more specificity as to each school. I'm really not comfortable while I want obviously our drama departments to have lighting and stage decorations and all that good stuff. The ask is being made for $2.6 million, and is it just generically they're going to get $200,000 per school? Do we know that, for instance, Stranahan needs the same $200,000 for their lighting that Coconut Creek High School needs for theirs? What if Coconut Creek's lighting system is in phenomenal condition? Or is this just for like some sort of generic upgrade in which everything is going to be changed? I'd like some further specificity or specific detail as to what's going on with this work rather than just generalize. We're going to give everybody $200,000 for lights.
Dr. Fulton.
If I understand it correctly, it's actually we're asking for a spending authority up to. And so the way it's listed here, it's saying the average cost, but it's not to exceed the 2.6. But I will let Wanda Paul add anything additional that I may have missed.
So it's similar to how we put things in the DEFP when we have an average cost, or if we need playground equipment, we think it's going to cost about this much and so forth. And so this is just an average cost. It's spending authority. It doesn't mean that we're going to spend $200,000 at every school. But it gives us a budget to work from. And I suspect in some schools it's going to be more than $200,000 because of the age of the equipment. So this is just an average cost basis of what we think may be needed in the school based on the work orders that we have in the system and so forth. So if you want a detailed list of every of the schools that we have listed here in terms of the work order status, we can provide that.
I would appreciate that. And just to be clear, it's not that every school is getting the same new $200,000 lighting system.
Right. It's just a way to apportion the money. If a school is $180,000 or even less based on the age of the school or equipment, then we would be able to allocate that money elsewhere.
Let me ask a question. Would it make sense, and maybe this is a crazy idea, would it make sense to survey these individual schools to find out what the exact need is before coming to this board and asking for just generic buckets of money?
And that's what the FCA will do. It will provide us detailed information.
But after this is passed, not prior?
Yes, because we have needs now. And so this is our attempt to, we get a lot of work orders on theater lighting and so forth in the high schools especially. So this is our attempt to start to address those items.
Is it not possible before making similar requests to this to actually go to the high school and take a survey of, okay, this...
It would be an actual inspection of the equipment. It wouldn't just be a survey.
Right.
And so that's what the FCA is doing. They're walking the schools, or that information we are collecting. So we will have that information in great order, but this is an attempt to get the spending authority to get this work started.
But what I'm saying, for purposes of transparency, when we vote on these multi-million-dollar asks, is it possible, obviously for this particular item would have to be in the future, but is it possible to say, okay, we want to put new basketball rims in 10 gyms, okay? To go to those 10 gyms and actually walk and say, Dillard High School needs this rim like immediately. Maybe Coral Springs High School's rim is in good condition and we don't need to spend money there, and actually have a better understanding of where the dollars are going. I realize that we're going to do this walkthrough and we're going to do this survey after the fact, but my question is why is it not possible to do this before? So every member of the public can see, like, okay, well, look, they're asking for $2 million for theater lights, and I can tell you that Coconut Creek is in desperate need of, $150,000 for their project. But Northeast High School, they're looking pretty good because they got some new stuff last year, and, there's probably not money that's going to be needed to go there, as opposed to just this general, generic ask for each high school.
Dr. Fulton.
Yes.
Can we try to do that in the future?
Yes.
Thank you.
All those in favor of item 0011 say aye.
Aye.
Any?
No, that's yes.
All opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously with Mrs. Al-Hadef on the phone. Next item is 0014. Can I have a motion and a second? Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
No comment.
Mrs. Leonardi.
Sorry, just pulling my notes up. This is the item to vote down.
Not yet.
No, not yet.
This is medical benefits.
Oh, sorry about that. This is a lot of money, and I know that this is a big service that we offer, if you want to call it that. And I was just curious, and I asked for staff follow-up on this, and I got some answers, but I think it's important to note, so the first renewal was around a little over $10 million. Now this renewal is the projected cost for the administrative fees for this renewal is under $10 million. It's a little over $9 million. And I was just wondering if staff could speak to why there was a decrease.
Dr. Fulton.
Ms. Johnson, also Dr. Ogborn is here too. Good afternoon. I will turn it over to Dr. Osborne to answer the question.
Good afternoon. Dr. Dildra Martin-Ockburn, Director of Benefits and Employment Services. So this is a new contract. We went out for an RFP for new services. So this contract will be an initial 3-year contract. The reason that we're asking for a lower dollar amount, different from the last 3-year contract and the 2 subsequent 1-year renewals, is that by going out, we were able to negotiate a lower administrative fee. Currently, we're paying $31.95 per employee per month, and the new rate would be $30.48 per employee per month.
Perfect. Mr. Severa.
Satisfied?
Excellent. All those in favor of item 0014 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No, that's yes.
Motion carries unanimously 8-0
you.
with Mrs. Rupert not on the dais and Mrs. Al-Hadef on the phone. Next item is 0015. Can I have a motion and a second? It's moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
No comment.
Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I read this correctly, there are 8 contracts that we are approving that are essentially lumped together in this line item. I took a look at those contracts, and all of them make reference to an Exhibit A for the cost breakdown. And in the version of the agenda that I had downloaded with the agreements, there was no Exhibit A. I was wondering, was that intentional or was that a mistake? But I'd like to be able to see the actual cost breakdown that each one of these 8 contracts calls on as their Exhibit A for the payment structure.
Dr. Fulton.
Sorry, I'm checking as well, but Mrs. Andre, if you can come up to the mic and share.
I will have to go contract by contract because, as you stated, there are 8. So this was a request for a proposal. We wanted to have a pool of vendors that are willing and able to do this service. Prior, it really was one vendor. We were down to one vendor for the entire district. So their pricing was submitted to our office for all 8. If it was not, it should be in each agreement. If it is not, I have their original proposal from Demand Star in which their pricing is listed there, and it will vary, again, based on the work from various schools and district locations.
Well, my problem with that, respectfully, is I'm being asked to vote on an $11 million contract, and I read the contracts, and I read the exhibits to the contracts. And if there's an exhibit here that has the cost breakdown, identifying how everybody is going to be paid and what the terms of those payments are, I'd like to see that before voting on a multi-million-dollar contract. So I appreciate the fact that maybe it wasn't attached. I'm certainly not accusing of this being intentional. I'm sure it was an oversight. But I think in fairness to myself and all of my colleagues on this board, we have the right to look at those, perhaps the most important part of the contract, the exhibit that was removed. Madam Chair?
Mr. Severe.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone this item until the proper documentation and all of the exhibits to the contract are provided to myself and my colleagues for review.
It's been moved and seconded. Any comment on the motion?
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I support the motion because just glancing at this, Green Horizon is the one that got almost $8 million in work. So you may have 8 contracts, but only one vendor got all the work. And who's to say that they are offering the most cost-effective plan? And absolutely, the stuff should be attached, but that's never been the norm around here. And by the way, groundskeeping was one of the items. The Council of Great City Schools 2019 report found that we were overpaying on. So wouldn't it be ironic to find that today you're still paying higher than prices than you should? I'm not saying it is, but it could be, and you won't know until somebody does an update to that 2019 report. So I totally support this motion so that you can find out what it is you're approving and making sure that you are responsibly spending our tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just jump in, and I'm going to say this with the utmost respect, but this could have been something that was maybe sent to staff in the questioning so that it would have come back to us and we would have had that answer. So I just want to remind my colleagues that when you see things of this nature on the agendas, please ask staff for that information ahead of time so that we can have it here and we are not continuing to postpone because we're spending time on it now. We're going to spend time on it again when it comes back. So we're just trying to be efficient. So if you could please have those questions asked ahead of time before we get to the meeting. All those in favor of postpone? Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. You can, Mr. Severe, do you want to add to that motion a specific date?
When's the next meeting?
October 14th.
October 14th?
Okay. All those in favor of postponing the item until October 14th, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously without Mrs. Al-Hadef because I didn't hear her on the phone. And we are at 5:30 and we have some people waiting in the audience, so I would like to respectfully again ask my colleagues if we could extend the time for one more hour. All those in favor of extending the meeting for one more hour say aye. 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 Those opposed say no.
No.
Okay, it's 5-3, right? There were 3 no's. Mrs. Al-Hadef's not on the phone.
Who are the no's?
Ms. Thompson.
You can raise your hand if you're the no's, just so we can track you.
I'm on the phone. I'm on the phone.
She's on the phone.
Is your vote yes or no for an hour extension?
No extension.
Okay.
And I was.
Extension passes 5-4.
Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
What would happen if the meeting was not extended and we did not dispose of all the items?
We would have to bring them back to another meeting, which would extend that meeting. And I will say one more time to my colleagues, a lot of time could have been saved if some of these questions were sent ahead of time. And there's people in the audience who have been waiting all day to speak to an item, and for us to not allow them to have the time, I think is disrespectful. And I try not to say that to people, but they have been sitting here the whole day. And I appreciate everyone has things they want to ask and the time that they want to talk, but we should also be respectful of the people who come here to do that as well. So thank you for extending the time. And moving on, we will go to item number 0016, which is a memo to vote down. Can I have a motion in a second? Second. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Any board member comment? Mrs. Leonardi.
I can reserve my comments for 0017. It's really the same.
Perfect. Okay. All those in favor of item, remember it's a motion to vote down. All those in favor of item 0016 say aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Motion fails.
Al-Hadef, no.
Motion fails unanimously. And the next item, and just to remind everyone, we asked for staff to reduce the cost of this, so that's why it was a motion to vote down 0016, and a new item 0017 is coming before us with the new request for funding. So can I have a motion and a second for item 0017?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Board member comment, Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. And I appreciate that the spending authority was reduced. My concern is around the shifting of rationale about the need for this. So last year we were told that using outside vendors for the building department functions wouldn't be in our interest. Then last month we were told we needed $11 million in spend authority, and now we're being told that we can reduce that spend authority by $5 million because the building department is going to hire more people. So how many more positions are we going to advertise, and what's the total dollar amount of those positions?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
We're looking at trying to hire 4 additional people to help us with the inspections. And the dollar amount, I do not have that with me, but
Okay.
I'll provide that as a follow-up.
And so it is staff's position that the 4 positions can make up for the $5 million that we would have spent otherwise?
I think the original conversations we've had in the past was to hire more in-house people if we can get them, and so this is our attempt to do it. And I'm not sure if the $5 million or the 6 that we're asking for is sufficient. And so, we're going to try to recruit in-house people. And if we can do that, then I would see a reduction in terms of how much we would have to leverage our supplemental services or our outside vendor for this.
Okay. I'll just say that this is obviously, and I know that the superintendent and staff feel this way, this is obviously something that's very, that we are in desperate need of. It's something that is a priority of this board to move our projects quickly and efficiently. and safely. And I'm just a little bit concerned about the shifting on this. And I know some of that is board driven, but I am concerned about being able to deliver these services effectively. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. This is an important issue, and it's one that maybe we want to think about in terms of a regional kind of understanding. We live in Broward County. We're the largest landowner, largest employer to our knowledge, but we actually coexist with 31 cities that do this function. And to my knowledge, those cities, by and large, and I know 5 or 6 cities through various enterprises in terms of inspectors and building departments, and they all have government employees doing this work. And so I'm curious, Mr. Superintendent, is your chief of HR convinced that we cannot hire people for less than $256,000 that we're going to pay contractors?
Dr. Hepburn.
We will find out in our recruitment efforts for the positions that we're opening up now.
Okay, but we're being asked to approve an outsourcing, and have we any evidence that we cannot recruit people, but the cities of Broward County can?
So I know we have evidence right now that we haven't been recruiting. We've been outsourcing a large amount of the work to outside organizations. So with board discussion and listening and looking at a different strategy as well as other areas is our intent to recruit. If we're having difficulty recruiting, right, that will assist us in what next steps we need to do. If we need to increase salary and bring the job description and increase the salary back to the board. Also, if the initial $6 million, we've already discussed this with the team and I, this initial amount isn't enough, we will definitely come back to the board for an extra ask of additional dollars if this is not enough while we're doing our recruitment efforts also. And we will do that in enough time that we won't have to worry about the money running out before that.
I'm trying to say this before my colleague Adam Severa says it. $256,000 for a person is a lot of money. Mm-hmm. For someone to go out and do building inspections, to check permits, to review plans, that's a lot. So I'm actually thinking the other way, which is, can we try to recruit more than 4? And then, I mean, if we pass this today, but try and recruit more than 4, we certainly can recruit people less than $256,000 if they're government employees, right? And could we try to recruit more, and therefore we don't have to pay this extra?
Yes, absolutely. When we put out the 4 positions, multiple people will apply. So if we're getting multiple people to apply, we can open up more positions. Hey, we get 15 qualified individuals to apply, we can open up more positions. So that's naturally what we do anyway for some positions.
I'd like to make a motion, Chair, that the preference for building department will be to hire people and have them be government employees as a matter of just cost effectiveness and long-term employment, and that this contract would be used as a relief valve if, in fact, recruiting efforts are not successful.
There's a second. Any public comment on the motion? Ms. Batista, does that need to be a motion if the superintendent has indicated that that's the practice that they have?
The practice. This is for
the building code supplemental services. Dr. Siemens' motion is to make a caveat, I'm guessing, to this, to say that the preference is to hire people, not use supplemental services, and the superintendent did indicate that's what they do now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just asking if there needs to be a motion for that, if that's appropriate.
Yes, because if it's not part of the item, and that's, even though that may be the practice, you may want to, codify it that way.
Okay, thank you. Any other board discussion? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Allison F., no.
Okay, so the motion passes 8-1. Back to the item. All those in favor of the item as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Allison F., no.
The motion passes 8-1. Next item is item number 0018. Can I have a motion in a second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Is there public comment on the motion? On the item?
Yes, ma'am. We have Board registered speakers, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Anna Fusco, Kimberly Moorhorn, and Vicente Thrower.
Okay, it looks like only 3 of them are there, but if the next public speaker can go to the next microphone so that you'll be ready to go next. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. So it was just over a year ago when, oddly enough, it was the 3 of us sitting at Plantation High School when your executive director of operations stood up and said that the bid would be split up and put out as an RFP because there were too many line items, this, that, and the other. And that's when I knew we were going to have a problem. And that was like last July. So from Florida Statute 287.057, because I too like to color within the law, an invitation to bid. The invitation to bid shall be used when the agency is capable of specifically defining the scope of work for which a contractual service is required, or when the agency is capable of establishing precise specifications defining the actual commodity or group of commodities required. Number 4, the contract shall be awarded to the responsible and responsive vendor who submits the lowest responsive bid. What is a responsible vendor? Someone that has the capability in all respects to fully perform the contract requirements and the integrity and reliability that will assure good faith performance. The first time this was put out, they came to you and said, reject all bids. It was an ITB. So that they did not award it to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. First time, I think that was 2023 when it was Lenovo. The second time was last summer. And both of these included deployment services. And once again, you had the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, which was that time Figures Communications. So then a bunch of months go by, and then they're bringing you, we finally get HP, and we've broken it into 2 RFPs. And before you issue an RFP, the agency must determine and specify in writing the reasons that procurement by invitation to bid is not practicable, and understand that things like bid rigging is not one of the reasons that you would go with an RFP, which infuses a lot of subjectivity into a process. Remember that these are for laptops, which you buy based on specifications, so you don't end up with Lenovo's that barely can do anything. So then you had a lot of other issues. Actually, that'll be the second one. So my recommendation, and I don't know why they didn't do this the first time, like 40 days ago, reject, rebid as an ITB. You could have done that the second you yanked it off the agenda. They could have done it when they brought it to you last time. Didn't do it. I don't know what kind of strategic thinking is going on, but this is, it doesn't make any sense to me. And I'll be back for the deployment solicitation.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Kimberly Moorhorn, Margate. It said good morning, but it's evening. Madam Chair, Dr. Hepburn, and board members. Today we're faced with an important issue that significantly impacts the future of our students in Broward County. The public, we are set to vote, you are set to vote on a substantial contract over $115 million to procure thousands of new laptops for our students. This initiative aims to provide every student with a take-home laptop, a step that could greatly enhance their learning experience. However, you must approach the decision with caution as it's currently under investigation by the Inspector General. The investigation raises critical questions about procurement process that we cannot ignore. Transparency, accountability are paramount, especially when discussing such a significant investment of public funds. My question to the board is, should you move forward during an investigation? While the intention behind the plan is commendable, replacing outdated devices, ensuring that our students have access to the latest technology, we must carefully consider the implications of moving forward without fully understanding the circumstances surrounding the contract. Many of our current laptops are beyond their useful life, which not only affects the students' learning, testing restrictions, but also limits the ability to engage with modern educational tools.
As we move forward, we ensure that every decision we make in the best interest of our students is our duty to advocate their needs while holding your educational institution accountable for decision. Quoting the words of one of the board member Holiness earlier this morning, members, we need lack of full transparency, accountability, integrity, and acting responsible as elected officials may end up, if you don't, another grand jury. Therefore, I ask to reject all bids, start from scratch. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Vincente Throw Pompano Beach. Board members, I don't understand that every time we turn around, we're trying to build a brand for Broward County for other counties to look up to. But we're in the newspaper constantly, all the time. We started off this year being like the A school district was what we've been promoting. But we have another process and a problem right now that this laptop situation that has been in grand jury reports previously dealing with other IT directors and what their hands were involved in. What is so hard about saying, let's put something back out to bid to make sure that we cover the school board's backside? I don't understand. What stops this board from saying, we want to make sure everything is on the up and up? And why can't a third party come in and possibly even do the bidding process? I just cannot fathom why we're always in the newspaper on one item. This one item consistently. Now, what if the report comes back, and I believe the attorney made a statement when somebody asked, and I don't know which board member asked us a while back, well, what if the Inspector General's report comes back not in our favor? Are the board members covered? Or is staff covered? The question has to always be, who gets in trouble? I mean, I would ask myself that. Who's the one who's left carrying the football? So what is the problem with the superintendent and staff saying, you know what? There's no problem with putting it back out to bid. What's the rush? You're already in the school year. So when I go down to the county commission chambers and everything else, it's full of lobbyists lobbying for a purpose. Nobody is here besides people that care about the best interest of what is the best interest of our children. Why, if we're in the middle of the school year right now, why can we not say, let's do what's best for Broward County? The motto of this school district needs to be Broward County schools first, which means our children should come first. I recommend to you all that you should tell staff, like some board members have already stated, it's under investigation. Let's show some good faith, and let's just go back out to bid. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No other comments.
Thank you. School board discussion, Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before this is formally opened up and pursuant to Section 112.3143, subsection 4B of Florida statutes, I need to make a disclosure for a possible conflict with the vendor. I discovered this during the course of my normal processes and procedures in my recent meeting preparation for purposes of today while cross-referencing my professional client list. Based on this conflict, I need to recuse myself from items 0018 and 0019.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
This is 18, right?
0018.
I think I've said enough all the other times I've been up here, but I won't be supporting this.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a few questions. Dr. Hepburn, can you reiterate the current status of the investigation concerns with this item?
Dr. Hepburn?
It's currently being investigated by the IG. That's all I have for you.
And can you provide us with and I know you've mentioned it before, with any follow-up or information, the latest that came out of the IG's office to the board regarding this?
Dr. Hepburn?
The latest that came from the IG, which was sent to all the board members, is the letter about investigating and doing business while they're investigating.
Okay. If the board vote yes, what is the potential legal consequences to the board or individual board members?
Ms. Batista.
Again, because this is an investigation, there is no evidence of wrongdoing. There would not be an impact to the board members individually.
Okay, what is the impact to the board collectively?
So depending on the results of the investigation from the Office of the Inspector General, if it is found that there is a violation of some sort, and that the violation was as a result of misconduct by an employee of the district, then that person would be then investigated, I presume, by the district. And potentially, if it's something criminal, it would also escalate to that level.
Okay, so will the consequence be narrowed to that specific employee or employees if there are more than one?
That is correct.
Okay, and besides the employees, is there any potential consequence to the district in general? I've heard people talk about grand jury and so on and so forth. Is there anything that you can perceive beyond specific employees' misconduct that would extend beyond those employees to the district in general or to the board?
Because I don't know what the outcome of the investigation would be, I think that's a difficult question to respond to. Whether there may be, as a result of that, an investigation, a further investigation or inquiry by a grand jury. That is obviously possible, but I wouldn't have any way of knowing that.
Okay, if in fact it was shown to be some sort of misconduct, will there then be potential financial impact to the district?
Only to the extent that if the employee was acting within the scope of their employment and there is any type of lawsuit or whatnot against that person, whether it be criminal or otherwise, the district would represent, provide representation, legal representation to that employee, pursuant to 101226, which is Florida statute.
Thank you. So to reiterate, Ms. Batista, so I can ensure that I am voting based upon information, is that there will not likely be any potential legal consequence to individual board members, and collectively as a board. Could you reiterate that part as a board?
So as a board, as I said, that if you look at consequences such as a grand jury investigation or whatnot, that I cannot answer that question at this time because I don't know what the results of the investigation may yield.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, if we delay this item to the end of the investigation, what is the impact on our students and our school district?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm going to have Mr. Davis rehash that again.
Good evening, Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. I think I spoke before. We're at a critical juncture at this stage. We have 81,000 devices and over 5,000 teacher devices that currently cannot be upgraded or in barely usable condition. If we do not replace those, and the time certain is unknown on that, the digital experience that we so rely on across our district is in jeopardy. Not only from a security vulnerability standpoint, but just from a performance disparity as well.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, what are the current challenges that our students are now facing as a result of lack of availability of computers?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Davis, if you can elaborate.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
Okay, so the prior question was about the overall impact on the students if we don't get these computers. So what is the current challenge in this first quarter of our school district that our students and staff and teachers and so on are facing currently, right now, in this first quarter?
So we have testing assessments. We have Windows 11 upgrade that in less than a month from now we will have end of life on product. We have many of those devices. Thousands of those devices cannot be upgraded to Windows 11, which introduces incredible administrative overhead in addition to performance disparity with the applications that they use with those devices.
Okay, so the current impact appears to be quite significant to our students. And Dr. Hepburn, is there any potential end in sight as to when the IG's office will complete this investigation?
You said when's the timeline?
Is there any potential end in sight as to when they will complete? This could go on all year.
Yeah, the right now it's indefinite. We don't have a timeline from the IG.
Okay, and Madam Chair, I'm almost done. So Dr. Hepburn, if we put this back out to bid, is that possible, and what would be the timeline and the impact of doing so?
Yes, that's possible. This takes probably 90 to 180 days because we did have a bid protest or two with this item that delayed it. That took a couple of months to that. So it adds a lot of time. We may not be back here again until next year if we put it back out.
Okay, so if there's no path to expedite anything at this point, and the best we're looking at if it goes out to bid is 3 months down the road, which would put us in the second semester.
Correct, and I'm not the expert at procurement. I see Ms. Andrea, she can give some detail to that, so I'll let the procurement expert give you a timeline on if we put something back out. What's the specific timeline? If we put this item back out or whatever most appropriate procurement vehicle that provides the shortest time frame, just so Dr. Holness and the board can have an idea of timeline.
Thank you, Superintendent. So we could absolutely, if the board chooses to reject this item, we could probably put something out next month, and then I still recommend putting out a request for proposal. And once we do that, it would probably be maybe 6 months before we could come back to the board. On average, it's been taking 6 to 9 months. So.
Understand. So between now and then, Dr. Hepburn, students would have, and our district would have all the challenges we're currently discussing until that is resolved. So I think, and I'll wrap up, I think the board is left with the responsibility of ensuring that our students have the necessary resources they need, and at the same time we are struggling with the consequences as to what this investigation will reveal. You know, I for one, my focus is on our students, and you know, it's hard to leave our students without the resources they need to succeed. And so I have to make a call, and I rather make a call that is aired on the side of our students and the benefit to them. You know, it's a very difficult call, but it's too consequential for students. And as a past educator, it would be irresponsible of me to leave our students hanging and not see a path forward because of these sort of issues. So I am going to vote yes on this item.
Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. Were any agencies investigating this item before we referred it to the OIG?
No.
Okay. What communications has the district received from state officials on this item?
Dr. Hepburn.
None that I'm aware of.
What communications has the district received from lobbyists on this item?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. And the reason I ask if any agencies were investigating this item before you referred it to the OIG is because it is my belief and understanding that the superintendent was acting with extreme caution and with the intention to hold everyone in this system accountable by referring it to the OIG. But I just want us to be clear, the issues that have been flagged, to the extent that any have been, have not come from the state level or from any other agencies that saw any issues with this item. Is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn?
Correct.
Okay. So I'll try to be brief. People have been throwing around the term grand jury today, and I'll be honest, I do have concerns that if we vote yes, in good faith and under the assurances from our council and staff that nothing nefarious has happened here, and then the OIG comes back and does find wrongdoing, the board could be held accountable due to the political atmosphere here, even though we've done nothing wrong and we've simply acted on the advice of staff and council. So there is that scenario that I have considered. On the other hand, I know that with 100% certainty, voting no on this and delaying this further will have negative impacts on students and teachers. And that's why we're all supposed to be here, is to have positive impacts on students and teachers. And so, like my colleague, Dr. Holness, I am willing to take the political risk to do what's right by students and teachers. So that's why I will support this item today. And we have had assurances from council and from our superintendent. There is an off-ramp for this in the instance that any wrongdoing has occurred.
Thank you. Ms. Batista, did you want to, Mrs. Leonardi just made mention about legal counsel, or so could you just reiterate to us what your suggestion or your thoughts are?
So my thoughts and my suggestions are two different things.
Your suggestion as our legal counsel.
So I think it's important to remember that, I have answered all the questions that have been posed as it relates to, what we know today. And what we know today is very little, right? There is a letter, there are accusations, there is nothing concrete, there is no evidence. From what I understand, the superintendent and his staff have made inquiry into the process, and that inquiry has yielded answers that are appropriate, that there was an appropriate process as far as the procurement process and all the other processes that were followed in this particular case. From a legal standpoint, of course, the safest route would be to reject all bids and to go out again for another either RFP or whatnot. And that's just from a legal, conservative, safety perspective. It's not based on, political issues or the evidence before you or anything along those lines. It's just the most conservative approach.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. In regard to the 86,000 laptops, I just want clarification. Are they still working and in use? And is there a period of time that they would not be able to be used? Like, is it a year from now? We can get more clarification on that.
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm sorry, Ms. Allen, if I missed the first part of the question. Okay.
The 86,000 laptops, are they currently being able to be used, and do they have a life expectancy, say, another 6 months, a year from now, or they can't be used at all?
Mr. Davis.
Good evening, Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. To address the question, those 81,000, including the 5,000 plus teacher laptops, thousands of those devices are not usable. They're beyond economical repair, so our supply dwindles. So no, not all of those are in use or capable of being in use. And none of those are in useful life, meaning they have any kind of warranty. They're all 4 years or greater.
Okay, but I'm going to pick at this a little bit more. When you say thousands, are you talking 5,000, 50,000? I'm trying to understand if we have any time to still be able to use those laptop computers for us to have some flexibility in our decision.
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Davis.
I don't have the exact number with me. That's why I was looking back at Max. So Max, out of the 81,000 plus 5,000 plus teacher laptops, how many of those would you say are not in service or any usable status?
So through the CIO and the superintendent, Max Rosario, Director of Students of Technology Support Services, I would say about on the teacher side, those devices are about 44,000 or so already beyond the 4-year mark. On the student side, when we take that number, we have approximately 30,000 or so computers that have reached that mark.
Yeah, the question is actually what computers are not in service. Like, not that they reached the 4-year, they're not usable. That's what her question is.
So I will have to come back with that specific answer because I have to look and see which ones have been completely decommissioned.
And that's a really, really important question because you might come back and say 75,000 computers are still usable for the next year. Okay, so I'll move on. What is the other options the board has besides voting yes today or voting no today, going out for an ITB, doing RFP? What are our options, and is one a faster option than the other to get computers? Like, let's say we reject this, we voted down. What are our options as quickly as possible to go through the process? Is it RFP, ITB?
Dr. Hepburn.
So I know I'm gonna. This is probably a two-part question or a two-part answer from IT department and also procurement. What is the fastest vehicle for procurement that meets the specs that we need for our students and the current capabilities for our software and where we're trying to go in the district? Go ahead, Ms. Andrew, then Trey, if you want to help her out, because I'm not the expert in the procurement process, so I don't know if ITB limits us based on capability of the laptops, or if RFP gets us what we need based on the certain specs that we need.
Dr. Hepburn, you are absolutely correct. You did answer the question. So an ITB would be the fastest route. However, we recommended an RFP because for the dollar amount, the $115 million that we would be spending as a district, we recommended a request for proposal because although it's based on price, that's not the only factor. We wanted to look at the vendor's past history. Do they have experience in working with other large districts? All the other components in an RFP instead of just going with an ITB and looking at price only. So the RFP does take longer than the ITB, but we could absolutely do whatever the will is of the superintendent and the board.
Okay, so could we do an I2P for the 86,000 laptops, period, and then do an RFP for the rest of it? What is the amount of money equal to the number of laptops that is on the agenda item today?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Mrs. Davis.
Trey Davis. So on the 81,000 laptops, it's around $26.5 million, and it's just over $4 million or so on the teacher laptops. I'm going to look back at Max here. That's correct. Yes.
So I mean, I think this could be a solution. We can reject this item, do the I-2B for the 86,000 laptops that are going to, not be able to be used, and then we go up to the RFP for the rest of it. So this way, we're getting the laptops as quickly as possible, but then going through the RFP process.
Dr. Hepburn.
I think she was making a suggestion.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
To that question, how long would an ITB take?
Your estimates, Ms. Andrea, ITB process?
We can process an ITB usually 3 to 5 months.
As opposed to 6 months for an RFQ.
The RFP would take like 6 to 8 months.
Okay.
Possibly 9, depending on the agreements.
Thank you. So do you want to make a motion, Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
Yes, I move to reject this bid, do an I-2B for the 86,000 laptops, and then go out for an RFP for the rest of the amount of money.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any public comments on the motion?
Yes, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. For the most part, I support this. I'm going to read again from state law on what a responsible vendor is. And I appreciate Mrs. Al-Hadaf, I think she was listening. Means a vendor who has the capability in all respects to fully perform the contract requirements and the integrity and reliability that will assure good faith performance. If your staff doesn't have a way to measure whether a vendor is responsible, and that's why they want to go out for an RFP, that's on them. But an ITB is absolutely when you can specify precisely what you're looking for, is absolutely the vehicle you would use. And then they have to explain why they would want to do an RFP at all. But if this gets us halfway to where we need to be, because at least now they would have to do it as an ITB and we would see that process go through, I'm in support of that. But I just want to hammer this home again.
Thank
Responsible vendor.
Next public comment or public speaker.
Yes, I am in support of this.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Vincente Throat, to the board, I just want to give clarity. It does not make any of us feel good to have to always talk about the grand jury report. That is not a proud moment for any of us. We just want to see the district do that which is right and take into consideration yourselves when you're doing this stuff. The attorney gave her opinion, and she told you the truth, that, hey, you should care about yourself and not always just worry about what's popular. So I recommend that you should listen to your attorney, and she's right. And this is Broward County. We appreciate what you do, and it is about our kids being first. It ain't selfish intent involved. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I am incredibly disappointed by the direction this is going. Our students need these. Our teachers need these. Our staff, our superintendent has gone through the process to make sure that to his knowledge, there was no wrongdoing done. There is potentially an investigation by the OIG. They've sent a letter. They said they don't want to interfere with the process. So I just want to reiterate the follow-up that I had sent. Over 81,830 of the laptops our students are using are older than 4 years. Our system is using Windows 10. Most of the computers are not able to upgrade to Windows 11. That is a security risk. That is a risk to our students taking tests. I have had, and then to teachers.
5,100 of our teacher laptops are already 4 years old and due for immediate replacement, not 3 to 4 months from now, immediate replacement. If we include devices in their last year of warranty, this brings the total to over 14,299 teacher devices, approximately 86% of all teacher devices that are at or past the end of warranty. We need to do what's right for our students. We need to do what's right for our teachers. We need to trust that our staff did this process. I have had parents reach out to me. I have had teachers reach out to me saying that they can't do what needs to be done. If we are so afraid of grand jury reports, why are we here? Because I am here to do what's right for our students. I am here to do what's right for our district. And I am begging my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you.
Remember, this was on the motion. This is just for the motion. Well, only. Well, that's why I wanted to clarify. And I'm not trying to rush people, but I want you to be cognizant of the time, and I don't mind extending it, but we're losing people as we're voting. So I just want to be clear on that. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on this motion, Dr. Hepburn, regarding an ITB, I heard 3 to 5 months before. So I just want to confirm, if we go through this process and we support this motion, what is the, I don't want an exaggerated timeline. I need to know, for the sake of students, what is the rightful estimate of what the timeline is for students and staff to have computers in their hands?
Dr. Hepburn.
As stated by Ms. Andreu, can you give that timeline again for ITB? Because then I'm going to defer to her as the procurement expert.
And Dr. Hepburn, if we do everything to expedite the process, what is the earliest we can have computers in the hands of students?
Ms. Andreu.
I can bring back an item, hopefully December. I will try my hardest to bring something back to a December board agenda item, or January at the latest. And then whatever time per Mr. Davis the company takes to deploy.
Okay, so December would be the earliest, right? And apparently students will possibly, if that occur, would have computers in January coming back after December break. Is that what you're saying?
That is not what I'm saying. I need Mr. Davis to talk about the deployment.
Okay.
So I think on the end of that, you would add another 4 to 6 weeks. I'll defer to Max Rosario for that. But by the time that you go through the imaging process, stage deployment through our third-party vendor, it wouldn't be any less than that. So if you were to say, 4 or 5, it's still going to be 5 months or so.
So we're going to be around in the middle of February to the end of February at the very earliest that students will have computers.
Yes, I think that's reality, and that would be, based on my experience here, a best-case scenario. I think it's important for the board to remember that we haven't had a contract in place since December of 2023.
Understand. So that is best-case scenario, is that the end of February students will have a computer if we approve this motion. That's what I'm hearing. So, Dr. Hepburn, if we were to approve your item, what's the best case scenario for when students will have computers in their hands?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Davis.
So I have to give a lot of credit, to our technology support services for the work they've been doing ahead of time. So I think the reality is, if we get the spec systems that are as part of this agreement, we would have initial devices 4 to 6 weeks. Delivering to schools with initial drops maybe in the next 2 to 4 weeks.
Okay, so by the end of October, we would have computers in the hands of students and whoever else needs them, correct?
Yes, our most critical units. I mean, certainly not all of those, 87,000 at that point, but close.
Okay, great. And my last question, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Hepburn, I know that investigation is taking place from the IG's office, and forgive my lack of knowledge of these processes, but is there any other available option out there that would expedite investigation through any other conversations or meetings that you can have?
Not that I'm aware of. That's why we submitted to the IG. They already outside investigative party that we've hired as a school district to do things like this for us. So that, it's totally separate. It's not our folks internally that's doing an investigation.
Okay, so there's no other option available to between any other entity to expedite investigation of this matter?
Not that I'm aware of that has subpoena power.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I am done with my question. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. This motion does not serve students. What we're missing in the way that this was presented is, that our teachers and our students will not get things if we pass this motion. And I'll remind my colleagues that last week we went through all this and we unanimously directed the superintendent to bring this item because our students don't have the laptops they need and their instruction is delivered by laptops. Teachers don't have the laptops they need and their lessons plans are written on laptops. We unanimously directed the superintendent to bring us this motion. So when you hear School Board Member Thompson talk passionately about this, it's probably out of the frustration of last week we were unanimous. Bring this back, let's get students out. And this is not going in the same direction, and it's not fair to the superintendent, the staff, or the public, or the students, or the teachers and staff that deserve laptops. We should be speaking unanimously in the same way we did last week about taking the right choice. Madam Chair, I'm going to call the question on the motion.
Thank you.
I know you did. I don't have time.
All those in favor of calling the question say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
The motion passes.
It sounded like it was.
There's 3 noes.
Who was the third no?
Mrs. Al-Haddad. No.
Okay.
So it passes. So you're calling the question to the motion?
Yep.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All those opposed say
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
The motion fails 7-2 with Mrs. Al-Hadef on I'm sorry, 8-2. Mrs. Al-Hadef on the phone and Mr. Severa had recused himself.
Then it'll be 6-2.
6-2, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yes, it's late, and I'm trying to keep track here. So back to the item. Next person to speak is Dr. Zeman.
Thank you very much. I've shared my comments on this. I just want to remind the board that the IG said to move forward. I don't think the safest path forward is to go out and start a whole nother procurement process. We had one procurement process. There were some complaints about it. We canceled that. We did another one. There were problems with that on our side. We canceled that one. We've done this 3 times. And on the third one, we're still way behind on getting laptops purchased. This is an emergency motion. This item is an emergency item to get tools into the hands of students and teachers and staff that need it to do the job. And so I look forward to moving forward to the vote on this and going on to the next item.
Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. Real quick, last year, how many students and teachers had computers?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Davis.
Max, do you have an exact number? Sorry? Yeah, it was one. So I wanted to make sure I was understanding that correctly. We work to have a one-to-one. This was the COVID era time frame that we're talking about here. So definitely one-to-one per student. The numbers that we had above and beyond that were excess have now dwindled due to age. But yes, we had in classroom the ability to assign, depending on where you were, elementary, middle, high, a laptop per student.
Okay, and
teacher.
those who had available computers to take home?
Dr. Hepburn.
So last year, that's what we're moving into now, is to allow students to take home their devices.
I know.
Yeah,
That's why I asked.
Yeah, previous years
we did.
We didn't allow them besides the COVID era during the shutdown.
Right. Okay, so the laptops that were used last year, they would be 1 year older than these that are sitting in their rooms right now.
Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Sure. So if we were looking at a bar chart, which we're not, but if we were, you would see the bars to the right showing 4+ years, and you couldn't even see the bar on the 1 or 2 year old units because we don't have that many with that age. Those were one-off purchases by 3,800 to make up for the deficiencies that we had to hang on. So hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, I'm a reading teacher, so I think more Venn diagram. You know, how much are they sold, how much is here, and what can we still get them to work and last and be safe in the middle time. So I'm not going to belabor this, and thank you for your effort.
Jasir.
Alternate student advisor to the school board, Jasir Leon. I appreciate how everyone keeps saying student, 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 and I'm right here. You can ask me. First off, right now in high schools, there are students with 40 kids in each classroom and 36 laptops in each cart. That's a problem. Teachers' computers are missing keypads, they're missing the scrolling bar, some of them are even cracked, some of them don't even turn on. And we're sitting here debating if technology is somewhere where we want to go. We keep saying that we want to move forward by being the best district possible, and that's technology. We have VR headsets, we have all of these amazing things, but when it comes to the simple technology use, we're saying, nah, probably another time. I agree with Dr. Zeman and School Board Member Thompson. Yes, we've already talked about this since last year. We've already been in the works. We've already had side conversations with staff about it. Now it's here. The superintendent brought it. Let's go ahead and vote on it. I don't understand why are we delaying something that me as a student, I need. I'm able to bring my laptop home, and I love it. I can do all my schoolwork on here. I don't have to worry about using my personal items for my schoolwork. I love having my laptop that came from my school I can use for schoolwork. And I feel like if we lay that out for students and give them the opportunity to do it, it can happen. But it all starts with you guys, so please vote in favor of it.
Thank you. I think that's everyone. Oh, go ahead, as long as it's quick.
Okay, this is going to be probably 5.5 minutes. So first of all, I just wanted to point out something that we talked about last week, which was, and I hope that this remains true, the current proposal that we have locked in pre-tariff prices. Is that correct, Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So that's something that we have going for us right now. I share the frustration here because we've gone through other items and picked them apart with facts that may or may not be good or bad for a particular person in the subject. But every time we've talked about this, there has been absolutely no evidence presented that there's any wrongdoing in the procurement process. I haven't heard one thing that says that there was something that was done incorrectly. There's this pall of wrongdoing that someone has created, but there has been absolutely no evidence presented. So we can keep kicking this can down the road. We could do another RFQ or RF whatever, and the same thing could happen again. We could have an allegation and go into another investigation. With a 4 to 6 week deployment, I think that sounds a lot better than any other timeline that we're looking at. I really want to commend Mr. Davis, Dr. Hepburn for their initiative. They're trying, we're asking for technology. They've cut a great deal to bring AI technology to be a leader, not only in the state, but in the country and in the world, as Mr. Davis is telling us about his initiatives. So I think that we need to support them in this initiative and absolutely make sure that we're making the right decisions for our kids and for our teachers. I've personally had to buy 2 computers this year. I was relying on the fact that this was going to get passed, and it didn't, and my kids didn't have laptops, and I had to buy computers. There's kids that don't have computers to bring home right now to do their homework. Our platform that we provide education on is on a computer. So to not be able to provide our kids with working equipment right now as soon as possible is irresponsible, and we're not doing our duty to our kids in this county, and that was what we were elected to do. So I 100% support this item and hope that my colleagues will too.
Thank you, and we will end our discussion with Mrs.
Madam Chair,
Al-Hadaf. With
Madam
Mrs.
Chair.
Al-Hadaf
Thank you.
shortly, I hope.
Yes, thank you. I have concerned, or I want to ask Dr. Hepburn in regards to the specs on this item that we're going to be voting on for these computers. Are these processes slower, faster? Are they going to be more productive, less productive?
Dr. Hepburn.
Are they 4 years old? Are they current enough? Or is it going to be slow?
You're speaking Mr. Davis's language. Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Good evening. Trey Davis. I don't want to get into the technical specification, bus requirements, memory, and all that, but I will tell you it's exponentially different in the processing power, the memory, et cetera, on board. So again, this is a quick deep dive technically, but I don't think we need that. I will just tell you that there are exponential gains with regards to every aspect of the components within the device, from the screen to the processor, the memory, speed, et cetera. And that has a massive impact on whether we can upgrade and function at a high level with Windows 11, or whether or not we can actually run software at a speed that's respectable for students across the board and teachers.
Are these specs from 4 years ago, or are they from now, 2025?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Davis.
No, these would be current specs. You know, this would have been the latest gen at the time that we did the specs with the providers.
No, that's not my question. My question is, are we getting specs from 2025 or from 4 years ago?
These what will be delivered to us will be builds based on model numbers and whatever the current devices are from the particular vendor. So yes, they would be current devices. These aren't like stock devices that have been put away from last year, for example, if that's what you're asking.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. Sorry, Mrs. Al-Hadaf, but Madam Chair, you have to take a vote to extend. We've reached that time.
No, it's 6:30. We have till 6:45. I was going to do it when we finish this item.
No, it's 6:30.
Oh, I said okay. We'll have to table the item. Can I have right?
Well, let me check what the minute was. It 5:30. Yeah, 5:30 extended for an hour, which would be 6:30.
No, I mean so when I extended it, we had till 4:45. I extended it to 5:45. I asked for another hour. It goes to 6:45.
Okay.
So when this item is done, I was going to ask to extend it another half hour.
Can I continue?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so my question is specifically, if we approve this, will the students be getting computers with specs from 2025, from updated now? Because technology gets old real fast. Or are we getting something from 2021 or 2022?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Max.
Through the superintendent, Dr. Hepburn. So all the devices will be built currently on this year's specs. They don't carry specs prior to this. The specs we will be getting and the devices we'll be getting will be built to our specifications with all the current CPUs and all the different components that are internal.
Okay, so you're saying that the specs will be updated from 2025, yes?
Yes.
And they're not from 4 years ago?
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 0018 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no.
No.
Motion, oh, wait a minute. 1, 2.
Yeah, I think Rebecca wanted to.
Okay, yes. Motion passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 2, minus Ms. Thompson and Mr. Severa recused himself, and Mrs. Al-Hadaf is on the phone. Did I get that right?
Al, said no.
Right. That's what I said. Okay.
He's here.
So the item passes.
Rebecca is here.
Yeah, but we already voted. So the next item is item 0019. Oh, can I have, we are We still have 4 items. There are people here in the public who have been waiting for hours to speak on another item on here. Can we vote on,
I move that we extend the meeting by 15 minutes.
Yes. Okay. I prefer to say a half hour so I don't have to do this, so we don't have to do it again, just in case, because there's some discussion on, I have 3 people wanting to speak on PP1, and there's a lot of people, and you give them 5 minutes each, we're going to already be at 15.
I'll give up my time to speak on PP1.
We're still going to be at 10 minutes. I'd like to do it for a half an hour.
20 minutes. I move that we make them.
If we don't use it all, we don't use it all. Yeah. Okay. All those in favor? Well, let me ask Ms. Batista, is it the chairs? Am I supposed to make the motion to extend it, or is it up to anybody?
There is a motion on the floor to extend the time. Yes. So you normally make the motion, but since someone else made the motion.
All those in favor of extending the meeting for only 15 minutes, say aye. All those.
Aye. There was no second.
Oh.
Oh, you
yes.
did. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he
okay.
did.
Vote
He
again.
did.
Sorry.
All those in favor of extending the meeting for only 15 minutes, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No.
Can we have a roll call?
Like 2-2.
Oh.
No.
No, yeah, and no for 15 minutes. I'm sorry.
It was a no.
Still trying to process. Yeah, the answer was no. All those in favor of, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting for 30 minutes.
Second.
All those in favor of extending the meeting for 30 minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. No. Motion carries 8-1 with Mrs. Al-Hadef on the phone. Great. Okay, back to item 0019. Can I have a motion and a second for item 0019? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment on 0019?
Before we go to public comment, just to make sure, so are we extending to 7:05 or 7:15?
7:15.
7:15. Okay. Public speakers, we got 4: Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Anna Fusco, Kimberly Moorhorn, and Vicente Thrower.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Since the laptops were separated from deployment, obviously if you vote yes on one, logic would dictate that you would vote yes on the second. However, just so you know, this was another one where an ITB was appropriate, and if you look at the response to the RFP, it looks a lot like an ITB because it was very specific line items. There's no reason for it to be anything other than an ITB. So, the vendor that this is the primary awardee is the vice chair of your small business advisory and sat with you discussing this item when you guys were talking with all of the advisories and did not disclose that. And apparently I caused a stir by asking how he got on the advisory committee because he wasn't a board appointee, nor is the chair. So, and there's a lot of odd stuff that went on between his proposal and another proposal he was a sub on. So in any event, obviously, if you want them to get into the hands of kids, you have to vote yes on this one. And you've passed up the idea of rejecting. From a leadership perspective, a good leader is proactive. You guys voted to reject the ITB for both laptops and deployment last July at Plantation High School when all of these laptops were aging out. And now you're forced and backed into a corner, which everyone can appreciate how upset some of you are, but this was a foreseeable problem. And the same staff recommended that you rejected all bids last summer when you had time to get things into the hands of students, and nobody had to be up on the dais crying about putting laptops into students' hands. But that did not happen. They recommended, and you went along with rejecting all bids last summer, and now you're backed into a corner, which is one of the problems of the removed board. And the removed board was not removed for misconduct. It was for incompetence and neglect of duty. So please don't ever think it was that somebody caught somebody stealing. You guys were mostly all here. It's decisions like this, and I appreciate Mr. Severa throwing stuff back because that might train staff not to come with half-baked recommendations, and I still stand by ITB being most appropriate for this type of procurement.
Vincente Throa, board members, thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. Not here to lecture you tonight. I appreciate everything that you recommend and how you take your vote. That is sometimes, that's democracy, right? You win some, you lose some, right? So that just helps me understand. We win some, we lose some. Hey, you all are the board of directors. We supported you. We said, hey, lead us. So it's been a long day. Go home.
Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Because this is brought as a companion item to 0018, I'm going to renew my prior position pursuant to Section 112.31434B of the Florida statutes. I need to make a disclosure for a possible vendor conflict. I discovered this during the course of my normal processes and procedures in recently preparing for this meeting while cross-referencing my professional client list. Based on this conflict, I need to recuse myself from 0019.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
No comment. I'm okay.
Thank you. Anybody else? All those in favor of item 0019 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Motion carries 7-1 with Mrs. Al-Hadef on the phone, voting no, and Mr. Cervera recusing himself. Okay, next item is double P1. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment on double P1?
No, ma'am.
Board member comment, Mrs. Bowman.
Vice Chair, I had a little bit of a concern on one part, and I believe I brought this up before, but I don't remember. I'll just see. I'm just going to bring it up and see what my colleagues think. We're delegating certain authority to the superintendent of things that we currently have authority over, and then in the interest of making the flow of business easier, we're doing this. The one that sticks out for me is H, and I think I brought it up at the workshop, but it's 1H, which is use of Broward County school facilities for non-school purposes. So I guess I'd ask the superintendent to clarify when you think, because this says that when any delays accompanying the normal school board approval process would preclude the taking of timely action necessary to address the needs of the citizens of Broward County. Like, just
Dr. Hepburn,
what we're thinking that might be.
Next, the SIM team to come up. I know they've been intimately involved in assisting us in this policy. Thank you, Peter Eschenbrenner.
Thank you. Good evening. Pete Eschenbrenner, Director of Enterprise Project Management. It's my understanding that there is alignment with this section and School Board Policy 8020, formerly School Board Policy 1341, which is specified here as well. But I want to address your point about and this is really important because it applies to other sections as well. When any delays accompanying the normal school board approval process would preclude the taking of timely action necessary. So this is intended to be only for those emergency type situations, and barring that, it would be business as usual, wherein the board would be involved in approving these.
So can you give me an example of an emergency situation? What I would like to avoid is entering into a long-term lease or getting rid of property without board approval, something that would be normally something that would have to come to the board. I mean, I guess I'm having a hard time coming up with an example in my head of where this would apply, because we have short-term rentals or leases of property, and that's in J, so that we already covered that. So when would we have an emergency where we had to give a long-term lease that doesn't fall under J? Because it says to approve lease applications for use of public school facilities. Now that, so presumably this would not be a short-term lease, so I'm just curious as to when that would be an emergency.
I do believe there were some contracts over the course of the last many years that fell under H, but probably didn't fall under the definition of emergency. So this would be more of a contingency. I would defer to my colleagues in the Office of General Counsel if they have seen any such situations where there was concern around the timing in the execution of such contracts.
Because just to the point too, to that, emergency wouldn't be that we just didn't get the contract in a timely manner and now it's an emergency. No. We'd like to avoid that.
I would delegate to Mr. Vignola. I believe he's on the line.
I am Bob Vignola, Deputy General Counsel. And what I would say is I'm not aware I can't recall an instance where we had a lease situation where for the use of our facilities by someone else where we had a delay. My question on that would be perhaps district staff can identify situations where they experienced a problem of this type. Perhaps Mr. Akabuso can recall an instance where there was a specific situation along these lines. I don't recall one.
Okay, so I guess I'd like to make a motion that we remove this letter H,
Okay.
intentionally omit letter
It's
H.
been moved and seconded to remove H, which is on page 4 of 7. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment? Board member discussion? Dr. Zeman.
I'm just curious if we could get superintendent's take on H. Is that something that
Strike it out.
Obviously, it's a.
It's okay. Strike it out.
Aye, sir. Thank you. Yes.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries. Is that it? Mrs. Rupert? No, you're next on the list. You pulled the item.
I'm fine.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just pointing out error in D, the non-delegible contractual provisions, where it says pursuant to this policy or school board policies 3800 and 2314, it should be 8040 instead of 2314.
And actually, I wanted to ask if the board would permit that all these numbers be updated, because since the policy was put together, there are several references that are no longer those numbers, like 1341 is now 8020 and so on. Those are technical changes.
So do you want to change, make a motion to change?
I make a motion to update all of our policy numbers.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, any public comment? Board member comment? All those in favor of the motion
Aye.
say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no.
I'm not the public, but I do have a question for Ms. Batista. Would this constitute a substantive change?
So the removal of H is a substantive change. The removal of the change of the numbers and updating those numbers is a technical change. But because you have already a substantive change, you would have to do the 21-day and the policy would have to come back.
Okay. Thank you. So we don't
No, you
vote on.
vote.
Okay. All those in favor of item P1 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously, and since it was a substantive change,
We'll bring it back
it
to
will
October.
come back to us. Okay, and that was with Mrs. Alhadeff on the phone. Next item is RR1. Can I have a motion and a
So
second?
moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment?
Yes, we do have 3 registered speakers, Nicole Morris, Kimberly Moorhorn, and Nordine Weinberger.
Hi, Nordine Weinberger from Coral Springs. The only thing, just real fast, is that on this committee, I would like to see the district chairs added to the committee, and that would need to be stated in the resolution for the district chairs to be part of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Nicole Morse, Coral Springs. I would just ask that you would add the facilities task force, a representative from the FTF, and the area chairs. So I think it's important that the area chairs, they intimately know their schools, the intricacies of those schools in a way that maybe the ESC representatives or the ESOL representatives may not. Like I am not familiar with ESC, and they are usually not familiar with our schools unless they are in one of those schools. We know our communities, we know our schools, we know our feeder patterns, we know the capacity of the schools, we know them well, the communities. And so it's, to be fair, if you don't have your areas, like last year they didn't have representatives from Broward State show up. So it was vital that the central area chair was there because she knew the community, she knew the school. And so not having the area chairs I think is a disservice. I think at this time in the redefining process, we need as many engaged people as possible participating. I also think that the facilities play a vital role in this, so the facilities chair should be there. For the last 3 years, we've been working on the boundary policy, and before I was the area chair, I was advocating for the area chairs and the ESC chair and the district advisory chair to be on these committees. We spend a lot of time, we care, we will be at the meetings. So I would ask that you would include the area chairs and the facilities task force chair on this committee so that you don't have, so that every school is represented. You may not have representatives that show up from your schools. We attend all of the meetings. We are dedicated to the process from the beginning to the end. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the recommendation with the area chairs. I also, I believe last year it says 2 members from the community of each district school, and last year we chose 2 people from each school, correct?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, that's correct.
I wanted, and to the point that, sometimes people maybe don't have the ability to show up, or there's less of a pool of people to choose from at a particular school. I would like that to not be, that we either add another community member or don't limit it to the school. There's a balance, obviously people know what's going on in their schools. So I think that's very important, but there's also the possibility that you have a different perspective from the, immediate community, so I don't know how my colleagues feel about that with the makeup, but
Go ahead, Dr. Watts, if you want to add something.
Good evening, Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. So 2 representatives from the school are people that represent the school community. They don't have to be school employees. It could be a business owner, someone who works intricately with the school, as long as they are a stakeholder who partners with the school. Some instances we had a staff member and a parent. We had a community member and a parent. So the number is 2 that we had last year. That's certainly what is before you today, and we'll work with whatever the board decides. And then obviously, depending on the number of schools, on October 7th, that are finally narrowed to be a part of the official process. I would just say that, let's say all 34 schools are in, 34 times 2, plus the various committee representatives, that the final decision is, that will be the composition of the committee.
Mrs. Bowman.
I'll wait to hear from my colleagues if they. I might want to increase the number by one person per community, but.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple motions and then just a clarifier. So I would like to motion to add the area leader.
Area chairs.
Area chairs.
Thank you.
I second the motion. Motion's been moved and seconded. Any public comment?
Thank you for the motion. I think I probably killed everything I had to say because I'm running in from a phone call. But I hope you all got my email. I think it's important, even when it wasn't, when I wasn't a chair, it was important. Right now we have schools that you'll have 2 parents from each school. We have schools right now that are campaigning to protect their schools, and we don't care what's happening over here. And that's not okay. We need to have holistic information brought to the table in a fair process. And I don't even know what I'm saying anymore this time of day, but you get it. I hope you read my emails. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Nordine Weinberger, I support the motion.
Thank you. Board member discussion. Thank you for the motion. I was going to make one. Oh, sorry. I was going to make one myself just like that, so I support it.
Just to, I guess, Ms. Bowman's, are we adding that in addition to the 2, or is that?
I believe
no, it's in addition.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Anything else? Oh, yeah.
Yes, I just had a clarifying question about how this process is going to work. So we've heard from the Coral Springs commissioners and the community that they wanted a boundary change. My recollection was that we were going to do this in this redefining process, but now I'm hearing that might not be true. So I would just like,
Dr. Hepburn, can you?
Yeah, so probably a workshop or 2 ago, that's when I told the board, as far as bandwidth of our team, focused on that area when we have redefining the focus on for under-enrolled schools, and the consensus was to move forward with what we're working on, which was redefining in our under-enrolled schools.
Can you just expand on how that would increase capacity? Because it seems like there are schools in the Coral Springs area that might possibly be identified. So if they are identified, then could we include that? Like, I don't see how adding this would increase the workload, but you're please explain.
Dr. Wanza's team is doing the bulk of the work, so I will let her talk about some of the process, but it is a lot of work that the public that don't see. And, we see the portions with the meetings, but there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes. Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
So thank you, Dr. Hepburn, and thank you, Ms. Thompson. At the August 26th school board workshop, and I think it was slide 8, one of those slides, but it was the slide that specifically had the question around the silver palms secondary pattern, moving them from the current Flanagan zone to the West Broward zone. Then we had the board consensus that was on March 11th. Around what was then the C4 area in the 2023, I think it was, school boundary process. And then we had another item around a request for a choice boundary area for Pioneer Middle School. And when we got to those 3 items, the question was asked specifically. The superintendent gave his perspective as it relates to the work that we had to do. And then I came back and asked the board specifically around each one of the three. And since Silver Palms would naturally come into play because of the work that is being done in the schools out there, the consensus that we received was yes, go keep Silver Palms as a school to be addressed. And then after we gave, the superintendent gave his perspective around the work, then the board came and the consensus was to not move forward with the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, as well as the one for Pioneer Middle School. What I can tell you is that, so we've started the process, and it's in policy 8010. So we've started the process, went through the workshop, we've identified the schools to be addressed. We have advertised to the public the schools that will specifically be addressed at all the meetings, right? And so we started them last week, as everyone well knows. So if we are going to have, or if it's the will of the board, however it comes out, that we're going to now add, we would have to add another community meeting specifically for that, because what we've advertised to the public is for the middle schools that encompasses the majority of middle schools in Coral Springs, as well as one of the middle school in the city of Margate. So we would have to we'd have to add another community meeting. We don't have, I'm going to tell you right now, in the district, according to the timeline that the board came to consensus for us to follow, we would not be able to add that meeting before the time that we need to come back to the board on October 7th.
Could I ask, thank you. So just to clarify, I understand the timeline. So if at the October 7th meeting, this idea comes back because we still have to do regional meetings, could that be added at that point?
We would have to still have a community meeting, because what the board approved was for us to do these 8 community meetings based on what we get from the 8 community meetings, then come to the October 7th workshop for the final list of schools to be addressed, so that we can do the 3 regional meetings based on the work that was done in the 8 community meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just cognitive of time, we have 15 minutes. Dr. Holness.
Okay. Madam Chair, the 2 members from the community, they said they're appointed. Who appoints these 2 members? Just want some clarity.
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Wanza.
So the school principal, thank you, Dr. Hepburn. The school principal identifies members from his or her community who, they ask, and of course these individuals would have to be available, willing to make the commitment, but it starts at the school level. We at the district do not pick the people.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, I know that as a past member for, I think, 3 of the schools, of the School Advisory Council, to which I was chair for a couple of them, or would you say, Dr. Wanza, that we're looking at that body as well to identify these 2 members? Because those individuals I know are very knowledgeable of what's happening within the community, and it includes parents, teachers, business representatives, and so on. So is there a specific group of people like the School Advisory Council, the PTAs, and so on, that the principals would target?
So we don't tell the principal specifically who it has to be, but we do recommend individuals that you said that have a vested interest in the school, participate in SAC, SAF, PTA, the different parent and community groups that are intricately involved in the school.
Okay, so they're very diligent in making sure these individuals are knowledgeable and has great interest in the school district, correct?
That is our recommendation for the principal, to select individuals coming from the exact backgrounds that you're talking about, Dr. Holness.
Okay, Dr. Hepburn, would it be too much to ask that some level of guidance or direction is given to the principals to determine which pool of or group of individuals that they may want to consider, such as the School Advisory Council, PTA, and so on?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, that's appropriate.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm done.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you, and I missed part of the conversation. I wanted to see if the FTF chair was going to be added.
No one has made a motion to that.
I move that the FTF chair be part of the boundary committee.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed, all those opposed say no.
No.
Remember, you're not voting for a person.
The motion fails 7 to,
Madam Chair,
yes.
can you repeat the motion, please? I'm sorry.
The motion was to add the FTF chair to the boundary committee. Okay. So the motion fails.
With 2 dissenting, Mrs. Alhadeff and Mrs.
Well, no,
Cooper.
2 were for, 7 were.
Yes, that's what I
not
meant.
for.
Opposite. Sorry.
We're all trying to keep up.
All right.
So the motion fails 2 to 7. Yes, with Mrs. Alhadeff on the phone. Thank you. Okay, so back to the original item. All those in favor of item RR1 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion passes.
No.
Motion passes 8 to 1. Final item, RR2. Can I have a motion and a second?
Move.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. I just pulled it to say I want to remind everybody September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. The color is gold to represent that we are just recognizing and honoring children that are affected by childhood cancer. All those in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. At this time, do any of my colleagues have any update or student successes to bring forth to the superintendent for consideration?
Yes, yes.
Dr. Zeman.
Just a quick one. Washington Post yesterday broke a story on what Department of Ed federally is doing with their money. You can read about it. One of the most interesting things is all the Title IIA money is being repurposed for civics education in public schools in the United States.
Ms. Thompson.
So a surprise was announced at West Broward today that the London Mayors Association invited their band students to perform in the 2027 London New Year's Day Parade. So super exciting.
Congratulations, Mr. Severo.
Thank you, Chair. 44 BCPS high school seniors were named National Merit Scholarship Program semifinalists from 12 schools: College Academy, District 6; Monarch High School, Cooper City High School, District 6; Nova High School, District 6; Plantation High School, Cypress Bay, District 6; Pompano Beach High School, South Broward; West Broward, Hollywood Hills, McFadder Technical, District 6; and Stoneman Douglas. Congratulations to all of those 44 high school seniors from 12 schools around the county.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please join me in congratulating Miss Melissa Banner on being named a hometown hero by Union Plus, an incredible recognition of her strong commitment to supporting and uplifting our most vulnerable students. Through her work in the child abuse program and her leadership of the local Love nonprofit, Melissa continues to make a meaningful and lasting impact on the lives of students and families across Broward County.
Thank you, Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. We kind of did it a little bit last time, but I was given this. The Florida School Board Association honored 5 school board executive assistants with the Certified Support Professional designation. The CSP program recognizes the vital role of support staff in the success of Florida's public schools. The honorees who demonstrated exceptional commitment to professional development in public ed are Ellen Tolson, and I apologize if I say anybody's name wrong, Andrea Denaleres, Janice Edward, Jessica Palomino, Danielle St. Leon. These assistants join a select group of statewide professionals dedicated to leadership, governance, and student success. We all work with great teams. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Congratulations to all of them. Mrs. Leonardi.
And I just wanted to specifically shout out the West Broward marching band director, Josh Bishop, a dear friend of mine, incredible school leader, incredible public servant. So congratulations again to them.
Thank you. You guys all took what I had to say, so thank you. But I'm going to end on a note that just want to remind my colleagues with the utmost respect that the meetings go long because there are things that we could ask ahead of time that staff can answer. I want you to know that the answers go on the agenda. The public can see it. So I know that some things we had great conversations today, and that was really important, but some of the items could have been taken care of before we got here. So I'll ask you to be cognizant of that. And remember, we are in training, and that was the conversation we had. The meetings are supposed to be efficient, and I feel like we could do a little better in that respect.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Since there's 6 minutes left, technically, I wanted to see if the superintendent wanted to ask the board to reconsider 0015, since that services do expire before the next board meeting that was tabled. And we would provide a follow-up to the board with the information that was missing.
Okay, remind us what item that is.
0015.
Tell us
Which
what it
the
is.
grounds.
Oh, that was for the maintenance.
Grounds maintenance.
Ground
That
maintenance.
needed the Appendix A.
Correct. So we were asking for, if the superintendent agrees, to ask the board to reconsider that item, and we will follow up.
Yes, I agree. I think we have the item.
No, I did send the board the documentation, but that wasn't the correct one. So
Okay.
Ms. Andrea would send in the follow-up the spreadsheet with the information that was lacking.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
We have our answer.
Yes. So it'll come back October 14th.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you all. Have a great night. We'll see you next Tuesday.